It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom led pilgrims to Plymouth Bay. Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and ends. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin's Wharf, Fenway Park, North Charge. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Yo, yo, yo.
Good morning.
Yo.
Good morning. Good freaking morning.
It always is, man. When I wake up and we got to do this, it's great. Now I love it. I love it.
Excellent. Is my sound good? Your sound's good.
Yeah, you sound fine, man.
Your sound better. Some reason your mic got better.
Oh, maybe my allergies are starting to finally.
Well, it's raining out, right?
There you go. Perfect.
Let's check the weather for the next few days, okay? Just so we have an idea.
I think it's supposed to be crappy out. Who knows? Oh man, yeah. What a day yesterday, man. What an ass kicking.
Oof.
I mean,
listen, is that a win on the board or a lose for Karen yesterday?
W.
Hard, right?
I mean, if you're what is it, Hartnett? Is that her name? Hartnett? Yeah.
Hard, yeah.
Yeah. If you're a civilian employee for them right now, you might be, I don't know.
Looking?
Some budget cuts might be coming up unexpectedly. I don't know. Because she blew it with the reflection.
Mike, every piece of footage has been altered or tampered with in some freaking way.
Yeah, you're right.
And you know what? We paid for that because all this went through Fanning in Crawford's company. This is the job they do at the DA's office, right? And they have a company like after work, and they do the same thing. So their job continues the entire day. So they're absolutely experts in this field. You're telling me that that video is kind of messed up and they didn't pick up on it? How can that be, Mike? We got the best of the best. We got Fanning and Crawford. They have their own company. They must make millions, Mike. They're that good. How much do you think they make?
Yeah, it's cool. So they're allowed to have a company as long as it's not during working hours. Okay. Well, we know that's bullshit because no one supervises anybody over there.
They work on the same fucking thing, dude.
I know. So they're
same
double
file. Same file.
Yeah. So I don't know, man.
And they do that.
Yeah. So all right. So we're going to subcontract it out to CF. Crawford Fanning, and they take the document. Now it's during regular hours, and this is what we do anyway. So we're just going to double charge you, though. We're going to make our yearly salary, but on top of that, with our second job, we're going to submit a bill to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office for X amount of dollars.
Right.
Right. So that's how I understand it to be. Yeah. Right. It's legal. It's fucking legal. Oh, fuck me. Fuck me.
Mike, let's just
fuck my name,
and then they
fuck me.
Fuck my.
Fuck me. Oh fuck! I get it. Fuck.
Oh, I love it.
I know.
I see Pepper. Is Pepper in here? Listen, Mike, can we talk for a second about the people that are in the movement?
Yeah.
People from all over come to Dedham for no other reason than to support Karen. Mike, like these are people that have other things in life, like actively doing life right now, and they're not putting their life on hold, but they're bringing the Karen Read stuff in, adding to their daily stuff of stuff they got to do. Them people are heroes. That's where I think the real story is. You know, the people in the movement. I think that is just brought so many people together. There are people now that are lifelong friends, and I mean, it's not just about the Karen thing. The friendships go deeper once they, I guess, hook up with each other. I don't know. I've seen it, and it's nice to sit back and say, "Wow, these two people are close, and they never knew each other before."
Yeah.
So,
well, that's how I met you, you fucking weirdo.
I know, strange, huh? Of all
Seriously,
things, I know. Of all
I would have
things,
never.
30
I would've
below
never-
zero in a fucking negative wind chill of 900. Yeah. Well, I meet my buddy. Yeah. What the fuck you doing there?
You were the guy in your fucking onesie, fucking snowsuit, fucking.
Still had friggin' 8 layers on, man.
I go, who the fuck is this guy?
I've never warmed up. And there you are, just walking right into the wind. And that flag, dude, that flag was snapping.
Yeah,
Because you're holding it like this, and
yeah.
there was some
It was
gust
awesome.
of wind, dude. And then the trucks would come by and not make it even easier,
No,
right?
those were good old days. We didn't have a buffer zone. We
Nothing.
didn't have any fucking. But then all of a sudden, fast forward to this year with all the bullshit going on, we get people in the school parking lot filming, taking pictures of us. Mello threatened to arrest you and all this other shit.
It's illegal. You can't record me. It's illegal. I'm in a.
He's
Yeah.
fucked. Where is he lately, anyways?
I don't know. They say
You
he's
know?
sick, and I got to agree because guess what? We're all getting old. One day, I'm not going to wake up. It's life, right? No one knows when that day is going to be. It's just, you just don't know. So I woke up today, so I'm thrilled. I'm happy. See what we can do.
A
You know?
True Crime with Eve is in the chat. What's
Oh,
up, bro?
there's Eve. Eve,
What's
you want to
going
say come
on,
on
man?
this morning? We miss
Hey.
talking to you, sweetie.
You got to come back on, man. It's been a minute.
Oh, Mike, no, we can't. Every time we bury her with like 30 different. Mike, she comes up, we give her a bunch of work. It's
right,
not pleasurable.
Eve, tomorrow you're coming on, so just be prepared.
We love you, Eve.
Even if you want to miss you, man. I hope everything's well.
Yeah, I hope everyone down there is healthy.
She's an OG, man. She was on.
Oh, yep. Remember? Yep. Oh man, her eyeballs. Just think of the words that she had to read in the sentences, the papers. No, I'm good. I don't want to read that much.
What are you talking about?
The amount of researching that she does.
Oh God.
You have to read it, right? You have to sit down and read it and then comprehend it.
She's a nerd and she knows it.
I like that though.
I know.
She fits right in with us, man.
I'm saying nerds aren't bad people, man.
Well, I asked that question in chat. Maybe we can ask this now.
What?
I was looking forward to the cross. Does that make me a geek or a nerd? Looking forward to knowing about this lady's evidence collection techniques. Like I was excited to hear about that. Does that make me weird?
No, you're weird to begin with.
Well, yeah, but that's strange. I'm looking forward to hearing about evidence collection. Seriously? I'll never do evidence collection in my life, Mike. Zero use, no skills, no needed. You know? I'm not gonna learn to crochet either. I guarantee it. Promise.
Yeah, nerds. If it wasn't for
nerds,
nerds,
all right.
We need nerds in our life.
There's a difference, right? You're a nerd or a geek, or are they the same?
I think. Well,
they're different, right?
Yeah, I would say they're different. Yeah.
But I don't know. Back to the people. Like, I mean, Mike.
There's people are getting at 5 a.m. to watch us. God bless you guys, man. Whoa.
Mike, we know people like Nan, right?
Yeah. She was on last night.
She comes on our show, right? And she talks to all the people. And we got people like Flip Ahead. who comes on
Yesterday.
and
Yeah.
talks to all these people, and they don't even live here, dude. They have life going on, and they stop their life to come on and spend it with us. 4
I
a.m.
find
this place
I
is waiting
I
in a bus.
actually yeah, I know. Since 4 weeks, I can't get over this shit, guys. You guys are fucking crazy, man. But I love you. That's fucked up. Like, I don't know if I'd get up at 4. Like, I guess I would if I had the dogs and stuff. I'd get up and watch.
Yeah,
Look at, you know,
you're up already.
you know. But how long do they make it for? They have to go to work probably. They hang out for a couple hours, watch the trial, you know, get a half an hour of the fucking Mike and Tom show. And fucking,
Well, if Lally gets up, then boom, you're right back to bed.
oh, I know. I just think he's happy to get up
He's
and
flat.
do something.
He's just so flat, right? I mean,
Yeah, he's
Brennan's
pretty
got a
fucking-
little spunk in him. You got to say that. Not that it's true spunk, but
Well,
he's sincere.
if he's up first thing in this, like if you listen to Bob Alessi, he's
Mhm.
loud, polite. You know, he says hello to the jurors when he first. You watch this, if you get on tape, he'll good morning everybody, and then may I, yes you may. He'll go right into his fucking dissection. And he'll, can we just back it up from? He'll be like, can we just back up a little bit from yesterday's testimony?
Oh, the lady goes, "Can I see that?" You absolutely can see that.
yes.
Oh my.
So if you're a professional witness for the Commonwealth right now, you gotta get your shit together and make sure that's not a fucking reflection off the back of a goddamn tailgate.
I know.
Oh
That's gonna
my
leave a mark, Mike. That-
God. Then
wow.
the hair is reversed. And she's playing Mickey the Dunce up there. I can't. Well, I can't. I
Yeah.
don't.
Well, yeah.
And then Mr. Reed comes out of court yesterday on court TV and says,
She took that picture.
No, did she take the picture or was it the other guy?
No, I think she was the evidence collection technician.
Okay,
I think she took the pictures.
Let's talk about the glass for a second. Mr. Reed said yesterday on the sidewalk, leaving court, I personally scraped the snow off that bumper with my hands. I think it's at Fairview before they drove back to Dighton. You see either Nathan or him, I think it was Mr. Reed, like wiping the bumper down. How in God's green earth does that actually stay there? I mean,
When if we're assuming the tail light get planted, well, we have to assume now that the cocktail glass was also along with that now.
Exactly, it was.
And how does that transfer take place? If it was to take place, hypothetically, we're all speculation here, by the way, people. Just a little note.
We're gonna kind of spoil alert. The glass on the back bumper does not match the glass that was found in the snow.
Correct.
Just so you guys know, it's coming because of last year's trial.
Yep.
Now Brennan's wording will be it was so that he even brought it up. But you know, Bob Alessi's gonna bring it up.
Smoke him. Yep.
She's fucked, dude. Like she can't know where to go. She's boxed in. Checkmate.
You're telling me the best investigators in the state can't fix this and can't see what you and I can see right now? It's not rocket science. I promise you.
What's going on? Was that me or you?
I think that's you. You're locked up.
No,
just
what
X
happened?
out. I don't know. I hear your voice, but your
Oh,
video is, now pop back in. Hey, listen, real quick, everybody, please, if you do me a favor, hit the thumbs up, and the like and the share button. If we do that now, it'll definitely help me. And I do appreciate every single person. There you are.
that was weird, dude.
Yeah.
I think my phones are tapped. Mikey, it was good to hear Tommy. All right. So I should shut up more. Okay. So I thought about that car that's parked in the parking lot over by CVS.
Yep.
With the blue light. That's the guy that works inside CVS as a fucking security guard.
Okay.
Just saying.
8:46. Think he's there?
I don't know.
Every
I
time
bet you-
I've checked, he's been there, Mike.
Oh, so
Like-
it's more than just a 5 8
He's,
hours.
he's there for a reason. He's assigned there. Why? Who?
I don't know.
No response to my Freedom of Information request to the Norfolk County DA's office because I asked them very nicely for information regarding me in their system. And I'm looking for a response. So hopefully that comes back. So yeah, we're blessed again, right? We're blessed. Mike, we have people in the chat, and we have people like Nan and Peppa and Flipper and like
Flip ahead.
Olivia and like really smart people that can look at the same thing that we're looking at, but different. Flipper
Well-
said so much yesterday. I'm just in awe at all the because everything he said was true, and everything he said proves Karen's innocent. Flat out, period. Dot.
Yeah.
How does the
How does a piece of tail light end up in NH dudes? Thanks so much, man.
thank you, NH dude, just because you guys rock. Thank you. Oh my goodness.
The really
Thank
what
you.
really got me if we have a pit we can't do it now, but the picture of the tail light next to that little phone box. That means
Yep.
where the accident happened,
Mm-hmm.
that means the tail light flew the other way towards the front of the car.
Physics.
Yeah, it's just it's not gonna, it doesn't
Hey,
it,
it's already
nothing
traveling. It's already traveling at a velocity of what? 24.9 miles an hour backwards. So it's
Right.
already going fast that way.
right.
Already. You have to overcome that inertia, stop, and then have enough force to shoot it that way from where the accident happened. It's a hard no.
Yeah, it makes no sense at all, man. I'm just like, and
Wow.
now once this stuff gets explained, which it will on
Yep.
Cross, once they start putting up the Proctors and the Higgins and the Alberts on Cross, and hopefully they get Colin up there. Hopefully they get Allie up there. You know, because he's avoiding Brennan is avoiding people that can hurt him. Like Lucky.
You ready for this?
What's up?
Last year,
Yeah.
I think it was Alan Jackson asked Colin, "You get in a fight with your brothers?" Me, you know.
Oh yeah.
You fight? Nope. Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yep.
I'm gonna have him ask. I would pray if he asked the same exact questions. Same question.
With
And then
Colin?
introduce Colin fighting on that Aiden did. Remember that video? Within 4 hours of him saying no, he doesn't fight. Aiden had a video that had of him, Colin, fighting a kid. There's a bunch of other kids around. High school fight.
Yeah, Aiden on the show goes, I'll have if anybody can send me a video of Colin in a fight, I'll give you $100 or something.
Boom.
I know. So
And
yeah,
he already lied. He said nope, just like Brian Higgins. You see any of those vehicles moving? We never did figure out who that other vehicle was in the back that left.
well, we
And how did it leave?
ran out of time. We should definitely do that maybe during lunch.
Yes.
Let's talk, do that. We'll break down that because I think that's very important, man. The Microdots video.
Did you say breakdown?
Why?
Oh, you're killing me, man.
That's me.
How you gonna do it if you really don't wanna dance? By standing on the wall.
Sorry.
Yeah, that was funny this morning.
Remember that?
Yeah. Well, that's a different version of that's small. I did a less version of that. That's the Karen's defense team arriving at the war room yesterday afternoon. Like,
Yeah. I can't play the whole thing because I'll get popped for the
oh yeah.
copyright.
So I also want to talk about why did Jen bring up that the mechanic was at the house the day after too?
Oh.
What relevance did that have during her testimony? Almost like she was threatening somebody. in my opinion, like suddenly saying, I got bombs I can drop too. So here's a little nugget that I know about to fuck with you.
So Wanless, who took the taillight out of the Lexus at the police station, that
Yeah.
police officer, the Canton police officer, who wasn't scheduled, they called him in to take the taillight out, right?
Yeah.
He never wrote a report. And when he was confronted, all he said was, I just did what they said. I just did what they told me to do. I got nothing
No
to do
chain,
with it.
no chain of custody.
Zero.
I tell you, he is on the witness list for the defense.
Why would he be at John O'Keefe's house on the next day? Did he know John well? Really? If he knew John well, then he knew whose car he was taking the taillight out of. Obviously.
Why would Wanless know John? Legit.
Well, did he ever get a little knick-knack in his car? A little bing dang?
Oh,
Anything?
I don't
That would
know.
he need fixed?
I don't know.
But if he
don't.
did, right? If he bumped into something,
It'd be right down the street from him.
Just-
It is right down the
you
street from
take
him.
care of it. Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's safe. It's a safe. Everyone has a mechanic, Mike. Stuff happens.
Yeah.
Something happens on you. You have a mechanic.
Yeah.
Yours is, you know where yours is now, but
No, it's it's on Norwood
may-
Highway.
yeah, he may have had Wanless, right?
I guess he does body work though. He's not like a engine guy.
Yeah. How was John's driving skills? I don't know. Did he bump into like the curbs?
Well-
Did he keep curbing it? I don't know. Videos. I'm looking for the I actually did a video. I made one for Karen back in the day, and it was in regards to the Lexus.
We're not going to show. You're not going to show the fucking tape measure and shit again.
I have
Tommy
that.
loves. Tom's
Yeah.
like the dad or the uncle you go to have dinner with, and he brings out all the VHS tapes. He's got to
Yeah.
show it. I've seen the
Reel to
sneaker
reel,
video.
baby. Reel to reels.
I've seen the sneaker video in the last week like 5 times. I was like, let me show you this. It's like,
Yeah.
you know, your uncle that you go over there. It's like Thanksgiving. You got bringing out all the fucking tapes back when you were a kid and shit.
Lexus 570 tape measure. This is a picture that somebody submitted.
Tom, you are definitely a fucking nerd.
I know.
Now you are officially a nerd, dude.
So then, right, I'm going and this is what's not dented. This flat piece right here, this piece of metal that it
I
connects
would be
to.
dented. That'd be a fucking smash.
That's what needed in order to break the taillight. The force needed to break the taillight also dents the metal. The metal takes
Sure. Yeah.
yes, it's a crumple zone. It's made to do that.
Yeah, that's a lot. Okay, I'll go with
You
you.
protect the passenger compartment.
I'll go
that's-
with you.
Right. So where's it? Traverse.
Tom was putting his nephews in cars and doing 25 miles. It was crazy.
Oh, yeah.
He was doing. He was like crash test dummies and shit.
Where is it? Where is it? I measured it. I saw one. I stopped and I got out and I knocked on the guy's door. I asked him if I can measure his car, and he looked at me. Huh? I said, I want to just measure the back of your car. He's like, okay, let me measure it. All right.
I don't. You say
That's-
he hit that housing, but I don't know, man.
I think you know how this is here. I think he hit that.
Well, you say
sorry, I
that.
think
I
he did.
can't.
I don't know.
Can't say you're right or wrong. I can't say that you're right or wrong, but
No.
a body shop guy would. Yeah, that's an easy fix. That's just replacing a wiper. I mean, fuck.
And then someone said something about a dent in the right rear quarter of that.
Driver's side quarter. Yeah,
So
that's where she hit the driver's side quarter.
I don't have the video of her backing up either. Put it all
Thank
together.
God. Jesus.
I know, huh? So again, it's pretty cool.
Tom did a whole video on the breakdown of a straw. He went to a parking
Yeah.
lot and took a straw.
We went into to the manufacturer. We went and saw the exact lot number. They tracked it back to the actual box. It was sold in 1984.
He got the
Oh,
brand
it-
name of the straw, and he broke down the decomp under 18-degree weather. It was out there for 12 hours. You know, he did the whole thing. It was amazing.
Dug it up every half hour. We dug it up. Measurements, buried it again.
Oh my god. Fuck. Oh fuck, man. I know. I'm ranking on Tommy today just a little bit. Sorry, guys. Because I've seen these things like more than you guys have, and I know it's coming. I'm like, okay.
And we've talked so much about it too, man. It's like, oh my
Yeah.
God, I'm sick. I'm sick even talking about it, Mike. You know?
It's just funny, man. How everything recycles itself a little bit. That's all.
And it's kind of sad, isn't it, man? Because we can do better, right?
What do you mean?
We can do better than this.
Well, we can always do better. Yes, always. Yeah.
Time the state police feel that way.
There, if you don't have type of person, if you don't have your expectations of yourself to be better every day, you're fucked. Like if you don't learn something every day, you see Tom coming, bro. It's like, oh yeah.
We've got his hearing aid. I'm loud. What happens? I blew my eardrum out, so I only have one eardrum. I talk loud.
Right.
Oh, the new Lexus Vampire is bigger than a bite. Okay. Court starts at 9. Yes, it does.
Wasn't it funny though? Like, what part of the undercarriage did you swab? Well, I really didn't do the undercarriage. I just did the rear bump. I did the rear mud guard, and I'm so you really didn't go under the car at all. No, but I said it earlier that I did, but I really didn't. It's like, what the fuck?
And people also need to realize that that same lady is the same lady that was retrained last year, and because she failed her competency tests in human hair collection specifically. So why they allowed her to even touch it, to even remotely taint a murder case, beat it. Go find something else to look at. This ain't it. I don't know any investigator that would do it. And you know what else I thought about too? You know what else is not being mentioned, Mike?
What's that, bro?
What was Brian Albert's job title?
Brian Albert was the detective sergeant of the fugitive squad.
He was a detective.
Yeah.
Motherfucker got a dead body on his lawn and he ain't curious about who's doing what.
Oh, he was off. He was off the clock.
Don't matter. Don't matter.
Mhm.
Someone put a body on your lawn. How's it like you gonna blame the girl?
Pin it on the
Make
girl.
it easy. Put it on the girl. RVA. It's bad when you got to pay to get their attention to make sure they're ready for court. Sir, check, sir.
Sorry. Yeah, actually, we're bribing everybody. Don't leave. It's coming up right now.
You want to watch the fan?
He's like, get these two mofos off the
I know, huh?
screen. We didn't come here to listen to these two fucking fucking chumps. Yeah, and then Paul and Peggy O'Keefe putting the kids on yesterday. Colin Karen, the defendant. Oof. And just so you know, in Paul O'Keefe's bench behind him was Jen McCabe's daughter. Can you fucking believe that? Her younger daughter for moral support for Kaylee. That's fucked up.
A lot.
Right? There's a lot wrong with that, right? like if you don't say what I need you to say, I'm gonna put a pillow to your face when you're sleeping tonight or something. Like, what the fuck?
Mike.
I don't know, man. And then I'm reading about, well, she had to do it. Well, she didn't have to do it, but she did it because of the civil suit that's coming too. I'm like, well, fuck the civil suit, man. Go after the state. That's where the bigger check's gonna be.
And they'll be the ones that throw the money at you and say, get away. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
They'll be the ones to do that.
Yep. Absolutely, dude.
Enrique, same thing. They're gonna walk up to that poor family. They're gonna give them more money than they ever imagined. And we're not gonna hear nothing again.
I heard that they were already offered like $6 million. That's not public info, but I heard that $6 million was out of Jump Street. It was $6 million to shut up, and that didn't go well. No, because you can't. I mean, he first of all, you look at how young he was, how much more life he had. That's how they do it with insurance companies.
He was the matriarch of the family. He took care
Right.
of everybody and did
Right.
his job.
So it's
His
like
family was his hobby.
right. Like
AJ, is just, I don't know. You must be. I don't think you were here yesterday or Tuesday or Monday when we spoke about it. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and don't need to talk about it today.
It's under the hat, Mike. People was it? Yeah. Was that enough?
There you go. I think
These films?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm almost ready for my man bun.
My brother's got one, and it looks pretty good on him. I was like, oh wow, all right.
Who has one?
My brother.
Yeah, I'm like,
Yeah. Looks good. All those cases, Sandra, Justin Root, which gets lost in the mix. And I'm sorry about that. He deserves as much attention.
No, we've been talking about.
I know we have. I don't hear it from other people though, Mike. That's what I mean by getting dropped. I mean, there's sometimes we spoke about stuff and it just took off.
One of the best standouts I went to was at the Morrissey's DA. And it was Stronger Together, and it was Sandra, Root,
Yep.
John, and and Enrique, and Broyles put it on with some other people. And it was fucking good.
Yep.
It was good. Yeah, it was good.
We had a big turnout. I have that. I have all those standouts and everything. Get it all on video. So
what's wrong? What are you guys making fun of me for? What did I do?
No. I'm just.
I agree with IVA. What did I do? Yeah. Okay.
AJ, right? Hey, AJ, have you seen my video with the Traverse and Lexus?
Jesus Christ! Don't. Please don't. Don't answer that question, AJ. Don't answer that question. Oh, fuck, man. Yeah, Nikki, that was a great standout. Like,
and I need to give a shout out to Danielle. She clips us at the best times. I swear, she is awesome.
I don't know how she. Hey, what's up, Attorney Gallagher?
Oh, good morning, Nan.
No. What's that? I love it. Hey, good job on the other station last night.
Yes, Nan, you did great last night on the Young Jerks.
Yeah, was
a great interview. No,
I wasn't sure. Yeah.
Listen again, right? Nan comes to town. She brings us down, right? She informs us, and
hopefully she comes back soon.
Yeah,
I hope she's coming back. I hope she's coming back. Oh, Joey Bag of Donuts. Oh my god, dude! If you're not following Joey Bag of Donuts on X, please do, because he's got Hank Brennan wearing fucking Ronald McDonald shoes right now, walking to court.
Hold on. Let me pull him up. Hold on a second. Nan,
I'll send it to you right now.
Okay. Nan, I haven't spoken to Mike about that. So I got that. Listen, there's a guy. Who's this guy? Time out. Stop this. Who's this guy? You ever seen this guy, Mike?
It's the one that does it from his car.
Yeah, but now he's out walking around.
Corrupt. Norfolk County.
He's from around here.
Let's all keep rooting for Karen. Let's all stay together. This TikTok family really works well. Hope everybody has the best day. Ciao for now.
Karen Reed has taken over Twitter.
TikTok,
I mean.
Yeah.
But this guy, every time I see this guy, he's like, he knows exactly what's going on. And he's like, every day he does one, and he's dynamite. If anybody knows this guy, I'd love to talk to him just to say hi and tell him to keep up the good work.
I have no idea.
His handle is Say What? My Thoughts. So he's great. He's absolutely great.
Oh, my thoughts. Okay, he might. Okay.
At My Thoughts.
He might be on Twitter too. I don't know.
But either way, he's great. He's great. And it's people like that.
I don't think it's My Thoughts is the handle. That's who posted it, dude.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, however, whatever. That guy's dynamite. I'd like to talk to him if possible.
Well, the other thing I don't like, if you can put the fan back up so we don't lose people, is what was I just gonna say? Oh yeah, John DePietro and all those guys getting all the press passes.
Yeah,
You know
that
what I
weird,
mean?
isn't it, Mike? How
Yeah,
he everyone it's just I just
Grant has not lost a week.
isn't that funny? How?
I don't know. Fucking
So if I put my name in, right, and I won, could I give it to Aiden?
no,
Why? Why can't
Because-
why can't I say
no.
he's now writing for me?
Can't do it that way. It's weird. I don't know all the rules, but you can't. You have to be the next one in line waiting at the courtroom if someone doesn't show up to get in. Now, also Lou O'Connell has been there quite a bit.
Never loses.
Lou O'Connell. She might
Works for
sue-
how many paper? Again, I told you she put her name. I think she put her name in for all the different papers that she writes for. Dude, she writes for a paper called freaking Bond Door or Glass Door, not or Attic Door. I don't know what the hell it is.
It's funny. Lou O'Connell wrote yesterday though something about the smell of weed next to Grant yesterday was pretty funny. I'll give her that, Lou.
Listen,
Driving
everyone
the Subaru, smoking a bong on the way to court, hanging out with Grant in the parking lot. You can do it. You can do it. You know you can. I don't know.
Woo.
Grant smells of weed. Apparently, he does. Yeah,
Yep.
the kid smokes. I've watched his show in the morning, like at 5 a.m. He's smoking a blunt.
Yeah.
At
Not
5
fat one. Like
to the head.
to me,
To the head, dude.
that's a waste of pot. You can't smoke all that.
I don't know.
The bigger it is, the more smoke, the more it burns, the more you don't smoke. Don't make sense to me.
Yeah, that's right, Nikki. Sue has 80% and Grant has 100%.
He
Now,
doesn't even go outside, dude.
so now they're controlling the media inside who gets in there, and they're controlling the buffer zone who gets outside of there. That's pretty fucked up.
Hello.
Welcome to
Hello.
North Korea.
Mark Rendoza
Right, dude.
screaming it from the rooftops. And it's
I
so
want to
What do
see
you-
the bingo balls too.
What do you mean you're not allowed on the courthouse steps? What happened? Nothing.
Yeah, Marianne. See if you hits to make me happy. I don't. Yeah, I'm a huge advocate for cannabis. Don't get me wrong, but there's a time and place.
It ain't
for
about
everything.
that. All right.
No,
It
you
ain't
don't
about
even
that's
bring
different.
the stench of smoke into people's. Jojo, yeah. Oh yeah.
You know, I mean, really?
Imagine you walk out back, you see Auntie Bev and fucking Grant smoking a fucking blunt together during lunch.
Lally.
How you do it? How you do it? Well, I'm about to fucking Leslie's day up today.
Yep.
Hang in there. Puff, puff, pass. I love it. Imagine just seeing the jurors just sitting there, just fucking hitting the fucking J, going down the line. That puff, puff, pass. That'd be fucking funny. Oh, someone needs to make a video of that. Oh, man. One hit is a more conservative. Yeah, I remember back in the day, my cousin had a batter's box. You took the metal thing, you put it in the side of the wooden thing.
Yep.
You just took that one hit. Fuck, man. I quote back then, you get like a cool rounds, grind it up. It lasts a week or two. You know,
I have one. I have one of those.
Oh, you still make them?
Yeah, it's a little wooden box, and it just
Yeah.
slides. And
Yeah.
you just fill it up. And
Yeah,
you,
and
just,
then
you don't need a lot.
And the metal thing looks like a
Yep.
white cigarette, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. They're nice.
Especially with the THC levels today in the 30s, which I don't believe for one
You
second.
don't need a lot. I mean, again, it's a waste. How much are you gonna smoke? It doesn't. I don't get it.
I'm a big terp guy instead of the THC guy.
Yeah, the terp.
Back in the,
The-
I'm into the taste.
Terpentines. Is that what they are?
Yeah, I'm into the taste. I like to breed, so I'll breed a male Afghan with something else, and with a mimosa or something, and get an unbelievable taste. But I don't do it anymore. But when I did do it, yeah, 9 o'clock start. Yeah, We should have a show on marijuana someday.
Dude, we can do it with cars. We can do it with that. You name it. But these people, they're very knowledgeable about different things, Mike. It's funny how like everyone's got like a little niche.
Shelby's a big Turk fan. Yeah, I love the taste of it. I haven't smoked in a long time, but I used to love the taste of a good bud. Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Terps, yeah. Oh, Danielle's busting our chops already. She's already got us up.
Danielle, thank you for clipping us.
She's making fun of your fucking video of the two Turks.
Thank you for clipping us.
I was watching Jimmy this morning too, man. Oh my god, dude, he's got 1,000 people in his chat just throwing questions at him, and he's being as honest as he can, just laughing all the way. Like he's real. He's like, I'd rather have people stay real as opposed to me telling them what I expect from people. Like that would be a key to getting inside of me and not being them themselves. Am I making sense?
Yes.
Like
Yes.
Yeah, he's like, I don't want to give them a roadmap to how I feel. So I'm better off not telling you what I expect from you and just let you be you. And I'll either kick you to the curb or I'll welcome you in. I'm like, that makes sense, dude. I like that. That's how you flush out the bullshit.
And he gets right to it, right? Right to it.
Dude, the red truck guy, you got to see, he finds this guy that's always at the same place he is. He drives a red pickup truck, and it's just so fucking funny.
Yep.
So he's just a different type of funny. I think he should apply for Saturday Night Live. I keep on sending everything. Every now and then I'll send a clip of his to SNL.
Yes,
And,
I would absolutely do that.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is great. I'm gonna send this to you. Oh, maybe I sent it to both of us. Check your text messages.
Okay.
Oh, this is Larry Legends made a meme for Attorney Gallagher. This is funny. That's funny, Dan. That's fucking funny. Oh god. Big win for the Celtics last night. Yes, motherfuckers.
And didn't the Patriots make a move? They hear something about the Patriots do something like
No, I did not hear anything. I did not hear anything. I did not. But the question is, here's the thing about the Celtics. What are they going to do next year, right? Because JT is gone for the whole year next year. Do you start trade pieces away? And like, let's just say you can get the number one pick for this year. You get Cooper Flagg. He's the number one pick out of Duke. Let's just say you give up Brown and Derek White or something like that to Dallas, right? And they can build around AD and start to be a contender right away. We just take Cooper Flagg as the number one pick. He's from he's from Maine. I don't know, just thoughts or you keep this team together and just wait for JT to get back in a year. I don't know.
Listen, that thing you sent me.
What about it?
Wow. Like it. That's bad. I don't like that picture.
No, I like it.
Oh, it's talent wise great, content wise bad.
No, I think it's a joke to begin with.
Yeah, but I don't like the way it portrays her. It's just I love you. Buffer zone. All right, wait. Buffer zone. Bevel reduced the buffer zone to what it was for 1.0.
To what it was at 1.0.
To the first trial, so that just moves us.
That's
10 feet forward. I mean, really, Mike, that moves us 10 feet forward.
No, it doesn't. It gives you the whole fucking feel too.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I can be in it without any freaking articles that portray one side or the other. I'm allowed in. If that's the case.
You never really wore. You always wore a suit and tie.
No, just shirt and tie. Shirt.
Yeah.
I just. Yeah.
Oh.
I got a bunch of ties. Might as well wear them.
Oh, who? Oh, I mean, this green crack with blackberry kush.
Yeah,
Wow.
I'm happy if that boy. We could only pray for that, right? And we'd be happy. And if they just asked us to be quieter, I'm sure we could find a solution to that to appease people, make that happen. Because these
Well,
people are all nice people, Mike. No one wants to go and get arrested, or they don't go to bust the cops' balls. They go to support Karen.
yeah, I think someone on the state police is a little excited for this first couple of months of this, for the first month or two of this trial. Just, hey, you know what? You get free reign, do what you want. You know. That's
Yeah, but
just, I
you
don't,
can't.
I don't get.
There's a constitution. I was watching a cop, the cop videos where they go and they either get shot or whatever. And
What?
listen, this guy wanted this guy's name so bad, and he wouldn't give it to him. And the cop arrested him. And then the guy's father came down, and he arrested him too because he wouldn't give his name. Cop was way out of line.
Yeah.
I think that's what we got here. So, I mean, what do we do, Mike? We can't actively go out and break the law. This is Law and Crime. I will check.
Whatever happened? Yeah. Whatever happened?
Name.
Whatever happened to Law and Crime having the two zones? They had the ones. They're not doing it anymore.
I like that one.
Oh, the fan's moving.
Yep. You know how it's got the two shots with Karen on the one side?
Here we go.
Yeah.
Game time. All right. Traffic was a bitch, guys. I'm here now. I'll hear you. Sidebar. So, hey, Jim, get me some ice cubes.
You are unmuted. I was told council wanted to see me. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like 5 for 5. Going back from last week with the sidebars up the rip. She's like, Jimmy, go get me some ice cubes. All right, there's Lou O'Connell. There's only fucking 5 people there. Jesus Christ, on a fucking popsicle stick. I'm gonna go with best dressed though, Mr. Dougal so far. I don't even know what Paul's wearing in the background there. Can't even tell you. He's, oh my God. What does he get, like a John Travolta disco shirt on? What is going on in this world? Gosh, darn it, man.
God help us.
He's, God.
That guy's back again, Mike.
Yeah, that's Lou O'Donnell. He's always wearing that sport jacket. Always looking good, dude.
Same dude. Yep.
Subaru driving, mofo. I like the blue dress on Esty. It looks nice.
Yes.
I always like that color blue. Does Paul work? I don't think so, guys. I think he's I don't know. I can't. I'm merely suggesting. Who knows? Do we really care?
I needed a 10-foot step ladder to trim it. Take a look at scale it.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh, that's a good. Oh yeah, dude.
It was there.
Yeah, that's trimmed up nice. Yeah. Are you doing one this year?
Mm-mm.
It's a lot of work. It really is.
You gotta stay on it. You really do, for the bugs and just to check.
Oh my God. Oh, dude.
It is.
I might just do like one and just to fuck around with it every day. And if it die, I don't, you know what I mean? If I go away and it die, I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? But that one you had there had some nice little nuggies on there, huh? It was nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I had a couple that were I can show you the base of the plant. I have it over there still.
Like a stock.
It was a fucking. I had 3 trees.
That's when you know it's good.
I had to call a tree service guy to take it down.
Nice.
It was crazy.
No, that's good. That's what you want. It's a nice, healthy plant, Mike. That's what.
Yeah, it was, but it was way too much. Like it was like I had like And I had it all over the place. I'm like, I don't want this shit. Get
No,
it out of here.
The saddest day is when you got to pull them up for the end of the year. You know it's done.
Yeah.
That's
Yes,
sad.
I'm growing the beard back, people. Yeah.
That's just
Oh,
a
there's
regular.
Aaron. Aaron's back in the house.
Who's this? Who's that girl here on the right?
Oh, yeah, that's a sativa, huh?
I don't know what it was.
Yeah, well, you can tell because of the thinner leaves.
Oh, how it grows?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
And sativa always grows taller.
Well,
Yeah.
we ran out of mason jars.
Well, I'm just saying, like, it would just, yeah.
Yeah, we
But-
had a lot.
Sativas would grow high, just so you know. Yeah.
Okay. Because the other one was like wicked short and fat. Like it
Yeah.
was it was
Yeah.
going this way. The other one was
Yeah.
going that way.
Yep. Oh, Karen looks nice and brown. Oh, Vinny Palatino's
Yeah,
in the
I
house.
was gonna say in the back. Nice. Vinny.
Maybe she's stuck in traffic.
All right, so Mike.
She's down, I know they have a Bloody Mary bar with mimosas downstairs for the for the witnesses and stuff. So they go down there in the green room, so to speak, and have all the mimosas and Bloody Marys. And I guess the Bloody Marys have real shrimp in them too.
Oof.
I'm told. Jim the clerk sets it up every day. So
Jam.
So I don't know. Vinny's a douchebag.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a fucking mouthpiece, right? Someone else signs his check. That's all I gotta say. If you ever think you're gonna be rich working with somebody else, it's never gonna fucking happen.
So
So
it's
you
funny.
know,
The newspaper reporters, Mike, right? They're out in the sidewalk, like the reporters, right? That you see on the TV. They don't even write the script. All they do is read what somebody texts them. They don't know. Like they just know what they're reading.
Yep. My teeth look good. My hair's combed the right way. I'm in the right gear. I'm just gonna read whatever this thing says me to read.
And he does practice. He'll read. He'll do it with the camera guy and practice it a couple times.
Right.
So yeah.
That's why we need guys like Howie Carr.
Yep.
Legit.
Michelle
Howie
McPhee.
Carr, yeah. Turtle Boy.
Yep. We
Tom DeRosa.
need a little bit of that.
Ryan LTL. Young Jerks. The
Yep.
Glare. We need guys like that. And all you other ones, Defense Diaries, all you got, what do you know? You fucking don't have to, your own bosses. No, you don't have to fucking say anything to anybody or why you did what you did. It's the only way you're going to make it or you're going to fail, all up to you, however you want to do it.
Mike, the best part is the audience kind of directs the show.
Yeah.
Which I love.
Yeah. Like Bettero, I like that. He's, being a lawyer, you're kind of your own boss. You have to write your own, lead-ins, questions, it's all up to you. You can be as good as you want. You can be as bad as you want. You can be a court-appointed attorney who just gets up there and, on the weekends and on Monday morning, you show up and you got to help out 3 guys that don't have a lawyer because they don't have the money to pay for one. So you're the public defender. Now, you could be the best public defender you want to be, or you could be the worst. It's up to you. And some guys chooses to get paid and be the worst and go through the motions.
Okay. Time out.
What's up?
They say Boston 10 has caught on already. Listen, people, when you guys come here, people that are here, please stay. I mean, like 100 people left. Now, I get that you want to go watch other people, like the Glara or Melanie or whatever it is. Totally get that part.
Yeah, so Boston 25 has it up too, buddy.
So why isn't this running?
I don't know, brother. You might want to switch. We're gonna switch it up right now.
I'm refreshing Fox 25, and there it is. All right, stop. That's fucking weird. You saw that, right?
Yeah. Those cocksuckers. Thanks, guys.
We
there
good?
was a T-shirt and a
Good.
hoodie of the decedent. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And are you okay with my parlance of T-shirt, the yellow or orange T-shirt on the one hand, and then the gray hoodie sweatshirt? Is that an acceptable parlance for you?
Yes.
So with regard to those two items, if I could, Your Honor, have published what is already in evidence, Exhibit 151 and 150, and Mr. Wolk, if we could please put those side by side.
The other
Alrighty,
stream just
so
started.
is it correct that what's on the left is the right sleeve of what we refer to as the hoodie, and on the right is what color would you like to call that T-shirt?
Orange, please.
All right, so the orange T-shirt. Is that what we're looking at up on the screen?
Yes, so it's the right sleeve of the gray hoodie and the back of the orange T-shirt.
Thank you. Am I correct that you included a handwritten note on your report that you found, quote, debris from each of these two items, or from these two items collectively?
I don't handwrite notes on my report, so I'm just confused about where you're asking that.
Okay, I'll ask a different question. Hopefully it will be clear. Did you find debris on either of those two items of clothing?
Yes, I performed a debris collection on each of those items and combined them.
I'm sorry, it's not your fault, it's mine. There's a HVAC noise I can't hear. If you
So
could
can we
speak up
turn
just
the
a
air
little.
conditioning off, please?
I'm okay
I
with
can
it.
speak
It's
up.
just
I'm
if you could
sorry.
speak up a little. I don't want to
Of course.
discomfort people. Can you move the mic?
Yes, I can speak up. My
If you could
apologies.
speak a little louder, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes.
Can you repeat your answer, please?
Can you repeat the question? I apologize.
Sure. Did you find debris on these articles of clothing?
Yes, I took scrapings from each of these items of clothing and combined the debris. Yes.
With regard to scrapings, can you describe how the term scrapings relates to these two items these two items that are on the screen?
Yes. Scraping is the mechanism I use to remove any debris that was remaining on both the sweatshirt and the T-shirt. I held each up over my lab bench. I took a long metal spatula and scraped any debris that was on these items into a small glassine packet.
Is it correct that you do not know where the debris came from specifically, other than it came from one or both items of both of these two items?
Yes, that's correct.
So the debris could be from just the hoodie, it could be just from the T-shirt, or it could be a combination of the both?
Yes, the items were packaged together, so they were already commingled. So there was no way for me to determine which debris came from which item, and it would be misleading to label them as such. So I combined them.
Exactly where my next point was going to go to. Thank you. And my next questions. So what, if anything, were these two items contained in when you got them?
They were contained in a brown paper bag, and they may have been contained in a larger box, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
So when you got them and you saw them for the first time, using your term, they were commingled together, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And was there any debris in the bottom of the bag?
There may have been. When I examine something on my bench, I also shake out the bag to ensure that nothing is left behind and that everything is examined and accounted for.
Now, am I also correct that there is no description of the actual debris that you found? For example, you didn't specify whether it was little fibers, little hair, little pieces of this or that. Do I have that correct?
Correct. I did not do any examination on it. I just packaged it.
And therefore, you didn't note whether any of the debris was a plastic or a plasticine nature, correct?
Correct. That would not be part of my analysis.
And there was no marker put on any part of the debris that was recovered. Is that also correct?
I labeled the debris with an item number. I'm not sure what you mean by marker, if that's what you mean.
Parts of debris, in other words, there wasn't separate identification or markers for separate pieces of debris.
No, I did not separate out the debris.
There was no photograph taken of the debris?
Not by me, no.
Do you have knowledge of whether there was a photograph taken of the debris by anybody?
I do not.
So you have, as you sit here today, you have no knowledge that there's a photograph of the debris.
That's correct. I do not.
When you received the hoodie and the T-shirt that's depicted as 150 and 151, they came in together, commingled with some debris at the bottom in an evidence bag. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if there was debris at the bottom of the bag. What I can say is that there was debris on the items and I did shake out the bag. I don't have a memory of anything coming out of the bag. I don't know.
So there could have been debris at the bottom of the bag when you shook it out. You just don't recall.
Yes, correct.
If we could, Your Honor, please have Exhibit 154 already in evidence published. And let's keep it there for a moment, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Wolk for you to zoom in. Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize this generally, and then I'm going to have it zoom in so you can read it, as an evidence bag?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Wolk, could you please zoom in starting from the top so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read this? And if you could, Ms. Hartnett, just take a moment to read it, and then I'm going to ask you some questions, but I want you to have a fair opportunity to read it. Let me know when you're done.
Okay.
And if we can then scroll down, Mr. Wolk, so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read the rest of what's on there.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Wolk, if you could just leave it where it is now. With Your Honor's permission, I don't see a need to keep the lights off, can have that on, but if Ms. Hartnett needs it, you'll just let us know. So is this the evidence bag that the T-shirt and the hoodie were in when you received those items?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
You see the name of collected by someone there. Can you read who that states it was collected by?
Yes.
And state what that is.
It says TPR Proctor.
And are you able to conclude what the TPR stands for?
Generally, we use that to abbreviate trooper.
Right. So that is former Trooper Proctor that it says collected by, correct?
That is what's written on the bag, yes.
And the date of the collection, if we can just, Mr. Wolf, just focus in on that. Thank you. The date of the collection is January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it a fair conclusion from this evidence bag and your experience on the matter to conclude that former Trooper Proctor was the person who collected the evidence and put it in the bag?
I have no knowledge of who actually collected and put in the bag. I can only read what I see on the monitor.
In terms of, and if we could, Mr. Wolk, please take that down and put back up the side-to-side images and depictions of the T-shirt and the hoodie. Do you know the journey, if you will, of those two items before you received them?
No, I do not.
The debris that you ultimately saw on the hoodie and the t-shirt, and that which may or may not have also been additionally in the bag, do you know where that debris would have been picked up from?
No, I don't know the source of the debris.
And you were not provided with information as to the potential source of that debris, correct?
No.
Were you aware of whether or not the debris, or excuse me, whether those items had been on the floor of an ambulance or a floor of a hospital?
No, I do not have any information like that.
Is it important to maintain the sanitary condition of evidence generally to avoid contamination?
We do our best to avoid contamination once we receive items into evidence, yes.
And what are some of the protocols that are used to avoid contamination of evidence generally?
Generally, wearing gloves, putting items in packaging, bleaching any materials or utensils that we're going to use, or using disposable materials, sterile materials when possible or necessary. We also wear lab coats when processing evidence.
Is another protocol or technique to separate out pieces of evidence to prevent cross-contamination?
Sometimes we will separate pieces of evidence. If the items are already mixed in with each other, then the items are kept together, can be kept together.
Do you know the chain of custody of either the hoodie or the t-shirt?
I only have record of the chain of custody from when it was delivered to the lab.
So before any delivery to the lab, you do not have knowledge of the chain of custody of either of those two items?
No, I just know which detective unit dropped the items off.
And which detective unit was that?
Norfolk Detective Unit.
What I would like to now do is to, we can now take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. I want to sort of speciate, if you will, separate out the evidence that you have talked about so far so that it's clear what you submitted and what may have been submitted by others to the lab. Do you understand that concept generally?
Yes.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do is to give categories, and if you would be kind enough to say, I submitted it by some other person, that would be helpful. Any items that were collected from the vehicle, who submitted those to the lab or brought them to the lab?
I did.
The swabs from the red Solo cups.
I submitted the swabs.
The drinking glass that you were presented with at Canton PD.
I submitted that item.
The two clothing items that we just saw on the screen, the hoodie and the t-shirt.
Those were submitted by the Norfolk Detective Unit.
Were there also any fingernails that were part of the investigation and that you had knowledge of?
Yes.
Describe what those were, please.
Fingernails may be collected at the medical examiner's office, and there are clippings from the top of the fingernails of the victim.
And were those submitted to the lab?
Yes.
And by whom?
By the Norfolk Detective Unit.
And the phrase known blood standards, are you familiar with that phrase?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, please, what that means?
A known blood standard is a sample of blood that is collected from an identified person.
And which person were those known blood standards related to your knowledge in this matter?
We received a tube of blood that was identified as belonging to John O'Keefe.
And with regard to the fingernails and the known blood standards, who submitted those to the lab?
The Norfolk County Detective Unit.
So am I correct to conclude that for those items that you submitted to the lab, you knew sort of their journey, if you will, but that those items that were submitted by you, I think you referred to as Norfolk County, was your parlance?
Yes, correct.
You don't have knowledge about those other than that they were submitted by them?
Prior to them arriving at the lab, correct. I have no knowledge of what occurred, where they were stored or anything like that before that.
And no knowledge of those items not submitted by you would include no knowledge of the chain of custody of those items, correct?
No knowledge prior to them being received into the lab. That is correct.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment, please. It'll probably be 30 to 45 seconds. Thank you. Bear with me, please. So the questions I have for Ms. Hartnett at this time, thank you for answering my questions, Ms. Hartnett.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan, any redirect?
Yes.
You mentioned that you had an opportunity to observe a paper bag that had red Solo cups in it,
Yes, that's correct.
and the red Solo cups had a coloring of red in the cups.
Yes.
You'd never seen blood preserved in cups like that before?
Objection, Your Honor.
To the form, sustained.
Had you ever seen blood stored in cups like that before?
No.
Do you know the circumstances of storing that blood?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
When the blood was stored in the cups, do you know the circumstances?
Sorry, Mr. Brennan. Your Honor, objection. Can we have a sidebar, please? It's important.
Okay.
This freaking lady is a mess.
Hey, listen, the order just came out. I just tagged you in your mail on X. The
Okay.
actual reading of the buffer zone is out. It looks like they're going back to last year.
Smartest thing to do.
So I just sent it to a bunch of
So
people
when is it in effect?
tomorrow
Okay.
or right now, maybe possibly right now.
The coloring in those cups, do you know firsthand what that comprised of, what the item was?
Are you asking me if I knew what the contents specifically of the cup
Yes.
were? No, I do not.
And so the red cups with the red spots stored in them, do you know the circumstances surrounding the effort made to try to preserve that evidence?
Can you just be more specific in what you mean by circumstances?
Sure. Do you know where those red cups came from?
I was told they were collected from the scene. I don't have firsthand knowledge of the collection.
And you weren't at the scene that morning, were you?
No, I was not.
Do you know that what the circumstances or the challenges were that morning?
No, I'm not aware.
You said that you respond to active scenes and sometimes, like in this case, after the event happens?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there a difference when you're at an active scene as opposed to when you arrive at a scene that is past the event?
I would say multiple units are working at the same time, attempting to document, preserve, and collect evidence.
You were asked a few questions about the top back of the Lexus SUV.
Yes, that's correct.
When you were first asked the question, you were asked if you had studied that area, and you said you didn't recall if you looked at that area.
I did look at the area. I looked over the entire vehicle, but I didn't know anything specific in that area, no.
When you say you looked over the entire vehicle, did you look over the back of the vehicle as well?
Yes, the only part I did not look at was the roof of the vehicle.
Did you study all sides equally? Did you spend time with the entire vehicle?
I believe I made an effort, yes, to look at the entire vehicle.
When you studied the back of the vehicle, not the right side or left side, the back, middle, did you find any hair?
I did not note any hair, no.
Did you find any scratches?
The only scratches I noted were ones that I had spoken of previously on the right.
When you looked at the left side of that Lexus, did you find any dents or scratches?
Nothing that I noted, no.
Did you find any hair on that side of the car?
Not that I noted, no.
Did you find any dents, scratches, or hair anywhere but on other than the right side quarter of that Lexus?
I did not note any. I also did not examine the interior of the vehicle.
You said that you removed the hair. What do you do after you remove the hair?
The hair is placed into a small glassine envelope, then placed into a larger manila envelope, and then I signed and sealed it, gave it the appropriate case number and item number, and then secured it in our storage room.
Can that hair be further tested?
Yes.
Is that something you would do or a different person?
I don't perform testing on the hair. I performed a microscopic examination of it, and then additional testing can be performed by a different unit.
Let me ask you some questions about where you found the hair. You saw the two different angle pictures yesterday that you described.
Yes, I saw 2 pictures of that hair yesterday.
You were also shown some video where the car had snow and ice on it. Is water a conduit? Does water ever act as an adhesive?
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the 4-minute question.
Okay. Why don't I show you a similar video that you were shown yesterday, but we've clarified it so it's more clear. I'm going to ask you to take a look at video 125. Can we stop that, please? And can you see that's 5:51:54 p.m. on 1/29/22?
Yes.
When you first saw this vehicle, it didn't have that snow on the right back near that taillight, did it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently, Mr. Brown.
When you saw this vehicle for the first time, did it have that snow packed into the back right of the car?
No, to the best of my recollection, there was no snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
And the hair where you found it, you see the red back taillight, the piece of red that's showing?
I do see that, yes.
In reference or relative to that red, was the hair to the right, left, below?
I don't recall at this time.
Okay. Do you see the ice or snow on the right side quarter panel of that Lexus?
I don't see it on the quarter panel. I'm not sure what you're speaking of.
If we could move that video forward, please, to 702. And then to 749, please. Stop. Go for a bit, please. Stop. Okay. There's still remnants of snow. Did it look like that when you first saw it?
No, I believe I did not see any snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
You could fast forward, please. Thank you. You can take that down. Thank you. You were asked if you had any information about when damage occurred,
Yes, that's correct.
and you offered us you don't have no idea, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
No, I do not know when the damage occurred.
You were asked whether or not damage existed on that car prior to that day, prior to January 29, 2022. You remember that question?
Yes,
Did you know there are ring videos of that car from January 28, 2022?
no.
I want to show you some photos and ask you a few questions. If we could have 147C, please. If you could close up. Do you remember what that's a picture of or a photograph of?
Yes,
What is it?
that is a tear that was on the right sleeve of the gray sweatshirt.
The threads coming from the side of that hole?
Yes,
Those threads, could you pull those threads and pull them out by hand if you wanted to?
can you repeat that question?
If you pulled on those threads, could you pull thread from that hole if you wanted to?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I don't know. I didn't attempt to pull at them at all.
Did you examine them to see if they were woven or loose, those threads?
Yes,
Okay, and what were they?
they were loose. The fibers that had started to separate up from the shirt. Separate and weave. I don't want to say they were separated from the shirt completely. The weave was starting to separate.
If we could have photograph 57. (57) 57. Are those the red cups that you saw?
Yes,
And what color is the fluid inside?
I noted there was red-brown stains inside.
Okay. And do you see that white object, the rag or the paper towel?
Objection, Your Honor. Scope.
Yes, sustained.
Well, you were asked about, you can take that down. You were asked about who had custody of items. You only have custody of items once you receive them, right?
Yes, that's correct.
If somebody had access to that rag and dipped it in those cups and then smeared it on the taillight, and you went and tested, would you potentially be able to find that red liquid on the taillight?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's sustained.
If strands of cloth were pulled from those clothing and placed in the taillight area, would you know when they were placed?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you get to a scene and you examine an area, if you don't see it firsthand, is there any way you can date when items are placed on an object?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Sure. When you look at an area like a taillight, if you found blood or cloth or another item in that area, would you know when it was placed in that area?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I think there are really just too many variables to say either way.
And if an item like blood or cloth was placed in that area, is that something you would be looking for in your examination?
In which area?
Say the taillight, for example.
If there was an object placed in the taillight, would I be looking for that? I would be looking for any item evidence. I'm not specifically looking for anything. I'm just looking for anything that would potentially be evidence.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Liston?
Briefly, Your Honor.
If we could, Your Honor, have 147 C republished.
You think Higgins is next?
Would it be acceptable to move it along if Ms.
I don't know who's next, bro.
If we could have Ms. Gilman, I have just one question, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Ms. Gilman. 147C, I believe it.
Okay, I think you already had it up there.
No, it's this one. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall Mr. Brennan asking you just moments ago a question about this depiction?
Yes,
And to be clear, this is the right sleeve of the gray hoodie, correct?
yes, that's correct.
You didn't perform any analysis of this area of the right hoodie, did you?
I performed damage analysis on each of those tears on the sleeve.
Right, but you didn't perform an analysis as to the source of that item, what it could be, correct?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. You didn't do any analysis of what could have caused that hole in the sweatshirt, did you?
No, I did not.
No further questions. Again, thank you for answering my question.
Your
Right,
Honor,
Ms. Hartnett, you are all set.
I wanted to correct something from the record yesterday. I wasn't sure when was appropriate to do that.
Okay, do you recall which lawyer asked you the question?
Yes, Mr. Leslie asked me the question.
Your Honor, are we going to proceed along with that?
So why don't I see you outside?
Thank you.
Ooh, she wants to correct the record.
Yeah, imagine that. Sidebar, so that we don't have to talk about it.
Jim, get me some ice cubes, please. These ones aren't cold enough.
That lady's been in the courtroom every day, Mike. That's not fair. You want equality?
You talking about Lou?
Yep.
I don't know, dude. It's so rigged. It's like the NBA draft.
Yep.
It's rigged. Who knows? Oh, goodness gracious. So it looks like the buffer zone is not getting changed so far, Tommy.
Really?
Yeah. I sent you some stuff.
Yeah, and I'm trying to make sense of it, Mike. And
well, people are getting back to me now. It's no change. She wrote something.
All right, so Ms. Harnett, I am going to let you step down because questions from both sides are completed.
Okay,
So
thank
thank
you.
you, though.
Bob, thank you for being here with us. Who is it going to be? Who's up
Mr.
next?
Brennan, who is your next witness?
Next witness is Dr. Scotty Bella.
Oh, he called him. Oh, he called
Nice.
the medical examiner.
Here we go. Oh, Mike, we've been waiting for this one. We prayed on this.
Boom, Sarah. This is
We
where
know.
she
Yep.
writes undetermined. This is
All the stuff that's just Wow,
She,
that.
yeah, and she refused. Don't forget now. She's
Did
the one
she-
that could be influenced. She could have got influenced by somebody. Donkey Lips could have said I could have got a homicide. You know.
What happened? Who did Sandra Birchmore's autopsy, bud?
I'm not sure. Was it Squiddy Bello? I'm not sure.
I think it was Scotty Bello.
I'm not sure, buddy.
She
Yeah,
did
wouldn't surprise me.
Sandra's autopsy with the baby.
Well,
Double
I'll have to-
homicide.
Does the chat know? Anybody in the chat know?
Chat no, chat no.
Yeah,
think
this
it was the
this
same
lady
lady.
here, Squiddy Bello
Squiddy Bello.
refused to bullshit last year.
This?
Oh, Jim,
Already
get
started.
some ice cubes.
Yep, not
Please.
even up yet. This one's
Uh,
gonna be bad for them.
She's like, Hank, are you sure you want to do this? Where's Lally? Did you talk to Lally? Lally last year, he fucked this all up, okay? Do not take what Lally said and use it, please. What does the death certificate say? Undetermined. Okay. Next question. I had no further questions. Yeah.
Okay,
Vinny.
you ready? Aiden's tweet. You ready? Real quick,
All right.
everybody. I'm gonna read it. This is from Aiden Canning, Dr. Turtleboy. Going to do a quick write-up on this now, but make no mistake about it. This is a massive win. The buffer zone, as we know it, has been completely revamped. Supporters of Karen Reed are now allowed to go back to where they were last time, outside the church, and sit and watch the trial. Anyone who's
Okay.
told that they can't do something inside the buffer zone can request a hearing with Superior Court judge immediately. Auntie Bev got punked down by the First Circuit Court of Appeals.
So I was right.
Boom!
Damn.
A win for freedom. All right. This is a good thing. We hope. But we got to, again, we want to double check it because I don't want to be the person that gets arrested and messes it all up. So, wow.
So it's back to the old buffer zone.
I believe so. Which you could go into the.
Read his tweet again.
Okay.
Sorry.
No. Where did it go? Back. It's right here. All right. This is by Aiden Canny, Dr. Turtleboy. Gonna do a quick write-up on this now, but make no mistake about it. This is a massive win for the buffer zone as we know it.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it right here. Yep. Same last year.
So it's the same as last year's.
Yes. You couldn't go in the buffer zone with Kieran Reed attire. You could be in the buffer zone as much as you want. I mean, like people, we were all hanging around the end, at the intersections. No more, it ain't.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. My name is Irini Scoribello. That's spelled IRINI-SCORDI-BELLO. I am a medical examiner employed by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
How long have you been a medical examiner for?
In the state of Massachusetts since December of 2016. In general, I have been a medical examiner since 2008.
Did you attend medical school?
Yes, I did.
Where did you attend medical school?
I completed medical school in New York City at the Mount Sinai School of Medicine, now known as ICANN School of Medicine.
Did you attend a residency?
Yes, I completed my residency in anatomic pathology at the Mount Sinai Hospital.
Is that what you specialized in during your residency?
Yes.
After your residency, did you go right to the medical examiner's office or did you work anywhere else?
After my residency, I completed a one-year fellowship in forensic pathology that was done at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the City of New York. And then I went to work as a medical examiner.
Is there a certain type of doctor you are? Do you have a particular?
Yes, I am a forensic pathologist.
She's a crash test dummy
What are your
today.
duties at the medical examiner's office?
My duties and responsibilities at the medical examiner's office include performing examinations and autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death in cases that fall under our jurisdiction.
How many other doctors work with you at the medical examiner's office?
I think there's close to 20 of us. I don't know the exact number.
The medical examiner's office, are you responsible for all counties in Massachusetts as far as doing examinations and autopsies?
No, I am, my primary location is in Westfield, Massachusetts, where one of our satellite offices is, and we cover Worcester County and the entire western part of the state. There's 3 offices in the state, the one in Westfield, the one in Boston, and the office at the Cape, in Cape Cod.
You mentioned that part of what you do is to try to determine manner and cause of death.
Yes.
I use the word autopsy generally without too much detail. Can you describe to the jury what the process is when you're trying to determine the manner and cause of death?
You would like me to explain what an autopsy is?
Please.
An autopsy is a large surgical procedure with 2 main parts. The external examination, which is an examination of the outside of the body, where we document physical characteristics such as hair color, eye color. We document any identifying features such as scars or tattoos, height, weight. And then we also document any signs of disease or any signs of injury on the body. The second part of the autopsy is the internal examination, where we make surgical type incisions on the body and we examine the internal organs of the neck, the chest, the abdomen and the pelvis, as well as the head and the brain. Part of the autopsy procedure, and this depends on the kind of case we're doing an autopsy on, might include other studies such as taking evidence, toxicology, which is done on almost every case, and any additional dissections or any additional steps we might feel we have to take. But that's in general what an autopsy is.
Do you ever seek the assistance of any other doctors or professionals that have specialties in your determination in an autopsy about manner and cause of death?
Yes, absolutely. We often, well, like I mentioned before, we perform toxicology on almost all our cases, and those samples are sent to the toxicology state lab. We also have a board certified neuropathologist and cardiac pathologist in our office, and very often we will consult with them in determining cause and manner of death.
Are cause of death and manner of death the same or 2 different things?
They're 2 completely different things.
Can you explain to us what the difference is between the 2 of them?
Yes. Cause of death refers to the disease or the injury that initiates a sequence of events that ultimately leads to someone's death. So that disease or that injury can be a natural disease such as atherosclerosis or coronary artery disease, or it can be some sort of injury. The manner of death has to do with the circumstances that led to the death. So there are 5 manners of death that we use in our practice. The most common one is actually natural. Natural means that the person's cause of death, the disease that killed them, was due to natural causes. And that would include heart disease, diabetes, cancer. All those are natural processes that take place in the body that lead to death. And so the manner of death is natural. If trauma or an injury is involved, then we have to decide the then let me back up. If trauma or an injury is involved, then the manner of death is no longer natural. And therefore, it could be that the trauma was inflicted in an accidental manner, in which case the manner becomes accident. If it was inflicted by another person with the intent to cause harm, then the manner becomes a homicide. And if the trauma, and when I say trauma, I should include both physical and chemical trauma, chemical when it comes to intoxications due to drugs, etc. If the trauma was self-inflicted, then the manner of death is suicide. So we have natural, accident, homicide, suicide, and then the fifth one is what we call undetermined or could not be determined. That is when the circumstances in a case are not entirely known or clear to us, and the information that we have does not support one manner of death over another. In that case, we classify the manner of death as undetermined.
When you are conducting an autopsy and making an analysis and attempting to reach a conclusion, you said when you looked at in a case, is your case and what you do different than procedure in a prosecution's case?
Can you repeat the question? I'm not sure I understand.
I can. When you're making your determinations about cause or manner of death, do you have any limitations?
Okay, so the cause of death is something that is determined by the autopsy. That is my opinion or our office opinion as to the disease or injury that led to that person's death. So that is, I don't have any major limitations unless we're dealing with cases where, the body's decomposed and we're not able to do, all the testing necessary. But in most cases, the cause of death depends on my findings during the autopsy. The manner of death, yes, there are limitations because it's circumstance driven. And so the circumstances might not be known to us at the time of the autopsy. They might not be known to us ever. And therefore, while the cause of death is my medical opinion, the manner of death depends on information I get from other people.
Are you always able to reach a conclusion on manner of death?
No, that's why I said that in cases that we cannot, that manner of death is classified as undetermined.
I want to now ask you about whether or not you examined John O'Keefe.
Yes, I did the autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe.
When you examined Mr. O'Keefe, did you work with a team or by yourself?
No, we always work in a team. The team is made up of the medical examiner and a medical examiner's assistant that helps with the actual performance of the autopsy, especially when we examine the head. And then, of course, we work with the toxicology lab and, in this particular case, our neuropathologist.
The medical examiner's office, is that a division of the Massachusetts State Police?
No,
Is it a division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
no,
Is the medical examiner's office independent?
yes.
When you conduct an autopsy, are representatives of law enforcement or district attorney's office able or allowed to attend an autopsy?
Yes, they're usually allowed to attend the autopsy if they wish.
Is that an uncommon practice?
No, it's not uncommon.
Would you remember when your autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe occurred?
Yes, I performed the autopsy on January 31st of 2022.
If you have notes?
Yes, I do.
I think you'll be able to use them, but we'll just want to indicate that you're reading from your notes if that's the case. Thank you.
So you can use your notes, doctor, just.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you began the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe, do you know who, if any, representatives from the Massachusetts State Police or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office were present?
I don't remember their names. I do believe there were 2 individuals, and every person who attends an autopsy has to sign a log, and their names would be logged in our records. I don't remember their names.
What is the role of law enforcement relative to the actual physical autopsy? Do they have any role?
No, they're not part of the autopsy. They don't have a role. Their role is to observe. Sometimes they will ask questions, and based on my findings, they might, go on and do their investigation.
Does your office photograph things of interest like injuries on the person that you're doing the autopsy on?
Yes, we do.
Is law enforcement allowed to take their own photographs as well?
Yes.
Did you in fact memorialize your findings in this case?
I did.
Are there a number of different ways in which you memorialize your findings?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I took notes, physical notes, pen and paper. There's a report that's issued within 90 days of the completion of the autopsy, and then photographs, digital photographs.
You mentioned a report is due in 90 days. Is that often referred to as an autopsy report?
Yes.
Why 90 days?
That is the standard that is set by the National Association of Medical Examiners. We're part of NAME, and therefore we try to have a finalized report for all our cases within 90 days, because we know that families are waiting for these reports, and therefore we do our best to finish a report within 90 days.
Did you in fact complete a so-called autopsy report in this case?
Yes, I did.
In addition to the autopsy report, well, included in the autopsy report, do you make handwritten notations about locations of injuries?
Yes.
And share with us how's that done. Is there a picture or a graph?
There's a diagram, a body diagram that we use to mark the location of injuries.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
Do you generally recognize what these documents are?
Yes, these are my diagrams from Mr. Keefe's autopsy.
And could you just very basically describe each one of them?
Some of them. Yes, the first one is a body diagram. A lot of things have been whited out, but it's the diagram that I would use to make note of any injuries. The second one is a diagram of the face and the skull. I would also use this diagram to make notes as to any injuries on the face. And the third one is a diagram of the inside of the skull, what we call the base of the skull, as well as different views of the brain itself. Again, I would make notes to point out different injuries.
As you are noting injuries in your autopsy report, these diagrams, they start off blank?
They start off blank and then they're filled out as we go along.
And you fill out all the details you find important in your report?
Correct.
For reference, and to assist us, I have some blank diagrams that I may ask you to point out things on the blank diagram for us.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I'd ask permission. I've spoken to defense to use these simply as a chalk.
Sure.
No objection, Your Honor.
Before you begin an autopsy, do you seek any medical records if available?
Yes. When a case is called into our office, depending on the time and the day that it is called in, our intake department, who are the people initially on the phone taking the information, will start asking for both medical records as well as police reports. So in the morning, when we start the autopsy, it's possible that we have some records. Sometimes if a decedent is brought to us from the hospital, there might be some records that come along with the body. But to answer your question, yes, we always ask for medical records, what we call PCP records, which are primary care physician records, any records from a hospital where the decedent may have been, and investigative reports, police reports.
Do you recall whether you had access to John O'Keefe's medical records from Good Samaritan Hospital?
I did have access, yes, in the day, I believe the day of and the following day.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Subject to any later redactions, I would move the Good Samaritan medical records.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 155.
Did she say 2 police officers were there? She said plural? Because that other dude said he was the only guy there.
Move for identification.
You talking about Connor?
Mr. O'Keefe.
No, that was
Connor Keefe? The other,
yes,
yeah.
yes. Remember he said he was alone?
I thought so. I think, yeah. So I think she just said deuces. Yeah.
You gotta check on that. And buffer zone, no more.
What do you mean? I thought it was.
Tomorrow. No, wiped out. I can do what I want. Same as last year.
Oh, it's no more. Yeah. So yeah.
Front row tomorrow, guys. Front
Good job,
freaking
Mark.
row.
Yeah. Thank you, Mark Mendoza,
No doubt.
Justice Serve TV for all that hard work.
Everybody.
Thanks a lot, everybody. Much
Big
appreciated.
win. So we going live tomorrow. Yeah, she said 2, Mike. She did say 2. Look at the chat.
Thanks, chat. Saw that. Yeah. Yeah.
And
Boots on the ground tomorrow.
Why-
Old school Tommy. Tommy 2 phones back in the buffer.
Court's permission.
Love and life.
Gilman, if you could put up the diagram, full body. Could enlarge that a little more. Thank you very much. Could you explain this to us?
Yes, this is the diagram that we use during every autopsy. As you can see, we note the name of the decedent. Every case has its own number. In this case, it was 22-1697. And then we take note of, as I mentioned, during the external examination, physical characteristics such as hair, eyes, teeth. And then on this diagram, we would note any scars we see on the body, any tattoos we see on the body, any injuries we see on the body, and any therapeutic interventions. Those would be things that are sometimes done either by emergency medical personnel or at the hospital. Everything would be noted on this diagram.
Now, if you could take us through, I'm going to ask you, we'll go body part by body part, if that's okay. I'm going to ask you to begin with Mr. O'Keefe's face, the front of his face. And if you could enlarge that, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much. Did you notice any injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's face? And if so, could you, I think there's a pointer available for you, doctor? If you could point out on the diagram what you observed.
So on the diagram, well, first of all, there was medical intervention on Mr. O'Keefe that included an endotracheal tube that had been placed to help him breathe. But once all the intervention, all the medical devices were removed, I observed on his right upper eyelid a 1 centimeter laceration. So as we're looking at the diagram, this is the right side and this is the left side. So on his right eyelid, there was a small laceration. I also observed abrasions on the anterior and the left aspect of the nose. So the nose would be here on the front and the left aspect. Abrasions are scrapes. Lacerations are tears in the skin. I should probably explain that. Then there was some bleeding and some swelling of the eyelids of both eyes.
Does that complete your analysis?
For the front of the face, correct, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I hope the O'Keefe's are listening. I really do. I hope you're paying attention.
You know, exactly, Mike. They're gonna hear what they want to hear. Unfortunately,
Yes, this is a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's face.
Does that photograph depict any of the observations or injuries you made that you described to the jury?
Yes, it shows the small laceration that I noted during the autopsy on the right eyelid. You can see some of the swelling and some of the bleeding over his eyelids. And that's pretty much all I can see because it's a side view.
Is there an apparatus?
There is an what we call an endotracheal tube, as well as a C collar or a C stabilization collar. That's something that would have been placed on him by medical personnel.
Right. This is the evidence that asks for instruction.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right. All right. So, folks, during the testimony of Dr. Scordi-Bello, photos will be introduced to you. They're photographs of John O'Keefe that Dr. Scordi-Bello
yes. Yep.
from the autopsy. So you'll have them in the jury room with you. I'll put them in an envelope, or I'll ask that they be put in an envelope. So if you don't want to look at them now, you don't have to. At some point, we'd ask that you make sure you look at it. These
Please do.
photos are not pleasant, and you may find that they're graphic. But what's important for you to know is that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not based on pity or sympathy for Mr. O'Keefe, which might be occasioned by these photographs. So consider the photographs only as they draw your attention to a clinical, medical status, or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, or to the nature of the incident itself. So they'll be displayed up on the screen for you as well.
The last exhibit is Exhibit 156.
Thank you.
Ms. Gilman, could you show the jury? And Doctor, can you point out the injuries you were describing by using the diagram, or when you were using the diagram?
So the laceration, the small laceration that I previously described would be here on the right upper eyelid of Mr. O'Keefe. You can see some discoloration that's bleeding under his eyelid and what I would describe as swelling. The endotracheal tube and the neck collar are also present here. And the other injury, which I noted, was on the front and left side of his nose, which you cannot see here because this is looking at the right side of his face.
I posted these pictures on my X account, guys. If you
You
guys want.
mentioned that there was
check it
something
out. There's a
about
couple-
his eyes that was notable.
Yes, there was bleeding or hemorrhage, as we call it, on the eyelids, as well as swelling.
I'm going to ask you more detail about that later, but was that observation important in your ultimate diagnosis or
Yes.
conclusions? May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So again, I have these pictures. They're on my X
photograph, do you recognize that?
Yes, this
And
is
I'll share with Tom as
another picture showing Mr. O'Keefe's face. Again, the medical intervention is present, and you can see more clearly now the discoloration on the upper eyelids.
Is this vantage point helpful for your ultimate conclusions and diagnosis?
Yes.
Your Honor, move this in down.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 157.
Yeah, and also the buffer zone is back to the old buffer zone from last
With court
year.
permission, I'd like to show this to the jury.
Yes.
P645, please. Doctor, could you point out what was significant regarding Mr. O'Keefe's eye area?
So I noted that there was discoloration, that's bleeding, that's blood, that's under those eyelids. The eyelids appear puffy, that's what we call edema or swelling. And then also there were 2 abrasions, 2 scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's nose. You can see one here and then the other one on the more front part of his nose.
Okay, could you take that down, please?
Mike, bottom left picture. Look at me.
If we could move down a bit to the chest and stomach area, did you make any observations about this area, Dr. Scotabella?
The observations that I made on the chest were that there was, as I mentioned before, there were defibrillator pads on the body, and there was an abrasion that's very commonly seen in people who have undergone resuscitation. Internally, that abrasion and the whole resuscitation apparatus was associated with some anterior rib fractures, which are also seen in cases of resuscitation, but I didn't make any other notes in terms of trauma on the chest or abdomen.
I'd like to move to the arms and the hands. If we could come down just a little bit. Let's begin with Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands. Did you make any observations
Oxen
regarding Mr.
fracture.
O'Keefe's hand or hands?
Yes. On his upper right arm, I noted that he had a superficial abrasion. So it would have been, you can
Can we move that down a little bit?
move it
please?
down a little bit. Yeah, thank you. Doesn't seem to be.
Yep, the defensive wounds on the back of his hand.
job.
The backs
Somehow
of his hand.
doesn't want to
Sorry
work.
if that's not
But
working.
on his arm, if you look,
It's projecting here, but not on the actual picture.
look at the
I sent you the pictures. Are you,
Yeah.
are you in your text?
Second.
Tommy?
Yes.
Point
I
out-
can do
Look,
it
yeah,
here.
look at his arm.
So on the right upper
sides and
medial
the bite in
arm,
the
that would be
middle.
the inner side of his arm, there was a superficial abrasion. Again, that's a scrape. Then on his right posterior arm and forearm, so not exactly on this aspect of the arm, but on the back side of the arm, which would be in the back of the diagram, there were multiple abrasions, which I described as ranging from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters. Then, yeah, if you could move the diagram down, please. Again, there is a back to this diagram. I don't know if you could put that on the screen. There we go. So this is now the right side and this is the left. I noted that there were 2 bruises on the back of his right hand. Also a faint scratch on the back of his left hand. And then moving down to the lower extremities or the legs, if you could please show the front. there was a small abrasion, a small scrape on the side of his right knee.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, I believe.
Is that fair and accurate depiction of how his hand appeared when you examined him?
Yes.
What is his evidence, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 158.
With the court's permission, I'd show P647 to the jury.
Okay.
And could you explain, you said there were 2 bruises. Could you point those out for us?
Yes. There's one here and one here.
Did you attempt to assess those, determine whether you could conclude or opine on a cause of those?
No, I did not. Well, I take that back. I'm sorry. So this particular one has 2 small little pinpoint defects in the middle, which we sometimes see when emergency personnel tries to get access to a vein for fluids, for intravenous fluids. So, but I did not put that in my report. I just described it as a contusion.
Is it common to see that type of coloration where medical personnel put intravenous or other types of support into somebody's hand?
Yes, it's very common for the skin to bruise when someone tries to get access to a blood vessel.
The other coloration that is unrelated to those 2 small points, would you have a description of what those are?
No.
I'd also like to show you exhibit number 1. Exhibit number 1, please. Thank you. You use the word superficial. What does that mean?
Superficial means that the abrasion is on the superficial layers of the skin, usually the epidermis and sometimes the dermis, but there's no penetration of the skin.
When you're assessing to determine whether there's any penetration, do you measure the length of the wound, of the abrasion?
Penetration would be measuring the depth. If there was actual penetration, I would have to measure how deep into the skin. For example, when we assess stab wounds, we have to measure the depth of the wound. In this particular case, you can see that these are scrapes or scratches, and there's no exposed underlying fat or muscle. And therefore, to answer your question, I measured their length and gave a range, but I did not measure their depth.
As a routine practice during an autopsy, doctor, if there was penetration or depth, would you, as a routine, measure that?
I would make a note of it.
Are there any such notes in any of your autopsy findings or reports about depth?
No, I did not make a note on the depth of these ones.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to how those superficial abrasions occurred?
I do not.
And I asked you about the hand, which we just saw, and I should ask you the same question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that coloration, aside from the medical intervention, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how the other discoloration happened on Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
I can state to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that that's a bruise, a contusion, but I cannot tell you how it occurred.
And to summarize finally what we've been through so far regarding the scrape on Mr. O'Keefe's right eye, can you provide an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that scrape occurred?
No, I cannot.
You mentioned for us that when you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's legs, you observed bruising on his, or a small scratch on his right knee.
Correct.
I don't want to summarize it. Can you describe that
Can we turn
more
the lights on,
specifically?
please?
Thank you.
Yes, I described it as a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you see any marks or abrasions on his left knee?
No, I did not.
Was the mark scratch on Mr. O'Keefe's right knee on the inside or the outside of the knee?
It was on the lateral aspect, which would be the outside.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes,
What is it?
this is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's lower extremities, his legs.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of how his knee appeared when you did the autopsy?
Yes.
All right, we'll get the evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
159.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury 9467.
Yes.
You used the word lateral and you talked about abrasion or a scrape. Could you look at this photograph and could we enlarge it, Ms. Gilman, and could you point out to the jury and explain what it is that you saw?
Yes, you can see the abrasion here with a little bit of adjacent discoloration, but this is what I was describing.
If you could zoom back out, please. And you didn't see any similar type bruising or abrasions on the left knee?
No,
During your autopsy, did you notice any injuries internally to Mr. O'Keefe's rib area?
yes, I did note that there were rib fractures on the anterior, that would be the front, of his 4th and 5th ribs.
And so would that be his left or right side?
It would be both the right and the left, and it would be the part of the rib that is closer to the sternum.
Is there a number of ribs that had fractures or are they connected as one?
The 4th and the 5th, both on the right and the left, close to the sternum.
Have you, in your experience, seen ribs fractured during first aid or medical intervention?
Very often, yes.
Given your experience and your study of Mr. O'Keefe's body, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those rib fractures were obtained?
I believe those rib fractures were due to resuscitation.
And you have that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I'd like to show you a different diagram, one of the head area. If we could enlarge the bottom right. Thank you. Using that diagram, could you assist us, doctor, and explain to us any observations you made about the back of John O'Keefe's head?
Yes. The main observation was a laceration that is a skin tear on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head to the right of midline. So this would be the midline. The laceration was somewhere here, is what we call the right occipital area. And associated with that, there was an abrasion over it that would have been here. So this was what we call a compound injury, an abraded laceration.
We'll turn in a few moments to your autopsy observations about the inside of Mr. O'Keefe's skull. But first, I want to just show you a photograph relative to what you described to us. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. You recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, this is a picture taken at the time of autopsy. This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. The hair has been shaved off so that the injury can be clearly photographed, and it's a laceration with an associated abrasion.
Thank you. Your Honor, move this into evidence.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 160.
When you examine the laceration, do you measure it?
Yes,
Did you measure it in this case?
I did measure it.
How long was the laceration?
I measured it as 2.5 centimeters, which is close to an inch.
Do you examine a person's body before you begin to intrude? Do you examine the outside of a person's body first, or is there a certain procedure or order?
Yes, the external examination is done first, and the internal examination is done second.
I want to show you that photograph that you just recognized, and I would like you to explain what you see to the jury. Ms. Gilman, with your assistance, thank you.
This is the laceration that I noted, and this is the scrape that's associated with it.
Take that down, please. After you make observations, what are your next steps in an autopsy?
The internal examination, after the external is performed and pictures are taken, then we proceed with the internal examination of both the, as I mentioned before, the torso, the body, as well as the head.
I'd like you to take us through the internal examination. Did you have a chance to look internally behind the laceration you saw on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Yes,
And when you did that, could you describe for us what you saw?
yes. The way we examine the head is we make an incision with a scalpel behind the ear from one side to the other. That allows us to reflect or pull back the scalp, and that will expose the skull underneath. We do this carefully so that we don't disfigure clearly the face. And when we reflected and when we pulled back the scalp, I noted that there was blood, what we call hemorrhage, under the laceration or associated with the laceration on the back of the right head. And then furthermore, there were skull fractures associated with that laceration, abrasion on the right side of the head.
Were the skull fractures in same or different area?
The skull fractures were in multiple areas of the skull, what we call the base of the skull. Imagine the base of the skull is sort of a bowl, and the brain sits on top or in the bowl. When the brain is removed, you can have a very good view of the base of the skull. So when the brain was removed and we were able to look at the base of the skull, I noted that there were multiple fractures that appeared to be originating from the area of the laceration, or what would correspond to the area of the laceration.
When you made your examination of the fractures in the skull, did that lead you to your opinion, or was there more you needed to look at before you came to an opinion about the cause of death?
Well, that was part of the findings that led to my opinion. But yes, I removed the brain, and as is our protocol, I saved the brain in a special solution called formalin that allows the brain to become a little harder, so that our neuropathologist in Boston could go ahead and examine it. Because when I did look at the brain, I noted that there were injuries. There was bleeding on top of the brain. And therefore, I saved it. The brain ultimately went to our Boston office, and our neuropathologist, Dr. Stonebridge, examined it and issued a report.
Did you engage in any type of analysis on your own about any injury to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
I noted the kind of injuries I could see superficially on the brain, and I have looked at the brain after it was fixed and pictures of it, but I did not issue a report on it. The whole point was for our neuropathologist to examine it closely and issue a more detailed report.
I have a few more photos. Would now be an appropriate time for a break, Your Honor?
Yes. So, jurors, why don't we take 15 or 20 minutes, okay?
We'll all rise to the jury.
All right, everybody. So I have very little interest in hearing about the wounds. I care about them, but I really don't want to be reminded about what happened to John. So the buffer zone is a big win, right? Back to where it was. Guys, girls, front row again. Gonna get her walking in. Gonna get her coming out. Get her walking in. Get her leaving for the day. Maybe she'll talk to us. Maybe if you guys have a question, maybe it's like I can ask one question a day, maybe to Karen. You guys I'll do my part. You guys do your part. I know you guys will. But if you guys all together come to make a poll, right? Figure out the question you want to ask Karen. And every day coming out, I'll try and just ask her one question. Absolutely 100% yes. Yep. I don't even want to use the word M, but if what happens to her happens again, okay. If this gets happened again, then we're gonna get some Starlink. I'll get Starlink, hook that up. No more. No, we'll put that to bed. We'll have the best connection there because it'll just be us streaming. You guys, easy. But the good news is tomorrow, front row again, just like it was. So I'm happy for you guys. I mean that was my biggest heartbreak, right? Like we're all here because of what we started at the first trial. Never missed a day. And I still haven't missed a day. I've been every day since January 1st, me and Mike. Every morning we've been here for you guys. I think that's pretty good. But real quick, I got a question. And I'm not sure this is one, but in the Ford F-150 that let Karen turn, and then they turned behind them in the snow, I'm sure there was distance between the two vehicles. We heard from Ricky and we heard from Heather. I think they were boyfriend, girlfriend at the time. But what was the other guy's name? Who's the guy that drove the truck? There you go. Ian Merritt, Ricky Deltano. Did we hear from him at all? Ricky Dontano. Yeah. But I don't think he testified. And then I remember there was a document floating around, all that. What if this one doesn't want to testify? How do you compel someone to testify, right? I mean, if he was the driver of the vehicle, drivers are pretty observant of what they're doing. The drivers have to pay more attention than the passengers. So if the other two were boyfriend, girlfriend, and they were maybe talking about something or having a discussion, well, their focus is on what they're doing. They're talking. The guy driving, he's focused on what he's doing. And one of the things, he's very honest. That's true. He is an honest person. One of the things that the drivers do is they have to pay attention and they have to scan both sides of the road in case a deer runs out in front of them or a dog or a cat, an animal. It happens. And I think we should hear from him. That makes sense, people? Because if he was the driver, he would notice things. And his truck was higher. Headlights were illuminating. Everything was white, supposedly. Ridiculous. So, you guys, let's do this. Are you ready? I kind of have to. Hold on. Where did it go? Oh, you're kidding me. All right. So, hold on. Here we go. I want. Everybody, real quick, if you haven't, let me check it out. Hold on. We where is it?
Oh, you there,
You
buddy?
there, bud? You there? Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I get fucking the maids are here.
Ooh.
Landscapers are here.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, people.
Yeah,
are
all at
everywhere,
once,
man.
right?
Yeah, yeah. My dogs just are out of their crates
Oh.
now, so they're up here with us. It's a busy day here.
All at the boom, all at once.
Yeah.
All right, real quick. Let me share this real quick.
All right.
We're close, guys. We're freaking close.
You gonna get rid of that chat, or what are you doing?
Yeah, but I want to go to it, but
All right.
it's real quick. 969,100 $969,170. That's what
Yep.
I'm reading.
Yep.
So we're almost close to
Millie.
what 30 grand, almost 30,000 bucks.
Yep. Yep. To a millie.
Today's the 15th.
Let's see if we can get there today.
Oh, you want to try?
Put $3 or $5, you $10 in today. Where we can today.
Copy. Let me throw this up here.
11,821 people have donated too. That's pretty cool. So I did the math was out. So it's 11,000. Okay. So clear 969,170 divided by 11,821 equals $81 is the we'll call it $82 is the average donation. That's pretty strong. Wow. Good job, people.
Badass.
That is good. $90? Yeah.
Wow. I was gonna start going through TikTok because there's some stuff that just makes my eyes freak out.
I can't see you, bro. Can you get rid of that thing? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Right. There. So yeah. So 9-6. Let me do this banner. There we go. Let me edit this one.
I hate when people put in there, I'm sorry, it's such a small. It doesn't really matter. You took the time to go on there and do it.
Anything.
Too, you know?
It all
Yeah.
helps, man. Just
Yeah.
Mike, even the time to share it. Just to share the stupid page, people. Just that time. It's easy. 969,123. Anybody that's out there? How about this, Mike? Anyone that's out there, if they have this banner running at the bottom of their screen, now let me activate it. Show.
So this Squiddy Bello was a kind of a curveball. We didn't think they were going to call her.
Yeah.
But you know, Bob Alessi is ready for this.
Oh, he's been
Right.
ready, man.
Yeah. So Oh man,
What do you think about that? You want to give
Can't-
people? You want to give people the like
I can't
Give
tell
him-
you. I can't see what are you talking about, bro. What are you trying to show me?
wait a minute.
Are they on break?
Yes.
Is cross happening yet or no? No.
No.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. How's that for a banner? Is that better?
Yeah. Nice. And
So-
we'll be taking our small 30% cut like YouTube does, just so you know.
No kidding, huh?
And then redonating it in our name. Just give you a heads up because we put it on the banner.
So if listen, the people that are out there, right? See this bottom stream? If they push Karen's site, the Pay It Forward site, right? We'll let them use this stream for us with no copyright shit. We'll give them like a trade off. We have to give them something for them to do this. Do you know what I mean? Unless you want to contact all the the Glera. How about this? You guys want to ask in chat? Well, that's chat can do this for us in this meantime because the chat's kicking ass. The chat. You guys want to contact the Glera and ask him to push Karen's defense fund today and tomorrow, or until we hit $1 million, because we're only $30,000 away. We need someone to ask the Glera nicely. The Young Jerks, Brian from LTL, Aiden, who else, Mike? I don't want Mazza. Anybody that's streaming.
Melanie Little.
Melanie.
You know.
Yep. Ask
You
them
know,
to please put this banner at the bottom. Please ask them to we're close to the $1 million mark. We need
all the
that
trolls.
by Friday. That would be a good thing for the weekend. And we can do it. And we can do 30,000. We can do this, guys. Fundraiser
30,000,
stream.
yeah.
What you
30,000
want to stay on until we hit $1 million?
Dude, we do 8-9 hours a day.
I know. We're already
Right.
freaking 3 hours in. We're ahead of the game.
Right. So hey, Aiden just came out with a story. If you want to pull it up about the buffer zone, yeah,
Yep.
Twitter.
Mark Randazza. Love it. Love it. Oh. I don't know who did the artwork.
For
But Mark Randoza against Beverly. It's like a
oh,
I just posted it. Microdots. They go to Aiden though. Boom. All right, I gotta share this. So that's Karen's defense fund, guys. Larry DUI guy, absolutely. He'll do this. He'll put Karen's stream on. Auntie Deb, you guys are wonderful. Please, 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 we can do this, guys. All of us together. There's not a whole bunch of us here today, but just a small amount of people. We as a group can do this. It's $30,000. We can raise that. All right, you can see this, Mike?
I can, Berlo. Yep.
All right.
Oh, Erica. Yeah, that was a shame. Making her take all this shit off like that is fucking man.
And again, Mike, I don't want to be even near them people because it's
Justice
not
Serve TV. Put your banner up there. Yeah. Now the whole world's watching. We got this shit going on. Making a woman strip down to a bra. What is this? North Korea? Like this? Come on, man. Defense Diaries. Yep. Nurse Kim.
Why
yep.
didn't they ask her
Auntie
to
Deb.
turn it inside out, the sweatshirt? Nope. All right, here we go. Chat, you guys are awesome. 2 weeks ago, attorney Mark Randazza in the Center for American Civil filed a lawsuit.
What are you reading, bro? I don't know what you're reading from.
Right here. Can you see this?
Beverly Cano is what you have up there. Aiden Kearney, Beverly Cano was still the first. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
the freaking
Thank God I'm here to fucking help
every
you out, dude.
time.
Yeah.
Streaming. All right, here we go. Seeing it?
Now I'm seeing it. Yeah.
Yay! We have the power. All right, this is Aiden Canny. Canton cover up, part 513. Auntie Bev forced to revise buffer zone restrictions by First Circuit Court of Appeals. 2 weeks ago, attorney Mark Randazza in the Center for American Liberty filed a lawsuit in federal court, asking the court to overrule Beverly Canone's unconstitutional buffer zone. Judge Mayong Jong decided to pass the buck, refusing to overrule Canone. Randazza then appealed to the First Circuit Court of Appeals, who issued an order telling the Judge John to come up with a way to make sure the buffer zone didn't violate the First Amendment rights of citizens. Here's the lawsuit. It's got Jason, Allison, Lisa, and Samantha in it. They went and sued them for the buffer zone. And then you have Monteclavo, Lynch, and Katara. Mark Randazza is representing them. I think one of them is Bow, I think. All right. These fresh clarifications bring in. I'm going to read this whole thing, Mike. All right. The order, by contrast, seems to lack a mens rea requirement, i.e., likely applies equally to speech directed toward random passerbys and speech directed toward trial participants. The plaintiffs do not appear to ask us to allow them to engage in the latter type of speech. At oral argument, they indicated that they seek only to engage in quiet, off-site demonstrations on public property, in areas and at times that do not interfere with trial participants, entrance into and exit from the courthouse, that do not interfere with the administration of justice, and will not influence any trial participants in the discharge of their duties. These fresh clarifications bring into focus plaintiffs' arguments that Cox Tailoring Holding should not control this case. With plaintiffs' positions now clarified, we think it is prudent to vacate, but not reverse, the district court's denial of a preliminary injunction and remand this case for further proceedings to determine how the order has been interpreted or applied and whether the lack of a mens rea requirement renders the order insufficiently tailored. Commonwealth Welch versus Schultz, reminding a case for definition. Because we remand the First Circuit issued and because its resolution may affect the framing of the plaintiff's other federal arguments, we do not weigh in on these issues. As it stands now, the state police are enforcing the order so that anyone who walks within the buffer zone is threatened with arrest. They are already arrested a homeless man named Bao, who was not saying anything about Karen Reed, wasn't obstructing anyone's pathway, and was simply filming within the buffer zone. Media member Michael Bryant from Justice Serve was told that he walked through the buffer zone too many times. John Delgado was forced to remove a button showing support for Karen Reed. This has created a chilling effect that has scared people away from showing up to support Karen Reed at her second murder trial. Last week, an organizer named Erica Walsh is told to remove a Microdots hoodie which says Criminals Control Norfolk County on the back. That sweatshirt says nothing about Karen Reed. More importantly, by wearing it, she is not influencing anyone, any jurors, obstructing anyone's pathway, or interfering with the trial in any way. Nevertheless, Erica was forced to remove the sweatshirt by Lieutenant Michael Hardman's goon squad. The problem is that underneath she had a Turtle Boy, "Journalism is not a crime" t-shirt, which they said also violated the buffer zone. She was forced by police to strip down to a sports bra and walk to her car in order to avoid arrest. Earlier this week, Erica was simply walking to her car with a sweatshirt on when she was threatened with arrest by Lieutenant Hartman and one of his troopers.
For the fucking day. We have an issue with this before. You're walking through here with the sweatshirt.
I'm leaving. I'm not congregating. I'm not protesting. I'm fucking leaving.
Right, but what's the rule?
There's no rules about this one. It doesn't
Mike, see what's in her hands? You see what's in her hands?
No.
say Karen Reed.
Fucking khakis, man. She's
No, it
walking,
doesn't. It
she's
has to do with
leaving.
something else.
Oh yeah.
A guy whose kid was just murdered. I just-
What do you got in the back?
It's full of fucking words.
So Hartman's a lieutenant now,
Okay,
huh?
you know what?
I know. All right. Go ahead. It's being documented.
Take me. Go ahead.
We're not doing that.
Take me. Wait. What? You had fucking guys detain me last week. I asked you to leave.
Go.
You haven't
Go.
talked
Are
to
you
me
leaving?
since.
Are you leaving? Right. All right. Good. We don't want to have this.
I need you to send me guys.
Good. But every time you walk. Every time. You're not kidding.
You're delusional. You're
Well,
delusional.
come on. Let's
You're a
go.
fucking
Let's go.
troublemaker.
Okay.
You're a troublemaker.
All
You're
right,
a lying
let's go.
piece of shit.
All right.
You use us for information.
Nice, huh?
Yeah, boy.
She is now suing the state police in a lawsuit filed yesterday. Threatening to arrest law-abiding citizens and making women strip down to a sports bra in public is horrifying and disgusting. Consequently, the First Circuit told Auntie Bev that she had 48 hours to respond to their ruling, suggesting that she could not amend her order so that it doesn't violate the First Amendment, or they could do it for her. Of course, the state court could, entirely of its own volition, further simplify any potential First Amendment issues by amending the order to introduce a mens rea requirement, as in Cox in Mass General Laws, Chapter 268, Section 13A, i.e., by limiting the order to demonstrators directed toward interfering with the administration of justice or influencing trial participants. Based on plaintiffs' representations and oral arguments, such an amendment would allow plaintiffs to engage in their desired, quiet, off-site, non-obstructive demonstrations, while minimizing the risk that demonstrators will improperly influence with the judicial process. No costs are awarded. Today, she backed down and issued a new revised order that ensures that Lieutenant Hartman's reign of terror is virtually over. The buffer zone still exists, but is much less restrictive now. And here's how it's different here. Here's what's changed. 1, supporters can now do what they did last trial. Pull up lawn chairs, sit in the grassy area by the church, and watch the trial. And that's what happened. And it was a beautiful thing, Mike. I was there.
Nice.
2, line the sidewalk to cheer on Karen Reed's team as they enter the courthouse, so long as they do not obstruct anyone's pathway. Okay. Mike, did you see any violence there at all by any chance?
There's a bunch of pink shirts jumping out behind the bushes. That's all I
Grassy
saw.
knoll type of stuff going on there?
Yeah, crazy.
And they're all just awesome, wonderful people, Mike. They really are.
Oh,
3,
you're so nice. You're so
sit
kind.
across the street and benches outside the Registry of Deeds as long as you want. 4, film anything you want inside the buffer zone. Oh, gives me chills.
Wear anything you want inside the buffer zone.
Anything you want.
Anything.
5, wear anything you want inside or outside the buffer zone as long as you are not attempting to interfere with the trial or influence a judge, juror, or witness. 6. Anyone who is hassled by the state police inside the buffer zone for clothing they are wearing or other alleged violations can immediately request to be heard in front of a superior court judge. Basically, what you can do is 1. Use megaphones and other noise devices that can be heard inside the courtroom. 2. Wear clothing that is intentionally designed to influence jurors or interfere with justice.
You can't do this.
Yeah,
You
I'm
see,
sorry.
like,
But you can't
yes.
do. I'm sorry. You can't. You can't use megaphones and make noises. Wear clothing like interferes with judges or jurors. Like it can't be vote guilty. Nothing like that. Block the sidewalks that prevent participants from coming or going. And we're very good about people, even passerbys. People are very conscious, and they say make a hole, and everyone knows to get out of the way. FKR supporters never did any of those things during the trial anyway. Only the Food Stamp 5 and the Smurf Patrol, who showed up after the trial was over, brought noise amplifying devices. So basically, the old buffer zone, which was far less restrictive, is officially back. However, I'd like a picture of this order and have it on your phone to show police in case you get hassled down there. When asked for a comment, Attorney Randazza issued the following statement. Judge Canone refused to be guided by her oath to uphold the Constitution and to the Supreme Judicial Court, lacked the conscience as well. But fortunately, we had a federal appellate court that was willing to uphold and defend the Constitution as they swore to do. Now that Judge Canone has backed down, the First Amendment is restored in Dedham. It's a shame she didn't listen to reason when we tried with her the first place. I have donated $100 to the Center for American Liberty, who finance these lawsuits. You can do the same by clicking here. Oh man, I hate to keep asking people for freaking money.
All right, that's what it is.
That's a good foundation. This is the picture I was talking about, Mike. How it was like him against Judge.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's pretty badass.
Yeah.
Nice. I'll be in Dedham tomorrow for a hearing in Dedham District Court at 9 a.m. that the public is free to attend. All are welcomed and encouraged to join me afterwards in the new and improved buffer zone where I will be all morning.
Nice.
There you go.
Wow.
Imagine that.
All right, the fan's back on. If you want to.
Yeah, let me pull that up.
All right.
Blah, blah, blah. There it is. Boom. Fan time. And we do this. Oh, like that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mendoza.
Thank you so much, Mark
Plaintiffs,
Mendoza.
American Civil Liberties. Tom DeRosa. Yes, I did. I did.
Pretty fucked up.
It's okay, dude.
Yep. Check.
So
Welcome to my world.
I saw your other text too.
Yeah.
Really? That's good news for you.
We'll see. Yep. People in chat, you guys, I mean, I love you all. So while we're here, housekeeping.
You are unmuted.
Thumbs up.
Oh yeah, hit the smash that like and subscribe.
Thank you much.
All right, let's get after it.
Bebe, Auntie Bev.
So you wanted to see me?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Okay, over here or?
Jimmy, need some ice cubes. We're gonna go with mimosas, and it's almost time to switch over to the Jameson and ginger. Please.
With Crystal Light?
Yes.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay.
Okay. Where are the O'Keefes? bro.
Yeah.
Where are the O'Geefs?
They're with the supporters for Justice for John out front. They're hanging with them.
What just happened?
I mean, Mike, I've seen a lot of stuff in my life, and I just have no desire to see John like that. I mean, not if I don't have to. If I'm trying to prove a point or something.
What is going on, man?
I mean, Aaron's
That's
team's
very,
not there.
that's very telling. That's very telling. Please tell me they're coming back there.
This whole case is upside down.
Who's
How can they? I
fucking
mean,
live tweet- who the fuck is live tweeting in there?
this guy don't lie. He lies. This guy.
Oh, Shauna, they left last time during the autopsy discussion.
Yep.
That's not right. This is bullshit.
Yep. Remember the people that got tickets for beeping in the freaking buffer
Here they
zone?
come. Here they come.
People that got tickets in the buffer zone. Now that the buffer zone's revised, the tickets should be null and void. Do you understand what I mean?
Mm.
The tickets are null. They're no good. But they have to go to the court to have the court remove them, not dismiss them, because they'll still go on your insurance. They have to be removed. There's a difference.
Do you think they were all downstairs and did a fireball shot before they came up?
I was thinking that
Yeah.
that seven stuff there.
7 to 7.
Yeah.
Seagrams.
Or maybe no, know what they were drinking? Tanqueray. You ever remember Tanqueray? Like pine soil, like pine
Pine
oil?
salt.
Yeah. Yeah. Nasty stuff. Ugh. So listen, thank you all. Tomorrow we're going live, front row again, like we did, like you guys deserve. Like me and Mike been screaming it from the rooftops. We had to go to legal channels. That played out, and we got on the right side of it back, like we should. That's why you do that, right? So that was a good fight, Mike. We did that.
You did that.
Now you were there too. But
I was here, but you were there.
Oh.
You get screamed at by that big bad Jolly Green Giant.
Yeah.
Last year it was Sergeant. This year's Lieutenant.
Hey, pay raise. He did something right. But yeah.
It seems like every cop that was involved last year all got promoted.
Yep.
Mr. Reed, come on, buddy. We got you, man.
I feel so bad for them that they have to sit on the stools. Hey, everybody. Jeremy Defense Fund, let's go. Push that up. Need $30,000. Come on, guys. $1 million by the weekend. Let's try and do this.
Oh, there's Christina Rex in the background, I think, down there. Can't tell. Behind Lou. See Lou O'Connell?
Yep. That her?
I think so.
Okay, I can kind of see it here.
You hear that new the bra the Germans came out with?
No.
It's called Stop 'em from Flopping. Yeah, it's a new design. The Germans came up with a new bra called Stop 'em from Flopping. I think there's the one might need one back there. But oh yeah, sorry.
I'm marking. Hey, we got 70% women here, Mike. That may be a
I
good
know.
market. We
They
can
probably-
put a little seeking justice on one, or seeking injustice in the middle.
I'd probably appreciate it if someone came up with a new bra called Stop 'em from Flopping.
Wow.
God, man. Oh, goodness gracious. I've been dying to tell that joke. Been dying to wait for that joke.
That's good. That's good.
Jojo, no, not that funny. Stop him from flopping. Shelby, I am a big kid, Nikki. I really am, man. Yeah, so you keep show up when they want to show up, okay? Just so you know.
11:30. We're gonna move. We're gonna move this along. We're not gonna take our time today.
I just lost 100 followers. Tommy, I think we just lost 100 people.
Yeah.
She started Googling Sean. Wait, that was a joke. Stop it. Oh.
Wait till we do the product demonstrations. We'll gain hundreds.
Oh,
of
we'll do a late night, like selling the towel and shit.
Yep. Dude, I see that on I think it was TikTok. TikTok, you get locked in. Once you get on one video, you don't get out. And people selling stuff like live. Guys are selling like a Lego thing and shoes and.
Sean was like, I was gonna get one for my mom. Oh. Oh, I hope Danielle doesn't clip that one. Shit.
Oops. I keep forgetting about that. She'll get it.
I remember that we used to flip them and cut all that shit.
Imagine if she hooked up with Flipper. Oh, content for years. What's Hank talking about? Go away, guy.
Oh, there's some people on Twitter that are just going off on Vinny. Vinny's mad because he's staying at like a Hyatt, the one
Okay.
down at Dedham. What's this shit I'm staying at a Hyatt for? Oh my God, Lieutenant Hardman's probably like, okay, boys, let's go drinking. We got away with it for this long. It's just stop it. It's the landscapers.
Jesus.
What the fuck's going on, man?
I don't know,
It's
dude.
a hell of a 20-minute break, man.
Again, right? Controlling. It's just like Mike. It's like running out the clock in basketball. You know that.
Yeah. Play good. You want to announce this? She's not going. Come on.
Come on, guys. Can you guys share that donation link at least for Karen Reed?
Go. Go.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
My dog. Hold on.
Doctor, when we left off, you had described all the injuries to the exterior of Mr. O'Keefe, and we had talked about your observations of both the fractures in his skull and also your observation of Mr. O'Keefe's brain. You mentioned earlier that you use other resources, other testing. Did you ask for any type of assistance on toxicology analysis for Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is routine and it is protocol to submit toxicology specimens to the lab for examination.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the report of toxicology from the State Police Crime Lab for Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy.
Have you seen that document before?
Yes,
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the report we saw before?
yes.
All right, introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 161.
Thank you. I have that in front of me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
In your experience, Doctor, are you familiar what the toxicology report and the testing involves?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Are you familiar in your experience with what is involved in a toxicology test?
In general terms, yes.
And if you studied Mr. O'Keefe's toxicology report, was that important or part of your analysis in your ultimate conclusions?
It was one piece of evidence that I took into consideration, yes.
In the toxicology testing, is there a search to see if there are any type of drugs or medications in Mr. O'Keefe's blood?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any?
There were no prescription medications. There were no illicit drugs in his system.
In a toxicology, is there also a testing for blood alcohol content?
Yes.
What is the difference between ethanol in heart blood and ethanol under 1102?
In vitreous humor?
Yes.
So we usually submit multiple specimens for toxicology. Some of the specimens are used for screening of classes of different drugs, and then other specimens are used to confirm, the presence and quantify a particular drug. So in this particular case, the lab tested the heart blood, which showed that it had an ethanol level of 0.21 grams per deciliter. And they also tested the vitreous, which is the fluid that sits behind the eyeball. And in that specimen, the ethanol was slightly higher at 0.28.
Thank you, doctor. After your autopsy and observations of Mr. O'Keefe's body, inevitably, did you come to a conclusion about the manner and cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death? And I'll ask you first about the cause. To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, did you reach a conclusion about the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Yes, the cause of death was determined to be blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia.
You mentioned two different things, blunt impact and hypothermia. Was
Correct.
there a primary cause of death in your opinion?
The blunt impact injuries of head.
Hypothermia, was that sufficient to be a primary cause of death, in your opinion?
In the absence of head trauma, hypothermia is a cause of death, but I'm not able to make that determination in this case because we do have the blunt impact injuries of head.
So if I understand, you are not saying to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that hypothermia was the cause of death?
Not the primary. It contributed, but the primary cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head.
Did you learn what Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was when
he was alive?
Brought to the hospital?
Yes, some of the medical records stated that his body temperature was 80.1, I believe, degrees Fahrenheit.
And what is a normal body temperature?
98.6.
Regarding the blunt force injuries as the cause of death to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point when you were conducting your autopsy, or even at the end when you drew your conclusions, were you able to reach a conclusion as to the manner of Mr. O'Keefe's death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
No, I was not.
After you complete your findings, including the manner of death and the cause of death, even if undetermined, are you required by statute, by law, to file a report or a document?
Yes,
And what is that document?
it's the death certificate.
Did you do so in this case?
Yes,
When you file a death certificate, do you include your ultimate conclusions regarding cause and manner of death?
yes. There is a death certificate that is issued immediately after the autopsy. The death certificate is a document that is necessary for the family in order to make funeral arrangements and proceed with their plans. So a death certificate is always issued at the end of the autopsy. If the cause and manner of death are known at that point, they are stated on the death certificate. If they are not, or if we need to do additional studies, then both the cause and the manner are listed as pending. And that death certificate is sufficient for the family to make arrangements. Later, as we get more information, as we get more results from our studies back, we issue an amended death certificate. So that amended death certificate will have a cause and a manner. The amended death certificate in this case stated that the cause was blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and the manner was undetermined.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the final or amended death certificate for Mr. O'Keefe, stating that the cause of death is blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and that the manner of death could not be determined.
Do you recognize that document is accurate?
Yes.
Your Honor, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right, thank you. 162.
After issuing the death certificate and after the 90 days pass, have you done any further study or investigation on this case, doctor?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
It's go time.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
We have not had the pleasure of meeting, so good morning, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
Morning.
With regard to cause of death as opposed to manner of death, is it correct that a forensic pathologist is tasked with determining that cause of death that includes contributing factors, injuries, and circumstances regarding the medical legal death investigation? Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And I'm using the term medical legal. Is that a term that you're familiar with?
Yes.
And is it correct that medical legal means, particularly for medical examiners, that there's a medical aspect to the investigation that you perform, and there's also a legal aspect or a law enforcement aspect to it? Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's a little different than what physicians usually do, right? Because isn't it the ordinary course that it's mostly just medical, but medical examiners by statute and law need to have both of those prongs taken into consideration? Do I have that right?
Yes.
So in other words, the forensic pathologist, which you've indicated you are, is tasked with determining the cause of death, which answers the question as to why, in more layman's terms, why did the individual's body stop functioning at a particular time, correct?
Yes.
So more broadly, the cause of death is generally defined as the disease or the injury that resulted in the death of a person.
Correct.
So let's now, if we could please, move to the manner of death. And I'd like to summarize, I know you covered it on direct, but I want to put it in a slightly different context, and hopefully I'll get it right. So medical examiners, as you've stated, are also tasked with, if they can, determining the manner of death or the circumstances under which the death occurred, correct?
Correct.
So manner can and does involve the circumstances under which the death occurred.
Yes.
And that causes one to go a little, the medical examiner to go beyond just medical analysis. You take into consideration other factors, which we'll get to. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you talked about, and I'm just going to go through them quickly, but if you could just check me on this, the 5 main categories of manner of death. So you talked about natural causes, correct?
Yes.
You talked about accident. You talked about suicide. You talked about homicide. And then the last category, undetermined. Do I have that correct?
Yes, you do.
So what I'd like to do is to focus on the undetermined category. And my understanding is, doctor, that that's where you landed, that's where you concluded with regard to manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
So undetermined is a term that is used and that you use. And does that mean that when the information pointing to one manner is not more compelling than other reasonable possibilities, or the death investigation lacks sufficient information to opine on a manner of death, at the time of death, the certificate is signed? Is that generally correct?
Yes.
So as we've talked about, I'm just trying to follow or just develop some logic and see if this is in agreement with you, that as a medical examiner, you're specifically tasked with conducting that medical legal investigation. And what we've just talked about is a bit of the method of analysis that you go through for that, correct?
I conduct the autopsy and I request information information from the investigative body that is out there investigating the other aspect of the case, not the body itself.
Yes. So is it correct that there's 4 general components to a forensic pathologist death investigation? Is scene investigation one of the components?
It depends on the jurisdiction where you practice. Scene investigation is part of forensic pathology in certain jurisdictions, and it is the responsibility of the district attorney and law enforcement in other jurisdictions. In the state of Massachusetts, we are responsible for the autopsy, and the DA's office and law enforcement are responsible for the scene investigation.
Excellent. So scene investigation in the state of Massachusetts is not within your domain in the office of the medical examiner. That is the domain of the district attorney and law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
How about another aspect, forensic autopsy and laboratory testing? That's within your domain, correct?
Correct.
And how about police reports and witness statements?
That is not under my jurisdiction. That is under the district attorney's office and the police.
Do you consider information, nonetheless, from police reports and witness statements in your analysis?
Yes.
And do you also consider, even though it's not within your jurisdiction in Massachusetts, do you also consider information about scene investigation?
Yes.
So it's correct then that you consider, whether it's within your jurisdiction or not, you consider scene investigation and police reports and medical statements, correct?
Yes.
And then forensic autopsy and laboratory testing is right within your jurisdiction, and therefore, of course, you consider that. And then lastly, medical history and hospital records, is it therefore, am I correct that that's something within your jurisdiction and that you consider in performing your forensic pathologist death investigation?
Yes.
So now let's move on to the application of those principles. So in order to conduct a proper medical legal investigation, the medical examiner has to have certain qualities, if you will. Is one of them being well-grounded in general medical knowledge?
Yes.
Is another appropriate training and experience in forensic pathology?
Yes.
In other words, you wouldn't want a specialist, for example, in cardiology without anything more to be conducting a death investigation. Is that correct?
I would not want them to be conducting an autopsy. Correct.
Right. Would you want a neurologist to conduct a death investigation?
Personally, or are you asking me that? No, I don't think every physician has their specialty and their training. And forensic pathologists are trained to perform autopsies, and cardiac surgeons are trained to perform cardiac surgery.
Would you want a neurosurgeon to be conducting a death investigation?
To be performing an autopsy? No.
So you wouldn't want a neurosurgeon to perform an autopsy?
No.
Because you don't believe they're qualified to do so, correct?
I don't believe they've had the appropriate training to perform an autopsy.
Going back into the many qualities of a medical examiner and attributes, they also have to have the ability to form opinions based upon all the available information using the scientific method along with sound reasoning. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the term scientific method?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that the scientific method generally is sort of a systematic pursuit of knowledge that involves recognition and definition of a problem? Is that fair?
Yes.
Is it also involved the collection of data through observation and experimentation where appropriate?
Correct.
Does the scientific method also include the analysis of data?
Yes.
Does the scientific method also include the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses?
Yes.
And does it also, where possible, include the selection of a final hypothesis after considering other hypotheses?
Correct.
So what we've just discussed is a fair explication, a fair explanation of the scientific method.
Correct.
And the scientific method is part of the autopsy and forensic pathology analysis, correct?
Correct.
Now, applying one concept, that medical legal concept we talked about, just holding for a moment, if you could, the medical and going to the legal, if you will, law enforcement that you said in Massachusetts is not under your jurisdiction, but nonetheless, you consider information arising from it.
Yes.
Are you familiar with a person named Michael Proctor? Is that name familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And at one time, Michael Proctor was a trooper, correct?
Correct.
And so did former Trooper Proctor inform you of the working law enforcement theory at the time of the investigation of this matter, namely his working theory of collision of a motor vehicle with a pedestrian? Did he inform you of that?
He informed our office of that. Yes.
He informed your office. And is it fair to say that he informed your office or provided that information to your office in or about February of 2022?
That information, part of that information was provided to our office at the time of the autopsy. One of the pieces of information that had come in, and there were multiple sources calling into our office, providing information, was that this was a possible person struck by a motor vehicle.
And the time of the autopsy, if I have it correctly, was that around the end of January of 2022?
The autopsy was January 31st.
I think they like each other.
Your Honor, if I could, with your permission, please publish a photograph which Your Honor has and the parties have stipulated, or that's in evidence. And this is the one. Yeah, approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yeah, show that to the witness.
Okay.
I think Scotty Bell has the hots for Bob Alessi.
No objections, Brennan?
No objection.
Okay, so we'll mark it first and then you can display it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 163.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Squirty Bello, if I could hand that to you, please. You can take a look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, you can just look back up, and I'll proceed at that time.
Yes, I recognize the picture. Well, I've never seen this picture before, but I know what it's depicting.
Thank you. What is depicted in that picture?
It's a picture of two individuals standing in a morgue setting, which looks very similar to our morgue at the Cape Cod office.
Very good. If you could just hold that for a moment, and with the court's permission, could I publish that for the jury?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? And if you could please zoom in on the two individuals in that picture. Dr. Scorti Bello, do you recognize any of the individuals in that picture?
To be perfectly honest, no, I don't.
Karen Keefe and Brian Tully.
The person on the right, do you recognize that person?
No, I don't.
And you said you recognize the setting, correct?
Yes.
And you, if I heard you correctly, you said this is the Cape Cod facility?
It appears to be, correct.
Right. So you testified earlier, if I recall correctly, that the autopsy was performed at the Cape Cod facility of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Yes, it was.
And you're normally in,
Tully,
I
yep.
recall, the Westfield, in an office that covers Western Massachusetts, it's Westfield.
Correct.
But you were at the Cape Cod facility, as I understand it, because there was a staff shortage and you had to travel down to Cape Cod for this. Is this correct?
Correct.
So you weren't at your normal home base sort of facility. This is a facility that you went to for this autopsy, correct?
For this autopsy and multiple others, yes.
Yes. And you were covering a staff shortage, and that was the reason you went to Cape Cod, correct?
Correct.
And what's depicted in this picture are two individuals. For two individuals to be present, is there a protocol that they had to follow to be present for that, like a sign in or an authorization?
Yes, there is a sign-in sheet that individuals have to put their name and their shield number and before they can come into the autopsy room.
So they have to put a shield number down, correct? You mentioned a shield number.
Yes,
And does that therefore mean that even though you don't know who they are, that they are with law enforcement? Are you able to determine that?
correct. I believe they were with law enforcement.
So those two individuals were with law enforcement, but you don't know who
I
they
know-
are.
I don't know who they are specifically and what their actual position was.
But they were with law enforcement.
I believe, if my memory serves me right, there was a person from crime scene investigation and someone from state police.
Thank
But I'm working on a 2+ year memory.
Fair, that's fair, that's fair. I'm not gonna ask you more questions to probe the memory. We can take that down. And yeah, we are finished with that. If you could hand that to the, thank you. Now, we were speaking about former Trooper Proctor. Do you recall former Trooper Proctor sending you a copy of scene photographs and wanting to schedule a phone call with you so that he could explain the status of his investigation? You recall that?
Yes,
And that occurred approximately in March of 2022?
yes,
And-
approximately.
Right, and the method of communication of that was that by email, to the best of your recollection?
I requested that our medical legal investigator, we have our own investigators at the office that are responsible for obtaining medical records and sometimes being the liaison between us and law enforcement to get reports. I requested that she contact whoever was in charge of the investigation and set up a meeting, a phone call. So since it had already been a few weeks since the autopsy, I wanted to make sure that if there was any additional information that could be provided to me, I could take it into account because I had 90 days to issue a report and a death certificate on this case.
Now, you've mentioned the 90 days on direct, you just mentioned it now. Is the 90 days a hard and fast rule, or is it just something you aspire to as a matter of good practices?
It's not a hard and fast rule. It's something that as an office, we try to achieve. Again, the reason being that there are family members, next of kin that are waiting for these reports and these death certificates for various reasons. So is it possible to go over the 90 days? Absolutely, if necessary. But we do try to finish our part in those 90 days.
So it's possible to go past the 90 days, but there would, given the considerations you just articulated, there'd have to be a pretty good reason why you want to do that, right?
Correct.
And in this situation, you concluded that you had sufficient information on the medical side and the legal side to come to the conclusions that you needed to come to. Is that fair?
Well, I had sufficient information on the medical side because I did the autopsy and I had those findings. I did not have sufficient information that pointed to one manner of death over another manner of death. And therefore, I stated that the manner of death was undetermined.
Exactly. So the manner of death is undetermined, and I want to, if I could, with you, pursue that a little bit in a moment. But when you came toward the end of that 90-day period, you had information from the law enforcement side on their theory of what had happened, correct?
Correct.
I'll let that one stand.
You had performed all of the medical investigation and analysis that you needed to perform, is that correct?
Yes.
There wasn't something more that you wanted to do on the medical side. You had mentioned, to be fair, you had Dr. Stonebridge involved as well. You had what you needed on that side, correct?
Yes.
And you therefore concluded on the manner of death that there was a not more compelling or more likely than other reasonable possibilities. Is that fair?
Yes.
So in furtherance of that, on April 14th of 2022, you issued a death certificate, correct?
Yes.
And please feel free to check your report of any dates or any other particular as I go through.
Okay.
Yeah, so
I
Brian
issued
Tully,
a final report on April 14th, correct. And I would assume that the death certificate was on or around that same day.
Thank you.
and Connor Keefe were the two guys in the
Now, to
photo.
back up a little bit with regard to the autopsy, as you stated, it was conducted, I just want to do a little bit of a timeline, on January 31st of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And we discussed that the body of Mr. O'Keefe was presented to the Cape Cod location, correct?
Yes.
And you also discussed that you brought Dr. Stonebridge to work with you on this matter, correct?
She didn't physically come to the office. The way Dr. Stonebridge was involved is at the time of autopsy, when the brain was removed, having seen that there were injuries, I saved the brain in a special solution, and then the brain was transported to our facility in Boston. That's where Dr. Stonebridge examines the specimens. And after examining the brain, she issued a report.
Who asked Dr. Stonebridge to become involved in the matter?
I did.
And Dr. Stonebridge is triple board certified, correct?
Correct.
She's a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
That means she's achieved board certification in forensic pathology like you?
Do you know that?
I do.
I'll allow that.
Yes, she's board certified in forensic pathology.
And she is board certified in general pathology, correct?
Yes.
And she's board certified in neuropathology, correct?
Correct.
Can you briefly describe to the jury what neuropathology is?
Neuropathology is a subset or specific additional training in forensic pathology where the person spends a considerable amount of time, usually 1 to 2 years, examining brains and learning all about the diseases of the brain as well as trauma to the brain.
Now, you asked her to be involved, as you indicated earlier, correct?
Yes.
And you determined that she should be involved because there was a brain injury, correct?
There was trauma to the brain, correct?
Trauma to the brain. Is it a fair characterization that Dr. Stonebridge is sort of the brains of the brain area of autopsy? Is that fair?
I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on.
So with regard to Dr. Stonebridge, would you agree that she's really uniquely qualified in some ways? Or how would you describe her qualifications, Dr. Stonebridge?
Sustained.
With regard to Dr. Stonebridge, what did she do?
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Oh, you're on mute. But oh yeah. He's trying to get her to say the back injury to his head is what the deciding factor was. And I think Scotty Bello has it out for Alessi. I think he
Well-
likes him. I think they make a good couple.
The biggest thing, Mike, is you can't swell if your heart is not beating.
Okay.
You can't bleed if your heart is not beating.
Okay.
So the injuries from John, his eyes, they had to that swelling had to have happened when he had a heartbeat.
Listen to this John DePietro tweet
Oh boy.
23 minutes ago. Hank got what he needed and sat down. There it is. Karen hit John, blunt force trauma to his head.
Wow.
Hypothermia then set in. The science and the data. This is the science of his death, and the jury will soon see the full pictures. Brilliant direct. Textbook.
What is he watching?
I don't know. But I just thought it was funny. I don't think he's watching the same thing we're watching.
I don't know where he gets that from, Mike.
He's got to be getting paid, dude, because he can't be that smart.
Yeah. Shauna, you know, unfortunately, that's the grim reality of it, right? Is you can't swell if you don't have a heartbeat. That's bad. So
Yeah, I don't know what their that's DePietro. He's been in the courtroom for 80% of
yeah,
the raffles.
and there you go, right?
Oh yeah,
Grav-
he was definitely puking. Yeah.
Can't get away from gravity. They're providing their Stonebridge expertise and opinion. Any opinion by the neurosurgeon who Bev refused to Darvard or Rodere. Yep, I remember that. Correct, Shauna, correct. Yep. Crazy town. We're living in another freaking. Listen, somebody hit Back to the Future and we're all there. Like the Matrix, freaking real guy. We're in it. And she's saying hypothermia? No. There, bud?
Yeah, just the people outside back to the yeah, I agree with that. He wants her to say that the blunt force trauma was the major cause of his death.
Right.
Not the hypothermia so much. One happened before the other. Didn't happen simultaneously. Like hit his head and just laying where he was, so to speak. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Say something happened, and then later on, hypothermia kicked in.
Correct.
Is that yeah? All right. Yeah, his phone fucking moved after he got hit. So.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello, have you, are you aware of an attorney name, or excuse me, a doctor named Azik Wolf?
No, I'm not.
Now I'd like to move on to another category. Based on the information that was presented to you as part of your examination and analysis, is it correct that you presume that because Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in the snow and his body temperature was 80 degrees, that he died from hypothermia as one of the causes?
I reached that conclusion after performing the autopsy and after seeing some findings that were consistent with hypothermia, and then combined with the information that was provided to me about Mr. O'Keefe's body being found in the snow, I came to the conclusion that was one of the things that contributed.
Did you consider whether there may have been other reasons as to why his body reached that temperature of 80 degrees? Sort of applying the scientific method and seeing if there were other reasons?
Other than being out in the snow? No, I do not.
Do you know whether there are other alternative reasons how his body could reach the temperature of 80 degrees?
People can become hypothermic for other reasons, such as sepsis. But in this particular case, I didn't have any reason to believe that that was part of the circumstances.
You're familiar with the medical phrase differential diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
And a differential diagnosis is a term that's used by doctors to pursue other potential causes of a medical injury. Is that a fair general statement?
Yes.
So, for example, if somebody is having difficulty breathing, a doctor may say, I think it's the heart is their primary hypothesis, but they may want to differentially diagnose this and look at the lungs. Is that an example of a differential diagnosis that let's look at the lungs to see if that may be the problem? Is that a good, fair example?
In the example you're giving, yes.
So applying that concept, and do you believe the concept of, well, applying that concept to this situation, did you perform a differential diagnosis as to the cause of the death and question whether there was hypothermia as any cause of the death of the decedent? Did you make that analysis?
I looked at the anatomic findings that I had at the time of autopsy, the information that was provided to me based on the circumstances and where the body was found. And I came to the conclusion that there were hypothermic changes in Mr. O'Keefe's body.
So you just used the phrase hypothermic changes. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Can there be hypothermic changes without a cause of death being hypothermia?
Yes, of course.
So you can have signs in the body of hypothermia, but you can also conclude that a cause of death is not from hypothermia, correct?
If the person is deceased and I am examining the body and there are multiple things that I believe contribute to the death, then I tend to include all of them. Meaning that if this was a drug intoxication and the body also showed signs of hypothermia, I would include both of them on the death certificate, because there is no scientific way of teasing out whether it was just one or the other or both. In this particular case, I had two processes that were going on. One was the head trauma, and the other one were these hypothermic changes. I put all that together, and again, included or took into account the investigative information of where the body was found, what the temperature was when the body was found, whether the person was still alive or not. And I came to the conclusion that the cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head. And I included the hypothermia because I saw during the autopsy that there were changes consistent with hypothermia.
So I want to break that down a little bit, if I could, with you. So you testified on direct, and I think you alluded to it here, that the primary cause of death, use that phraseology on direct, was blunt force injury. Is that correct?
Blunt impact injuries to the head, yes.
Blunt impact injuries to the head, and that's the primary cause, right?
correct.
And then there's, and I'm not clear on what you refer to on your right as a secondary cause of death of hypothermia, but you've used a little different phrase in some of your answers that I want to make sure I got it right. Hypothermic considerations, can you repeat what it was?
It said have hypothermic changes.
Hypothermic changes, and we agree that you can have hypothermic changes without a conclusion of hypothermia, correct?
No, hypothermic changes are what I'm referring to are actual things that I can see in the organs that are consistent with hypothermia. They're anatomic findings. They're things I can see with my eyes.
So you can, I'm sorry, did you finish?
And those changes suggest and are consistent with someone being hypothermic.
As you sit here now, with regard to, you use the phraseology consistent with hypothermia, signs of hypothermia, that's what I want to pursue just a little bit with regard to further information. We got started on this by asking whether you used the concept of differential diagnosis and hypotheses to determine the cause and manner of death. And you said in one of your answers that you relied upon law enforcement information, correct? Is that
Yes.
part of it? It was, you brought that up. You're the one who said you relied upon that, correct?
Yes.
And you've brought that up on your direct testimony and earlier in the cross. Is that correct, that you relied upon the investigation of law enforcement? So,
Sustained.
so now what I'd like to do is to ask you whether, using the concepts of differential diagnosis, scientific method, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have died somewhere other than where the body was found and been moved and placed in the snow? Did you consider that?
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Move along with this. We can approach in a bit.
Thank you.
What the fuck?
What, if any, alternative diagnoses did you apply to Mr. O'Keefe?
I don't understand your question.
What alternative scenarios did you look at, if any, for the cause or manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I'll allow that question. What, if any?
At the time of the autopsy, I documented injuries and signs of hypothermia. I was provided with a set of circumstances. And at the end of the investigation, or at the end of, my timeline, I concluded on the cause, but I did not conclude, or I did not determine a manner. The manner would be the circumstances you are speaking about, whether I considered other causes or circumstances. That's not how it works. I don't come up with hypothetical scenarios on how those injuries occur. I try to state the injuries, describe the injuries, state the cause of death and why that person died. And then I use all kinds of other investigative information that is provided to me to determine if I have enough to make a determination on the manner.
Did anyone provide to you any alternatives as to the finding of the body of Mr. O'Keefe in the snow?
Personally, to me, no.
Did you ask for any alternatives to the nature and location of the injury or death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I asked for all the information that was available.
Understood, but my question is, did you ask for any alternatives to the information that was provided to you as regards the location of the injuries? Did anyone provide you any alternatives to where the injuries could have occurred?
No.
So,
I'm going to let the answer stand. So the answer is no, so there's no evidence of that. So next question.
So you talked about the information you had at the time. What time is that?
The information at the time was a preliminary police report and verbal communications regarding the circumstances of how Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And when I asked about the time, I'm not calendar time. Was this January, February, March, April of 2022?
The preliminary police report was on the day of the autopsy, and then information, I don't remember exactly how long, but in the weeks following, information was coming in.
Do you have the ability to amend a death certificate?
Yes, I do.
And you can amend a certificate if you obtain further information with regard to the circumstances surrounding the death. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In your previous answers, you were talking about the information you had at the time. And I'm concluding that the latest that would be is April of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you obtained or been provided with further information? In other words, information after April of 2022 regarding the cause or manner of death?
What do you mean, have I been provided? Has someone physically provided me with a report on different circumstances?
Well, what I'm just talking about is any other information that you have received or considered in terms of the analysis with regard to the cause or manner of death.
Received in what way?
Here's what I'll do. I'll be a little more specific. What I want to do is to get at the head injury of the decedent, okay? Is it fair to say that the head injury, you called it a traumatic, state what you phrase that as, because I want to use your phraseology.
Blunt impact injuries of the head.
So blunt impact injuries of the head. Is it fair to say that that was a very severe injury?
It was a severe injury, correct?
And would Mr. O'Keefe had been rendered unconscious nearly instantaneously with death following shortly thereafter?
It's very possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that's what would have occurred?
I can't tell you how quickly he would have been rendered unconscious, but at some point after that injury, yes, he would have been rendered unconscious.
Is it possible he could have been rendered unconscious immediately?
So she's answered it this way. I think you need another person for that. Let's move on from that, Mr. Lessing.
What? Come on.
You made your own determination of the cause of death, correct?
Yes, that's my job.
Understood. And what I want to do is to pursue the basis of your determination. So you used the phrase brain impact injury,
Blunt
bl-
impact.
a blunt impact injury. Have I got that correct?
Blunt impact injuries of head. Yes.
Of head, right. And that's your conclusion, correct?
Yes.
Based upon your conclusion, did you make any determination as to whether the decedent would be able to carry out any purposeful movement after that injury?
Define purposeful movement.
Sure. I'm talking about the ability to perhaps manipulate their hands.
I don't know.
Did you make any determination as to whether they would be able to engage in any cognitive functions, meaning processing things and making decisions?
I did not make that determination, no.
Did you observe any pattern to the injuries to the head of the decedent?
A pattern? I observed that there were injuries to the back of the head as well as other internal injuries to the base of the skull, as well as the brain.
Your Honor, if we could please publish, I'm just going to check to make sure they're in. If we could, Your Honor, publish 160 that is in evidence. But before we do, Mr. Wolf, I would like to approach Your Honor and let you know in case there's anything further that
Okay.
needs to be done. Thank you.
Did you show it to Mr. Brennan?
It's already been agreed to as in evidence. and it
Okay.
is in evidence.
Oh, it's in evidence?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure if there was any statements that Your Honor wanted to make.
So why don't you come over here because, why don't you come over a second?
So polite. Such a gentleman. Oh, there's Lou O'Connell. Mr. Decrepit. Peggy is not in the courthouse. What is Carl Dougal doing? I mean, really, what are you in church? Like, dude, like, you get the shit or something? What's up, brother? And why are you wearing a pin? Yeah, Paul looks hungover. Yeah. Yep, Vinny's over there doodling. He's getting contact high from fucking Grant right now. He's like spaced out. Wow. So cool. Fuck, man. Grant, what'd you smoke, man? Definitely wasn't sativa, right? The other lady next to Lou O'Connor's like, stop looking at me. Jesus. Irv. He must smell like last week's trash. So it looks like Grant's father passed away. unfortunately. I'm sorry to hear that. So that means Wendy Murphy's not getting an alimony check anymore. Uh-oh. No, that's Sue O'Connell today, right? Yeah, okay. I can't tell, man. Jesus. I need blue glasses. Vinny's definitely stoned. Look at him. Yeah, I'm just gonna flick back here. Look like I'm doing something so that the my bosses think I'm actually engaged. Because I'm just gonna make up shit later on, anyways. With what's his name? The fucking turtle syndrome guy there at the end on there. Decrepit, John I forget his name. I'll see whatever I want, anyways. And Vinny's over there going, wow, look at this dinosaur I drew today. Wow. Does this picture really look like Aunt Bev? Maybe. I don't know. Oh, hey Sue, girl. I think she likes what I like. Don't you? Yeah, you do, don't you? You do. Look at me if you do. Look at me if you do. Oh, you don't. Jesus. Oh, he's like, honey, please. Can you smell that too? Is that Grant's ass or what is that? Did he just shit himself? Oh, God. Thank God the buffer zone's back tomorrow because it can spread out a little bit. I bet you they'd be like, oh, it's lunchtime. Sue, if you can see me, look at me. Okay. Look up, Sue, look up again. One more time. If you can hear oh, there you go, sweetheart. Oh, hey, you doing? Vinny, wow. He's like, wow. What am I going to talk about tonight? I don't know. I've got one picture in each of these pieces of pages right now. And my nipples are jacked right now. I don't want anybody to see them, especially Lou. Sorry for the commentary. Sorry.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. With Your Honor's permission, I would like to publish Exhibit 160.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello, if you could please draw your attention to what is depicted on both screens. Pick whatever screen is most convenient for you. And what I want to do is to go over what is depicted there. And I'd like to start with just some basics. What is that white rectangle that is on the photograph?
This,
Yes.
that's a ruler
And what's the purpose of the ruler?
to show a scale. When I measure the injury, I use the ruler to document that.
And if you could please draw your further attention to what I will refer to, and you use your own term, but just to start it, the horizontal line that is appears to be a laceration. You know what I'm referring to?
This, yes, this is a laceration.
Right. So it's fair to say that that's a laceration.
Correct.
And just so we get all that's depicted on this, you referred to earlier up above that, the red area. And is that an abrasion?
Yes.
And do you also denote to the left, almost like a J type item going vertically up? Yes, and going up. Do you see that?
Yeah, that I did not note that specifically. I just noted the whole injury as part of the abrasion.
That's my point. So you didn't make a separate note of what appears to be a J, and it might be easier to see it in the screen over there. It's your conclusion, but is it easier to see there?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, and so you didn't make a separate note as to what that was in your report, correct?
No, I did not.
Shame. Shame.
Do you consider that an abrasion or something else?
I believe that's still an abrasion.
Do you conclude that J is different in any manner from the abrasion that you've noted above the laceration?
I believe it could be part of the whole abrasion, or it could be something different.
Fair enough. Would a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground produce a circular and not a linear abrasion as depicted here on the back of an injured person's head?
Can you
Say it.
repeat the question?
Sure.
Say it. Say it.
Assume a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground. Would such a fall in impact present that type of pattern, or would it present a circular pattern, perhaps with something like a starfish in the middle?
Do you
I'll
subject?
allow that. Can you answer that?
Yes.
I can say that a fall backwards could very well produce that injury.
Yes.
My question is more specific, and that is a fall backwards where the person impacts the back of their head on flat frozen ground. Would you expect that type of a laceration from that type of a fall? Not just a general fall backwards, but specifically a fall backwards where the back of the head hits flat frozen ground. Would you expect that?
I could, yes.
And under what circumstances could a laceration like that and an abrasion, all of it together, what circumstances could cause that type from a fall backwards on flat frozen ground?
Well, the laceration is due to the blunt impact, and so is the abrasion. The abrasion is friction. So depending on the type of surface, you mentioned flat frozen ground, it's quite possible to have an injury as the one depicted. There's nothing inconsistent with this injury and a fall on someone's on the back of the head with a blunt surface.
There you go.
Is there, are you familiar with the phrase pattern recognition in medicine?
Yes.
And isn't pattern recognition something that requires training with regard to being able to recognize certain patterns and determining what could be causing that pattern?
Yes.
And just merely recognizing whether there is a pattern takes certain specialty training, etc.
Correct.
And isn't pattern recognition a principle that you apply in the medical examiner's office?
Yeah, we do.
And so example of pattern recognition could be a knife wound, correct?
Yes.
Could be a gunshot.
Correct.
And there's certain patterns that you see on a decedent that can be consistent with those types of causes of injury, correct?
Correct.
Assuming a fall backwards onto frozen ground and there being on a lawn with grass, would you expect to see any grass at all in the injury site?
it's possible to have grass.
Is it possible to have well, are you familiar with the height and weight of the decedent generally? And if you need to look at your notes, please do so.
Yes. Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 6'1" and 216 pounds.
So assuming a fall backwards and an impact to head on, a ground with grass, a person who's 6'1", there is
Tommy,
going to be
get rid of that-
significant
get rid of that chat.
acceleration forces that occur as they're going
rid of
backwards.
that
Is that
bitch.
correct?
That's fair to say, yes.
And therefore, the more acceleration forces, usually there's a correlation with the force of the impact.
Correct.
And in terms of force of impact and assuming grass on the ground, would you, do you believe it's more probable than not that one would then see some grass on the head?
Sustained is doubtful.
Given what you testified regarding the height of Mr. O'Keefe, and assuming what I just gave to you as a fall backwards and acceleration and forces, would you expect to see anything else on the back of his head?
You have to be more specific than that.
Right, I thank you. So would you expect to see, is it possible if that was the manner of the fall that there should be grass on the head? Is that possible?
Sustained.
Did you consider at all in your evaluation let me back up. Do you see any evidence of grass in this depiction?
No, I do not.
Did you recall ever seeing any evidence of grass when you were performing the autopsy?
I did not see evidence of grass.
Did you consider at all in performing your autopsy whether or not grass should be present given what was reported to you by law enforcement?
Sustained.
Did you make any considerations at all regarding grass in regard to your autopsy report?
I did not see any grass. No, I did not make any determinations.
And was grass at all even a consideration in your analysis?
I had very limited information as to the exact nature of the surface at the time of autopsy.
So the answer is no to that
No.
question. Thank you. Did you have any information regarding the circumstances that you said you look at in trying to determine manner of death as to whether there were any stones or rocks around the scene?
That I did not have any information.
So meaning you didn't have any information, you saw no information that there were any stones or rocks by the scene, is that correct?
Sustained in that form.
What, if any, consideration did you make in your assessment of cause and manner of death with regard to stones or rocks?
I did not make any.
With regard to any other potential causes other than ground, did you consider any other possibilities that could cause the type of injuries that are depicted on the screen?
There's a number of possibilities that could cause the injury.
My question is, did you consider, not whether there are, but whether you considered them at the time you were performing the autopsy?
I'm always considering at the time of autopsy what could have caused a certain injury.
Did you put in your notes or your autopsy report any of those considerations? Are they documented?
No.
Now, in terms of differential diagnosis that we talked about, did you determine whether there were any other possible explanations for the injuries to the decedent other than what law enforcement presented to you?
I'll allow that.
Internally, I consider all kinds of other explanations. I have to look at the findings and the possible ways that those injuries could have been sustained and decide whether I have enough information and whether I am satisfied with the information that I have in order to conclude or determine a manner.
Did you make any notes at all about the considerations you were just speaking about, other considerations? Any notes whatsoever in any document in your autopsy report?
Not in my autopsy report, no.
Did you make any other notes of those considerations in any document that you created for this case at all?
No, these are considerations that I've had and discussions I've had with colleagues in terms of evaluating these injuries. And
I don't want you to go into what other people said, but I want you to finish your answer.
Right, no, I did not make physical notes of my considerations.
Your Honor, I'm going into a different category, so I just wanted to alert Your Honor to it.
All right. And it will take more than 10, 15 minutes?
Oh, yes.
Okay. All right, jurors. Well, the lunch is- We'll take the lunch and recess. So we'll see you in about 45 minutes.
45 minutes.
45-minute recess?
Leslie said, I'm going to switch categories. I just want to alert you, Your Honor. And she goes, will it take more than 10 minutes? He's like, oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
So, yeah.
Nice.
Yep.
I got asked to be on Justice Serve TV tonight with them.
Have fun.
We could say hi to them. Maybe get some viewers to our channel, right?
Do what you got to do, man.
We
Get
need
out
more
there and
viewers.
Shake hands, kiss babies. Man.
Wait a minute. Yeah, the defense says nothing. We need more subscribers, Mike.
Well, what do you want me to do?
No. It's a thing. We continue to grow. I mean, we're right now we have
just over 7,000.
We have 7,106 subscribers.
That's it.
Yeah.
Scrubs.
Telling you. We should be at thousands and thousands and thousands.
Well, you're not adding in the Tommy CPU either to that.
No, that one's a little different though, Mike. That was like when I was a rebel. That's got 14,216.
I know.
That's gained 216 subscribers, and the people that are on the Tom CPU still go back there and watch. They like it there. You got a little community going.
So Trooper Keefe lied yesterday.
Trooper Keefe lied, man. Remember we picked that up when that happened? We were like, wait a minute.
He said I went down there alone. He was with that fucking cock Tully. Yay. These guys, they don't even know how to tell, they don't even know how to tell the truth. They don't even know how to tell the truth. Yeah, Liza did cross Scotty Bell last trial. Not Alan, you're right. Right.
How come everybody's lying? Why are they allowed to get away with this?
Why are you always lying?
Mike, how come? Remember we heard about the prosecution in some letter about people didn't want to testify? Remember that, Mike?
Yeah.
That kind of went away.
I haven't heard anything about it.
Yeah. Where's Ricky Del Tano? The guy that was driving the F-150 that was lifted that would have had eyes on John O'Keefe walking into the house.
Oof.
How come he's not testifying, Mike?
I don't know. Jesus Christ, Tommy. That's a good question. Where is he?
Can't make him testify.
Defense can.
How's he sleep at night if he knows that happened?
The defense can.
Yeah, true. How do any of these people sleep at night? Connor Keith, I was there alone. Wow.
Yep.
Kerry Roberts, did you lie to the grand jury? Yes. It's okay. Jen
Don't worry.
McCabe. First time the FBI shows up. Are you Jen McCabe? Nope. Nope, I'm not. I'm definitely not Jen McCabe. Why is everybody fucking lying? Higgins, I went to move the truck. Everybody's fucking lying.
Why you always lying?
Why? What? FBI, hello? Why? Mike, people, these are professional people. These are the best we got. And they can't even tell the truth?
Tommy, I'm starting to think that maybe the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office is corrupt. What do you think?
I may need a little more evidence, Mike.
That wasn't Zachary Clark with Tully. No, it was Connor Keefe. Zachary Clark was the one taking pictures at the Sallyport and shit.
I'm in awe that there's this much lying.
Why you always lying? I don't know, man. We fucked up.
It really is.
How do we get John DeCucco on the fucking journalist list over there? John DeCucco does not deserve that. I mean, was our boy Eden, man? The fuck? These guys suck.
Evidence collection lady. She takes and scrapes everything into a friggin' pile. Yep, I got it all. It's all here.
Oh, she just lost her job, dude. She's a
Because
civilian.
it separates. It's easy to separate, dude. Just
Yeah, FKI buzz. No problem, dude. That's all right.
Wow.
No problem.
wow. I'm in shock, dude. I'm really, and I'm so glad that this is happening the way it is because the world is watching this friggin' disaster unfold in front of us.
I know I'm watching it.
The whole world's watching this, Mike. And
world is
the world's watching because of us.
Fuck me.
Yep. We did it.
Fuck me.
Fuck my. Fuck my. You're gonna.
I didn't want to correct her whole testimony and redact it, is what I'm told.
You hear that lady say to the judge she was want to make a correction? No.
No,
Yo,
she wanted to redact her whole statement from yesterday.
No.
Yeah. Because no one even asked her this morning, do you want to change anything of your testimony? She was like, yeah. The defense was like, but you know what I'm going to ask you because we like what you said. This lady, Squiddy Bello, I think she's got the hots for Alessi.
Something.
They're both
Oh,
Italian. Squiddy Bello's Italian, right? I mean, right? She's
Yeah.
wearing a wedding ring. She's wearing a wedding ring around her chain. I don't know what's going on with that. I think Bob eyed that. He's playing up to it.
Check this out. Getting there, Mike.
What are you getting there? Did it go up a little bit?
Yep, it did. Thank you, everyone. Dear
Yeah.
Karen, I want to take a moment to express my unwavering support for you during this incredibly difficult time. The injustice you are facing is deeply troubling. And I stand with you in the fight for truth and fairness. Your resistance in the face of adversity is inspiring, and I hope this contribution to your defense fund helps in some small way as you continue to defend yourself against these allegations. Justice must prevail, and I believe in your innocence. Know that you are not alone. Many of us see the truth and refuse to accept corruption as the final word. We will continue to stand by you, advocate for you, and demand accountability for those who seek to distort justice. I hope that when all is said and done, MM gets his own set of shiny metal bracelets. Stay strong, Karen. You have a community behind you, and we will not stop fighting for what is right, for solidarity and hope. Kate from Quincy. On the way to 1 million from Seeking Justice with Tommy and Boston Mike's Dream. You are a woman of valor. We support you all the way. I'm so sorry it's such a small amount, but it's all I have spare. Oh my God.
It's a thought too.
Oh, it hurts. Karen, please keep your head up and know even here in Norfolk, England, we're on your side. Norfolk, England, Mike. You're looking at it. We can see the truth. I wish you all the best. Mike.
Jesus
Belfast,
Christ.
Northern Ireland is praying for you, Karen. You're an inspiration in a world full of corruption. God and faith will guide you. Hold your head high. Kidding me, right?
Nope.
God bless you, Karen, attorneys, professionals. You're all working so hard on your behalf. Stay strong. San Francisco cheering for you. You have an excellent defense team, and they will ensure your freedom. This will all be behind you soon. We pray. Ooh, thank you, Danielle PC for 500. Anonymous for 50. Another anonymous. This is insane, Mike, huh?
Yeah. What's the number right now?
9,000.
No.
969,235.
All right.
So you guys are new one. The state of Massachusetts and all of their friends and their families against Karen. Take down the giant. I'm donating every week and saying a prayer, declaring victory over these wicked people. Thank you, Nicole. Nicole Garcia. Thank you so much. This is working, Mike. Thank you, everybody, as a matter of fact. That's a lot of money right there, bud. A lot of money. And the sad part, she needs more because they keep freaking milking her.
Yep. I said to myself, money's not going to determine the outcome of this because we got to get the money to her to get whatever she needs. And obviously it's showing now, but keep going. Well, never not enough. But yeah, just keep it going, guys. I'm glad Tommy brought that up this morning. Man. It's good stuff. Because you forget, we do all these fundraisers and we people doing this, and it comes in and Attorney Gallagher and the Nacho Night and all this stuff, all the outings, it all adds up, man.
It sure does. And every night there's like a pizza thing where you go out and you hang out with other Karen Reed people and you just grab a pizza, maybe throw a couple dollars in a bucket, and at the end of the night, that bucket's got some dollars. How much did they dump in there the other day? 7,500 or whatever it was. Huge amount of money.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
That was a thing, and I'm sure there'll be more of those. Yeah. Concerned about the jury plant. Hope we don't get another hung jury if they convict on anything. She has a lot to reverse verdict on an automatic appeal. Not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Yeah.
Yes. Not a hung jury. We want better jury instructions this time around. No more buffer zone tomorrow. Tommy, 2 phones will be out there.
You know it. Finally. Well, there's the buffer zone. I can't go in there with the Karen Reed stuff.
Yeah, listen to us. We're happy that we could actually be this far away.
Well,
that's
if you're wearing Karen Reed stuff. If you're not, you're allowed in the buffer zone. Yes.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
And that means people can hang out again with the chairs, and hopefully Minion Mike shows up.
Everybody, you're right. And Mike, just being able to open your chair and sit down next to somebody where they have us penned in now, we can't even do that. It's too small. But now we can walk anywhere we want without getting in trouble.
Especially you.
Yeah, no doubt, huh?
Yeah, and you're fucking always getting in trouble
for just being there.
What about Turtle Boy shirts? Good question. I wouldn't risk it. I'd wear one. I'd bring one with you.
Once you're outside at the buffer zone, you can wear whatever you want.
Turtle Boy bad. Turtle Boy's bad. What the fuck?
And the buffer zone isn't as far away either. So they just brought it closer, but they also allowed us now to come in. Before it was more of a no-go zone. Yes. I want the fan up, but I'm looking to see if I can share something real quick. We read the supplemental order, right? For the buffer zone. Yeah. Do we read that? Yeah. Okay, I can close that window. I can get. Oh, I did send Auntie Bev a little note to schedule me in for the flogging or whatever that is. Yeah. You guys see that? No. Let me share this. Check this out. Present, share. Joe, flip ahead. Not
do
sure how I never put this together. The
It's-
only
Jay, time
reason.
out. Time out. Can you put it in the middle?
Sure.
Jesus, what are you doing over there?
Oh, I
Concord?
didn't even see it. I just hit the screen. How's that?
Come on, man. Yeah, well,
I was reading this.
Thank God the chat knows.
I
They
know.
know what I'm doing. Yeah,
Chat's
yeah,
great. All right.
Okay.
Not sure how I never put this together. The only reason Proctor would document John O'Keefe's taillight on February 3rd was because he saw the ring video of Karen backing into John O'Keefe's SUV. Despite that, for 3 years, the Commonwealth has argued Karen's SUV didn't come in contact with John O'Keefe's SUV. Last week, Yuri gave pushback when discussing this exact issue. The entire case is a disgrace. See it dented? Dented?
That's not dented.
That's dented right there. Sure is. Absolutely is. That's a dent, my friend. See how this rolls here? The line? You above it?
That's the wrong side, bro.
Her tail, when she backed up, her corner, the corner of her, I believe, the corner of her.
My
vehicle-
hypothesis
Yeah.
is that you're on the wrong side and you should be towards the driver's side. That's all I'm gonna go with. But
So the driver's
do
side.
it with it what you will.
Did the driver's side? Is this the drive? Her bumper pushing it like bump just
It's a
like
reflection,
bumping the
bro.
metal in?
No, it's a reflection. Go to
Okay.
the other pictures. Go to the other pictures. See? You with me now?
Yep, yep,
Feel it
yep.
now? All right. I've scoured this information.
There's no snow on the ground.
That's Proctor's 4x4 over there. See that black one right there? That's his
That
personal
one?
vehicle. Yeah. That's his
Okay.
personal vehicle. Pathfinder, whatever the fucking big
So why do they do evidence collection and stuff like that with their personal cars?
no film of it.
Boom, boom, boom. 1, 2, 3. In his truck. 4. All for what? For what? Why are they even there, Mike? If she never hit the car, why are they taking pictures of it?
Exactly.
Now I'm wondering if there was video of the auto mechanic being there on 129 in the driveway working on John's Traverse. He probably deleted that as well. Hey Nikki, I was told that the flatbed that came and picked up the vehicle wiped out a fence, and somebody came and paid the resident to replace or repair the fence. Anybody? Or am I out on left field again with this one?
Bueller.
Why bring him to that house on that day? Right after.
Bueller.
More important things to worry about, right?
Who's this schmuck?
6'2", standing at the back, see where it would hit him. Would the tail light scratch him from his upper arm to his wrist? Aka did do some testing, by the way.
Oh yeah. I want to know why Connor Keefe lied.
So easy to prove too. That's bad. He did lie, Mike.
Yep.
Why? But what? Why are they lying so much, Mike?
Why
What is it?
you always
What is it?
lying?
Like,
They want a promotion, right? You gotta lie. You gotta lie if you want to fly with the state police, man. If not, you're gonna be out in 495 at midnight. If you don't lie.
I just, I can't see how they think they can get away with lying so much. All of them.
And not only that, they get caught. They get caught lying, and they're like, "Whatever, we don't care." Haha. Moving on. Right.
You know what else I have a question for? Remember
What's that?
when they got Farwell? They went and arrested Farwell.
Yeah.
And they charged him for the murder of the double homicide, right?
Yeah.
Does the town of Canton have to file charges against him too?
Well, no, not if it's a murder.
Why? It happened in Canton. Leave
Oh,
the
I see.
FBI, leave the
Yeah.
FBI out of it, right?
No, the
Someone
state
still,
police are in charge of murders.
but the FBI took care of the Farwell
But- Yeah, but
arrest,
because he killed a witness.
right? But does Canton have to charge Farwell with the murder because it happened in Canton when it happened?
They're not allowed to do murder investigations.
But what about the charging of it? The charging,
Oh.
like they charging Aiden with witness intimidation.
So if I was to go across the street, do something to a neighbor and flee,
Yep.
that'd be different. Yeah, you can come get me, but there has to be a charge of, hey, we're looking for this fugitive kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you're like under suspicion of that and you're not in charge of, you're not a murder police, so to speak, in Canton.
Right. Yep.
The state police, i.e., Mr. Fanning, would be the one that would be looking after you. But he
Yeah.
found no probable cause to do such a thing. So when Lank, Good, Albert all went to the house, it was suicide, unalive yourself. No need.
And they knew who she was.
Oh yeah.
And the death certificate still says suicide.
Because the state hasn't done anything.
Wow.
It'll all come around. It's gonna happen.
So like if Karen is found not guilty,
Right.
Norfolk DA charges people nobody, but because they don't have any evidence because they didn't do any investigation.
So it's gonna stay undetermined.
No one will ever be held accountable.
Nope. Nope.
I-
You might get some.
I hate
mean,
I hate even thinking that, Mike. I just
I
really
know.
I can't.
That's why the O'Keefes are getting fucked.
How can no one be accountable from killing somebody?
Because no one investigated it the right way. Gallagher should have went into
But
the
it's
house.
still happened.
Huh?
It still happened. Charge these people on circumstantial evidence. God damn it. Why don't they do that?
If
Yeah.
they had something to hang their hat on, Tom, I think they would. But it would see that'd be the state police again. And the state police want nothing to do with this because it's one of their own. They investigated it. Colonel Noble would be the one ultimately to say, you know what? We're gonna overturn the DA hearing and we're gonna go after it. I don't know if he could or not, but or even Mara Healy, or I don't know.
Well, I know that.
I know Johnny Cole Cuts Conley would probably do something about it.
Oh, no doubt. It's the 15th. When do you think the prosecution rests? Because think of the people they're not going to call now, Mike.
I say 10 days.
10 days from now, they're going to say we're done with this?
25th and around there somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, how much more? I mean, they're flying through.
They got to do the vehicle, the data from the vehicle.
They're going to get smoked.
They did the crime scene. They did the vehicle. Then they have to do the witnesses.
Who are they going to call for a witness?
Brian, Higgins, Colin,
No way. No way. No way.
Coco, Jill.
He doesn't even have the Alberts listed. Oh, they're both listed. Okay, I see what I'm saying. I made a mistake.
But like, if he doesn't call them, right? Then his time is up.
You call Tully, you call Helena Rafferty, Proctor, Ryan Nagel, he called already. He hasn't called any of the Alberts. Brian Jr., Gay Brian Jr., Caitlin, Chris, Colin, Julie, Nicole, Richard D'Antonio. Huh, where's he been?
He's missing, man, and he's kind of like, that's an odd thing to me. I don't know where he is.
You got Jutras to call?
Yes.
Yeah, he's the IT guy.
IT guy. Yep.
Yeah.
Can't.
Hey, you got this for a minute? I'm gonna go
Yeah.
downstairs, check out
Yep.
what's going on with my landscaping and shit. I'll be back.
Absolutely. Let's see. I hope everyone's having a super, absolutely freaking fabulosity day. Oh my goodness. I'm seeing, and let me show you guys what I'm seeing. A lot. So much, I'm going to share it, and so much that here for Trump. John O'Keefe had a 3-centimeter blunt impact was so hard to his brain that he had a skull fracture that produced smaller fractures. My opinion, he physically hit, causing him to fall backwards. Yep. But a lot of people that have that in their name, Trump in their name, has been mentioning the Karen Reed trial, and that's okay. Well. Would you look at that? The mighty buffer zone, the crown jewel in Auntie Bev's Keep the Peasants Back campaign just got the full makeover treatment, courtesy of the First Circuit Court of Appeals, and not the spa kind. This was more of a chainsaw and a sledgehammer sort of renovation. Let's be crystal clear here. This is not just a win. This is a full-blown body slam off the top rope. Karen Reed supporters, once banished like misbehaving toddlers, are now free to return to their sacred ground. Yes, the infamous lawn outside the church to watch the Commonwealth's case wobble along in real time. Bring your chairs, bring your signs, heck, bring your snacks. Even better, if some clipboard-wielding authority figure tells you that you're in violation of Auntie Bev's imaginary FIFM, you now have the right to march yourself straight into the Superior Court and demand a judge's ear. Immediately, as in right then and there, not next week, not after the 4-month subcommittee review, now. And let's not ignore the cherry on the top. Auntie Bev herself just got publicly punked by the First Circuit. That's right. Her crusade to turn public sidewalk into velvet-roped VIP zone for state-approved messaging just backfired in spectacular fashion. So while the Commonwealth tries to glue its case back together, supporters of truth, justice, and sarcastic signage can rejoice. The sidewalks are open, the seats are back, in Auntie Bev's buffer zone. It's now just a cautionary tale of judicial overreach. Yep. Good post, John Camo. Good post. And there's our order. What's this? Look at they want to. I am forwarding this to Cosgrove and Judge Doolin for reconsideration of decision to revoke again Aiden Caney's bail. Absolute bullshit. Whatever. Yep. Karen and them. Don't know what the problem is there. I don't see Karen Reed doing anything supposed except serving herself. Don't see your kids at baseball. Dude, that's what she's. Whatever, dude. This is not true. Looks brand new. Like they repaired it and they were planning to deny Karen's SUV even made contact with it. Once you catch on to the Commonwealth criminals, it's incredibly easy to unwind this scheme. I don't like that guy. Blah, blah, blah. About collecting the thing. We don't can't read it. He may have no. You're wrong. Uh-huh. Yeah. There's no road salt, people. People, look. When you're in New England and you drive, you get road salt. If this was all open, this would create a vacuum and it would suck the air right into the back of the taillight because it's a negative pressure area behind the vehicle. Behind every vehicle you drive is a negative pressure area. When that taillight was broken, the water and they're gonna. Oh my God, they already started. Don't care. Fuck them. Don't care. I'm glad I'd take up that much energy in their brain. There'd be like water spots with the road salt. You'd see it, right? Yeah, it is bad. I heard that their bedrooms are one wall apart from each other. Think about that one. Nothing like control. Yep. Man, they're the ones bringing the kids into this. Horrible. Can't show that. That's good. That's what we want to do here. Stop. Check this stuff out.
A smiling Karen Reed greets supporters before entering court for day 11 of her trial. But her mood was a lot different in voicemails she left for her boyfriend that were just played in court. Reed left the blistering message after dropping off Boston cop John O'Keefe at a party. Then she drove home and waited for him and waited. Prosecutors say she was in a jealous rage.
John, nobody knows what
The former college professor called O'Keefe's cell phone a mind-blowing 53 times between 12:37 a.m. and 6:08 a.m. In this voicemail, she accuses him of cheating.
As a girl, you're
Oh, when that camera panned back to her face, she knew she was caught.
Examination, you stated that there were 2 stickers and that there were therefore glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So 2 stickers and glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, correct.
The reflection.
There's only 1 sticker, and the second sticker is merely a reflection of the first sticker, and therefore you have doubled the stickers and you doubled the amount of glass on bumper. Can you see that? Can you determine that from the photo?
No, can I see the other photo, please?
And Alessi showed that bee. And that's when she starts busting out her best Jen McCabe impression.
It's only in actuality 1 sticker and 1 bee, and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with this bumper.
I don't know specifically that it's a reflection. It's not unusual for me to use the same letter on a sticker if I'm going to collect the items of evidence together. So if I had written it, on top or on the bottom of the scale on one of them and on the top of the scale on the other one, that is a possibility. It's difficult for me to tell by this picture.
Girl, are you actually trying to tell this jury that you regularly write the B backwards? Because, girl, if that's true, it's time to get tested for something. And she's sitting up there staring at it like she can't see that it's a reflection. And she's like, I don't know if that's a reflection. I can't tell from that picture. For the record, here's a picture of that bumper at last year's trial, just so you can get a comparison. Finally, she's like, it could be. It's not out of the realm of possibilities. And our old boy, Alessi, he said, don't you think it's important that people know whether it is or not? And she had the nerve to hesitate.
I think that, yes, obviously, understanding and knowing exactly what I'm looking at is important, but it would not change what I would have collected and how I would have labeled.
Wouldn't have changed how you labeled it. Girl, this is you labeling. This is you telling the jury that this is fair and accurate, and then telling them, well, maybe I labeled it backward. This is the face of a woman who's puking in a toilet after she gets off the stand. Oh, when that camera panned back to her face, she knew she was caught.
Examination, you stated that there were 2 stickers and that there were therefore glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So 2 stickers and glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, correct.
In fact, there's only 1 sticker.
You found this apparent hair.
We are just getting this information into our newsroom, though. The reason that court was not held.
I think that there's a decent likelihood that the prosecution will wrap up their case in chief this week in the Karen Read trial. Today was day 15 of Karen Read's trial, and there were several witnesses that appeared today. Hi, my name is Sydney Rushing. I'm a criminal defense attorney in the state of Michigan. Now let's talk about it. First and foremost, we got confirmation that yesterday's cancellation was in fact due to Karen Read's illness. See, I told you.
We are just getting this information into our
Karen Read is accused of hitting John O'Keefe with her SUV and leaving him to die in the snow.
Their relationship was not a happy one.
Not a single witness actually saw this happen.
There's a whole other side of the story.
This is funny, Ms. Reed.
They've got her guilty already.
So did you drive your car into John?
Doing this film is my testimony. I want to say what happened exactly as it happened. John was a Boston police officer. We went to the bar with a bunch of cops. Jen McCabe invited us to the Alberts. Last I ever talked to him when he got out of my car at Brian Albert's house.
He was found dead on the lawn of another police officer.
This is one of their own, and that raises the stakes. That statement doesn't appear on any of the tapes.
I am not on trial. I am a witness.
It's impossible to have any sympathy. They're all lying.
Karen Read is accused of hitting John O'Keefe with her SUV and leaving him to die in the snow.
I caught something during Maureen Hartnett's testimony during.
I read that right now.
Inconsistencies. Every statement's different. Under oath, not under oath. With the cops are all wrong.
Reed's lawyers are under a gag order. She's her own spokesperson when she leaves court. Is she doing herself a service or a disservice?
I don't think she's done herself a service when she's talked to any of the media throughout the last couple of years. These statements would be admissible if the prosecution decided they wanted to offer them. They're considered admissions in Massachusetts.
Karen Read is
inconsistent.
Reporting live.
Many of y'all are asking the same 2 questions to do with the Karen Read retrial, so I'm going to answer the 2 most frequently asked questions I've had these last few weeks. The first being, how can the O'Keefe family sit in the courtroom if witnesses are sequestered from seeing testimony? I'm also going to address witnesses rewatching old testimony before they testify for this trial. There is an order for the second trial that says that witnesses are not allowed to sit in the courtroom, but an exception was granted to members of the O'Keefe family and also members of the Read family. Members of both families are on witness lists, but the judge said it's fine and they can stay in the courtroom. John O'Keefe's mom, Peggy, was in the courtroom before and after her own testimony. And Paul O'Keefe is on witness list, but he has not testified yet. Thank you to Jessica Machado, who posted the inside of the courtroom while it's empty, so y'all can see a real visual of how small this room actually is. We are currently sitting where the media sits, so like up here behind.
Okay. Has anyone else seen this video? I just finished streaming the trial, and this came up as my next suggested. And it's someone turning around in 34 Fairview at night, so we get a good idea of what the lawn looks like. And this is the exact same direction the McCabe's would have pulled out of the house. On day 10, the Commonwealth called meteorologist Robert Gilman.
There is absolutely the utter unprofessionalism by Judge Bev throughout this trial is one for the books. And of course, today was no different. So she was annoyed that the defense requested a sidebar and then whispered a derogatory nickname under her breath, referring to the defense. And of course, the hot mic picked it up.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you. The utter unprofessionalism by Judge Bev.
That happened, guys. Imagine that, man. They're ready to convict this girl, throw in jail for the rest of her life over a freaking.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. So we know that you're true crime fans, but are you also in a business of some kind? Well, if so, I want to tell you about Odoo. They're sponsoring this live trial stream. So Odoo is an incredible all-in-one business management software that provides you with a range of applications. One of their best applications, the sales tool. The Kanban pipeline, game changer. Whether you're working with leads or full-blown opportunities, you can visually track every stage of your sales process. You just drag and drop to move deals forward. It's fast and honestly kind of satisfying. When it's time to send a quote, it's literally a couple of clicks. The reporting, super clear. You get a live view of your pipeline, conversions, what's working, so you can focus on closing and not guessing. Right now, you can get a free 15-day trial of Odoo's all-in-one business solution and see how it can make your life a little bit easier. Just scan the QR code on screen, LC Live CRM.
Okay. Dude. Guys. I'm pulling this up. This is this important. Where are you, Howie? Boom. Real quick, let me share this for you guys. Guys, check this out. Howie Carr. Melanie Little just found another one-frame ghost. This apparition appeared a few seconds after the first hint. Alan Jackson wasn't kidding about all the paranormal events in Canton. This guy showed up. Guy, girl, anybody? It's right there. That was in between frames. Whoopsies. Melanie Little caught this from CPD Sally put in freeze frame. Can anyone identify the one frame ghost that someone forgot to delete? This is all right. Yep. Yeah, ridiculous. Wow. No idea. Could be a lady. Wow. They're telling us that didn't happen, but we're looking at it. And they're saying, nope, that didn't happen. Every single thing is messed up. Every single thing has got an issue. Man. Wow. Just wow. I'm glad you guys are here witnessing this with us, because this is something that just incredible. Yeah. And yet the case goes on, right? Higgins, he went to move the vehicle. Is that on the thing here? Higgins. I'm telling you, people, if any one of us lied this much to anybody with a badge, we would be in jail. Like, legitimate. We'd be locked up. And they tell us just to carry on, right? Don't worry about it. That's what they say, right? Wow. So the Higgins thing, right? They were drinking all day long. He was drinking and driving. No one said a word. He's the one that sent the texts to Karen. Yeah. I'm not sure that was, you know, deserved. It just, he can't even be like a nice guy about it. You know, like he wasn't even, you know, hey, nice seeing you. You know, whatever. Just nothing. Yeah, not right. Not right. Not right. What else? Let me get a backup station in case this one dies for whatever reason. Fox 25 is backup. How's that? Live court happening now. Where are you? All right. I got an ad. This is live. Yep. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah. Sir Bud. Maybe he said something, right? Maybe he said something about Karen to John. Maybe Higgins did that, right? I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't there. Unfortunately, it's sad. The defense has been nothing but professional and polite. They're very respectful. You know, the defense absolutely is, and you know, that's just who they are. I've met each one of them personally, and how they are personally is what you see on TV. Higgins lied on the stand. Said he went to move trucks. Not true. Tomorrow morning will be early, Mary. Got to be really early tomorrow morning because I have to leave here early to get there so that we don't miss Dina's prayer. Dina does a prayer every morning. So try and get you guys some viewable stuff there. And then when Karen comes, we'll get her walking into court. And then at lunchtime when they leave, Equestrian, did we ever get Karen that information about that restaurant that was going to close down for her? Remember that? We had that conversation? That really nice gentleman? Yeah, this guy was he said he'd shut his doors and lock them for Karen for lunch so that she could come and have lunch in a private place, and he'd make her finger sandwiches and stuff. And it's not that far away. So I mean, the guy's willing to do that. That's I mean, all the vendors down there are fine. We don't have a problem with any of them. The problem we had was from the church. The church was really complaining and screaming and yelling about God knows what. I don't know. They didn't say it to us. All right. Sorry about that, guys, girls, ladies, gentlemen. That was an accident. There we go. Better? New buffer zone info. Yeah. I have read what Bev has changed it to. Justice will be served. The waterfall video. Every video that we've seen, I believe the DA takes the video in its raw format and sends it to another company to do whatever they do with the video. And that company was Fanning and Crawford's company that they ran and owned. Oh, by the way, they disbanded the company the day after John died. They disbanded it. They shut it down. So that's pretty telling also. You're going to see Fanning and Colleen Crawford have a lot of answering to do. A lot of freaking answering. Yeah. Higgins didn't move a single car, did he? Not a single freaking car did he move. Yep. And again, right? I believe myself, I believe that we can do better. We do have better police officers. We do have better men and women out there that want to do the job. Someone's calling in. You can almost hear it in the background. Can you guys hear that? I hear somebody down on the phone. I can hear a conversation.
Enter your. All right, so I'm told you want to see me. I'll see you at sidebar. Followed by pound.
Yeah. I can still hear it. John DePietro was missing. Always a sidebar, right? Always a sidebar. Oh, wow. Damn it, it's not good. Unless he's still on cross, he's going to remind Bev that he has a right to defend his client. He wants on the record that she keeps shutting him down. There's that Channel 5 guy. He's a jerk. Yeah. Albert, I think you're right. Unfortunately. Yep, they will continue to lie. It's bad. Court officer. Yeah, no, I don't think he runs much, that guy. That would hurt. Oh my. As soon as they get back and this gets rolling, I'm gonna grab some lunch. So I'm not going far. I'm just going like right over there. Right. Right. Rob, you noticed that vehicle that drove around the back, right? Kind of come out of nowhere. Like the headlights are usually a big tell. You don't see too much headlight reflection, do you? Kind of matted it down. Got you there, bud. And the O'Keefe's are there. Paul is at least. And there's Carl Dougal, Boston police officer, front row.
You are unmuted.
Mike, I'm just gonna grab a salad real quick. I'm just gonna grab something to eat real quick here.
Go ahead. So Scotty Bellows still up there? Okay. Albert, I love Siberian Huskies. Ah, cool.
Other water? I'm good. Thank you. I want to know about the bathroom break.
Scores of session, please be seated.
All right, Mr. Alessio, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Scordi-Bello, and welcome back.
Thank you.
I want to move on to a slightly different aspect of the hypothermia discussion. So you've acknowledged previously that hypothermia is a very difficult diagnosis to make, correct?
Correct.
And you acknowledge that in your grand jury testimony in this proceeding, correct? Do you recall that?
I do.
And you indicated in that grand jury proceeding, generally that diagnosing hypothermia is based on contextual clues. Is that correct?
On autopsy findings and investigative information, yes.
Right. And in the last part, investigative, and that's that legal part, sort of the law enforcement contribution. Is that correct that you're referring to?
Correct.
You diagnosed Mr. O'Keefe with hypothermia based upon certain medical data that you believe you observed in the gastric area and the pancreatic area. Is that correct?
Correct.
And just for, I think most people will get this, to just be clear, gastric is sort of synonymous with the stomach.
Stomach.
And then we know the pancreas is a separate organ. And in your autopsy, you observed for example, the lining of both the stomach and the pancreas. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the word you used?
Let's start with the stomach. Did you observe the lining of the stomach as part of Mr. O'Keefe as part of the autopsy?
Yes, I observed some hemorrhages in the lining of the stomach.
We'll get to that, right? But I just want to talk about the organs and what aspects of the organs first, and then we'll get to that. And with regard to the pancreas, what aspect of the pancreas did you observe?
I examined both the external surface and the tissues around it, as well as the pancreas itself by making several cuts.
And there was also a histopathology report that was relevant to both the stomach and the pancreas, correct?
Correct.
Histopathology?
Spell it, Mr. Alessio.
Histopatholgy. So that histopath information informed your hypothermia analysis, is that correct?
The histopathology was done to further confirm my finding or my determination of hypothermia.
So do I have it correct? And let's start with the pancreas. That you noted the pancreas was congested and diffusely hemorrhagic. Do I have that correct? And you feel free to look at your report, please.
I will.
And I specifically, if it helps, I'm
Yes.
looking at
Page 4.
the report of autopsy. It's not numbered pages, but it would be 4. And you see liver, gallbladder, and pancreas is 1. And then you go down a couple more and you see digestive system. That's what I'm focusing on.
Okay.
And then, and the next page is the histopathology.
Yes.
All right. Are we sort of oriented in the same location?
Yes.
All right. So let's start with the pancreas. So if you look at the histopathology page, it says endocrine and exocrine pancreatic tissue with vascular congestion and patchy parenchymal, that's parenchymal hemorrhage, autolytic changes. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And I want to go at these one at a time, so now I'm going to jump back to the previous page where you discussed the heading liver, gallbladder, and pancreas. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you see the last sentence says the pancreas is congested and diffusely hemorrhagic. You see that?
Yes.
So now what I'd like to do, and is that what you're rooting in, if you will, the analysis of hypothermia?
The determination of hypothermia was made, yes, based on these findings and the circumstances I was provided. Yes.
Right, and thank you. I'm going to get to the circumstances, but it's sort of the medical legal construct that we were talking about. I want to just start first with the medical, if that's okay with you.
Yes.
So then let's now move to the organ of the stomach, a synonym gastric in terms of your report. So let's go to, please, back to the histopathology section. And under that, under pancreas is stomach. And there's a bulleted one sentence that says gastric tissue with vascular congestion and focal mucosal hemorrhage. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then let's go back, as we did with the pancreas, for the stomach, go back to the previous page in your report under the heading digestive system. And the second sentence states the gastric mucosa shows focal areas of linear hemorrhages. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So we've got hemorrhage discussion with the pancreas. We've got hemorrhage discussion with the stomach and the gastric area. Your diagnosis of hypothermia was not based just on gastric and pancreatic hemorrhaging alone, though, was it?
No.
And you did fairly refer to other circumstances just moments ago in your answer, correct?
Correct.
And we're going to get to that. So that means that your diagnosis of hypothermia was also informed by the information we discussed earlier that was provided to you by former Trooper Proctor in his investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And one aspect of that information is that he was found, Mr. O'Keefe was found in the snow, correct?
Yes.
So let's go to the death notification report. Am I generally correct that you were, I'm sorry, I will. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall the death notification report in this matter?
I do recall, the very initial first information that comes in. That's the death notification given to our intake staff.
Do you recall the contents of that death notification report?
Would you like me to summarize? I don't recall I don't have it in front of me. But I can tell you what the gist of it was.
Would it be helpful to you if I showed you a document that might refresh your recollection on what that, a document that may refresh
She
your
said
recollection?
sure. I
Thanks.
think you heard her.
I did. Thank you, Your Honor. Next.
Snarky, huh? Snarky little.
Yeah, Coach.
Yep.
Thank
Just
you.
show Mr. Brennan.
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, what I'd like to do, you can read anything you want, but I'm just going to reference to the section that says circumstances of death.
Yes.
What I'd like you to do is read it to yourself, not out loud, and then when you, just that section up to here. And once you're done, if you could kindly look up and let me know.
Okay.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, did that refresh your recollection with regard to the circumstances of death section of the death notification report?
Yes,
And you could please state now what your refreshed recollection is on that topic.
yes. The initial intake death notification was made by a physician at the hospital. And it stated that we were dealing with a adult male that was found in a snowbank. There was note of having been at a party. There was some information as to the decedent was walking to a house. There was reference to some sort of altercation or dispute with
Sustain. Jurors disregard that. Move on.
Wow.
Mr. Leslie. With this, but just move on.
Yeah, yes. In terms of the differential diagnosis concept that we were talking about before, based upon your refreshed recollection of circumstances of death as discussed in the death notification report, based upon that, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have been injured and died somewhere other than the front lawn of 34 Fairview? Yes.
I'm going to allow that.
initially, no.
Let's go to significance, if any, of hemorrhaging of the two organs we were talking about, the pancreas and the stomach. Is it correct that the hemorrhaging of a pancreas can be caused by many different things?
Yes, it is.
And to be clear, you found evidence of hemorrhaging of the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe in the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
And is it correct before the grand jury, you yourself were evaluating whether the injuries had been sustained in a different environment? Well, let me ask it this way. Do you recall what your testimony was in the grand jury about hemorrhaging of the pancreas and possibilities of injuries being sustained in different environments? Do you recall any testimony?
I'll see you at 10.
Ooh.
He said party. Wait
Mark it
till
off,
that
mark it off.
gets clipped. Wait till that gets clipped. Oh
And
my
she was
God.
fed. She was fed that information, Tommy, too. It wasn't like she figured that was told to her.
By the invisible trooper?
I think it was Lou O'Connell.
She
Look at them all
just said-
on the O'Keefe bench. They're like, Did I just what just
Yeah.
happened?
Jesus Christ.
Jesus
And Bev
Christ.
don't want none of that out there, so she's calling sidebar.
Okay, so we got the real.
Unbelievable.
Jesus Christ.
Wow, Mike.
Jimmy Ice Cubes, please go downstairs and refill my mimosa. Fuck it, make it a gin and tonic. Let's go, boys. It's
She
second
just
after 2
said he
o'clock.
was at a fucking party, Mike.
Yep. Shit.
This is
Oh,
the
goodness.
medical examiner. This is after the fact. She said the word party. Mike, that's
Yeah, the O'Keefe's know already. Yep.
there was no motor vehicle. Altercation. Did you hear that? Say so, maybe altercation? She said she may have been in a fight. It's gonna get clipped, and clipped again.
I guess Alessi just called Bev an asshole now.
I hope so. She should. Wow.
Nice, Gail. I love it.
You guys heard that, right? I'm not hearing stuff. Is it me or is it did she say that? The medical examiner. Party and he was walking, correct. Nothing about getting hit with a motor vehicle. In the snowbank shit. Mike, how is there a snowbank? You collect all the
The
snow
what?
that fell in the whole yard?
Nope, there was no snowbank. Correct. All right, go back. Wait, it was gonna wait a minute. Okay. She said it. Mary would come. She
Yep.
said it. Oh,
Wow.
that's gonna be the hot topic tonight, folks. Wow. What a clusterfuck.
Dude. Snowbank. Yeah.
Or did it happen inside the house at the party?
And this is the medical examiner.
Dr. Scotty Bello.
Wow.
I think she actually likes Alessi. I'm not gonna lie. A couple of Italians hanging around.
Yeah.
Gonna get a meal of food tonight, right? She's got a better. Scotty Bello has a better hairline than most people in Massachusetts, and that's a nice set of. That's a nice set of salad.
Larry, that dude over there in the press box got a good hair, good pot too.
Oh, I mean Lou,
Yeah.
Stu.
I'm gonna need a job after this because I can't get work done. She definitely said a party, altercation, and no car. Boom.
You can't strike that because you didn't say objection till after it was said.
She said it too.
Yeah. Karen, yeah. Man, Paulie Walnuts. Can you get rid of the comment for me, Tommy?
What?
Yeah, you're on.
Can you get rid of the comment for me?
Yeah.
Thanks, bud. I can't. What's the front of
At
my
the
face? I
grand
can't see.
jury, did you testify as follows? If the injuries had been sustained in a different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages. You recall that?
Yes.
Hemorrhaging of the pancreas can also be caused by blunt force trauma, correct?
Correct.
Hemorrhaging of the pancreas can be caused by CPR, correct? Cardiopulmonary resuscitation.
It's possible.
Do you know what a Lucas machine is?
Yes.
And a Lucas machine is an automated CPR machine, correct?
Correct.
And it's a rather large device, correct? It gets strapped down to the chest of someone. So instead of someone having to exercise, etc., you put on a Lucas machine that goes over the chest and it automatically does the compressions, right?
Correct.
Lucas machines can cause hemorrhaging, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, wasn't a Lucas machine applied to Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe so.
And wasn't the Lucas machine applied from when the first responders came to the scene and he was in the ambulance continually and through when he was in the hospital?
I believe so, yeah.
So when a Lucas machine is used in resuscitation efforts, you'd actually expect to see some hemorrhaging, wouldn't you?
Where?
Pancreas.
In the stomach? In the pancreas? Would you expect to see it there?
Not in the mucosa of the stomach and not as extensive in the pancreas.
Let's talk about and pick the pancreas first. So you would agree that from the use of a Lucas machine, you would expect some degree of hemorrhaging in the pancreas, correct?
Not always.
But it's certainly possible that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging of the pancreas, correct?
It's possible.
And now let's move to, and there was evidence of hemorrhaging in the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now let's move to the stomach. Isn't it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Personally, I have not seen it in that context.
But do you rule that out?
I can't rule it out. I can only tell you my experience.
So your personal experience is you don't believe you've seen that, but you can't rule out that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging to the stomach. Is that correct?
I don't believe a Lucas machine causes hemorrhage to the mucosa of the stomach.
Right. I'm not yet at the mucosa of the stomach, which is a subset of the stomach, right? You're talking about the gastric rugae.
Talking about the inner lining of the
inner
stomach.
lining, and another name for the inner lining of the stomach is the gastric rugae, R-U-G-A-E, correct?
Yes.
So I'm just talking about the
Dropping
stomach
knowledge.
in general, not a subset of the stomach. Is it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Not in the stomach, around the stomach, in the soft tissues of the torso.
Okay. So you've said that you're aware that Mr. O'Keefe was hooked up to a Lucas machine, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of the length of time that Mr. O'Keefe was hooked up to a Lucas machine?
No, I am not.
Do you know how many compressions per minute a Lucas machine causes?
I would have to say close to 60.
Would 100 compressions per minute be a reasonable amount of compressions for a Lucas machine to cause?
Sure.
So assume 37 minutes of a person hooked up to a Lucas machine and assume 100 compressions per minute. That would result in 3,700 compressions from a Lucas machine, correct?
Correct.
Could 3,700 compressions from a Lucas machine explain hemorrhaging in the pancreas?
You could.
And that explanation could be why there's hemorrhaging in the pancreas as opposed to hypothermia causing hemorrhaging in the pancreas, correct?
Possible.
Did you consider that at all in your autopsy report, the effect of the Lucas machine? Is it written anywhere in your autopsy report?
I do consider changes due to cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The rib fractures that were observed were attributed to CPR. Usually we will see some amount of hemorrhage in the soft tissues, but in this context, with the gastric findings, the pancreatic findings, and the information that he was found in the snow with a body temperature of 80 degrees, my opinion was that those hemorrhages, along with the gastric hemorrhages and his body temperature, were consistent with hypothermia.
My question was, does your report state anywhere the words Lucas machine?
No.
And you agree that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging to the pancreas,
It can cause hemorrhage in a lot of tissues,
but including the pancreas.
including the pancreas.
If you see hemorrhaging of the pancreas and you believe that hemorrhaging is a contributor to hypothermic deaths, wouldn't you also expect to see Wisniewski ulcers?
I did note gastric hemorrhages.
So the court reporter needs to have a spelling of that. Doctor, can you give us the spelling of that?
Would you like to give it?
If you'd like me to, I'd prefer
Go
to give
ahead.
it. Thank you. Wishnewski. So, can you just tell the jurors what Wisniewski spots or Wisniewski ulcers are?
Wisniewski spots are small hemorrhages, small areas of bleeding in the mucosa of the stomach that are thought to be associated with hypothermia, amongst other things. They're believed to be either a reaction to stress due to the hypothermia or some form of what we call reperfusion injury.
Is it correct that if someone is believed to die, at least in part, from hypothermia, that in 90% of the cases of death from hypothermia, you would find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I do not know the exact number.
Is it that you're not recalling what the percentage is for the percent of cases for death of hypothermia that you would expect to find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I don't.
Do you recall?
Hold on.
Okay.
Move on. The objection sustained. So
Okay.
you're asking it. Yes. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Thank you. There were no Wisniewski's ulcers present in Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
I believe there were.
Can you point anywhere in your autopsy report where the word Wisniewski appears?
I did not call them Wisniewski spots. I called them gastric hemorrhages.
Right, so you didn't use the term Wisniewski and you didn't use the term ulcer, correct? In your report at all?
No, I used gastric hemorrhages under the title of hypothermia.
Do you believe that all hemorrhages in the pancreas are Wisniewski ulcers?
You mean the stomach?
I want to start with the pancreas.
Wisniewski ulcers are, the term is used to describe the gastric hemorrhages.
Right, so I wanted to clarify that. So now I want to move to the stomach.
Okay.
Do you believe all hemorrhages in the stomach are Wisniewski ulcers?
Not all of them.
Therefore, there can be Wisniewski ulcers and not be hemorrhaging, correct? Just by logic?
And not be hemorrhaging?
Correct. You can have a Wisniewski ulcer but not have hemorrhaging.
You could, but ulceration would manifest in what we call hemorrhage, the actual appearance of it.
What I'd like to do now is, Mr. Wolf, what has been in evidence, what I'd like to do is to, with your Honor's permission, publish some depictions of first the gastric mucosa, and then start with that, Your Honor, publish that.
All right. So this is the one that we have not introduced into evidence openly, but it's sidebar, right?
What I'd like to do is I'll start out with the one that is in evidence, which is the gastric mucosa.
Okay.
Start with that.
What number?
Your Honor,
Okay, so that was the one I was referring to that we did at sidebar, not in open court. Okay.
Yes.
It's NN Friday.
And I'd like to move NN into evidence at this time.
All right. All I'll say about this, jurors, is that this may be considered graphic. You satisfied with that, Mr. Alessi?
I'm satisfied with that, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, you satisfied with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
164.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Scorbello, I'm handing you Exhibit 164 in evidence, and I'm going to also, with the court's permission, have it published on the screen. So whatever one is best for you to look at the screen, please feel free to look at either one. Mr. Wolk, if you could publish 164. Dr. Scorbello, do you recognize 164 as well, you describe what 164 is.
This is a picture of the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe after it was removed and opened and the contents were removed. And what you're looking at, this pink red surface, is the mucosa. That's the lining of the stomach. And you had used the word rugae before. These are the folds. The stomach has a lot of folds. And what you can see here are small areas that are redder than everything else. That's hemorrhage, that's blood. And these are the gastric hemorrhages that I described.
Right, so those are what you just showed. There's darker areas, there's just a few of them. That is what you refer to as hemorrhages, correct?
Wisniewski's was correct.
Well, you didn't use Wisniewski's in your report, correct? You referred to them as hemorrhages.
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do now is to, if I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
For the chalk.
Exhibit MM.
With your Honor's permission, may I show Dr. Scorbello the chalk that's marked for identification as MM?
Yes, and let's see what she answers before we use it for more questions, okay?
Yes. May I hand it to you?
Yes.
Dr. Scorbello, could you please take what's identified as Exhibit M and see if you can identify what that depicts?
Yes, this is a picture of a stomach, again, the mucosa with hemorrhage.
Your Honor, can we take a break?
Yes.
Jurors.
Yes.
Who's right for the jury? Jurors, right this way, please.
I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
All right. Well, that was different, huh? Wow. You think it's a deliberate thing going on? How about the fire trucks at 9:30 and 2:30 every day?
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. So we know that you're true crime fans, but are you also in a business of some kind? Well, if so, I want to tell you about Odoo. They're sponsoring this live trial stream. So Odoo is an incredible all-in-one business management software that provides you with a range of applications. One of their best applications, the sales tool. The Kanban pipeline, game changer. Whether you're working with leads or full-blown opportunities, you can visually track every stage of your sales process. You just drag and drop to move deals forward. It's fast and honestly kind of satisfying. When it's time to send a quote, it's literally a couple of clicks. The reporting, super clear. You get a live view of your pipeline, conversions, what's working, so you can focus on closing and not guessing. Right now, you can get a free 15-day trial of Odoo's all-in-one business solution and see how it can make your life a little bit easier. Just scan the QR code on screen or head over to odoo.com/LCLiveCRM.
All right. They gotta fix that phone system. I can hear it. Something's crossed over. All right. Did we talk about Howie Carr writing about Melanie Little? Do you know how big that is? That Howie Carr is entering like our world per se. Yep. Yep. So, just a heads up, I'll be on Justice Served TV tonight. Stop this real quick. Yeah, let's check this out. All right, guys.
Dr. Squirtyville,
Guys, check this out. You guys ready?
you indicated on direct examination that at least one of the bruises from Mr. O'Keefe's right hand could potentially be attributed to an attempt to get IV fluid into the hand. Is that correct?
Correct.
During the course of your conducting your autopsy, you reviewed records from the Canton Fire Department and EMS, as well as Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall reviewing records indicating that the IV fluids in this particular case were administered through the tibia and then later through a catheter at the hospital?
Yes, they were administered through intraosseous lines in both legs, shins, and at the hospital, they were administered through a femoral central line. Yes.
And you'd agree that bruising to the backs of hands is also consistent with defensive wounds.
Yes, that's correct.
And there are actually 4 separate distinct bruises outside of the one that you discussed earlier on Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, correct?
Yes, I would say 3, but I can see how you would say 4. 1, 2, 3. That might be 1 together. But yes, I can see how you would say 4.
And you testified yesterday that there was also an injury to Mr. O'Keefe's left hand.
There was a vague contusion on his left hand, correct?
You testified on direct examination that you didn't see any sort of obvious signs of a fight because Mr. O'Keefe's fingernails were intact and you didn't observe any fractures on his hands. Is that right?
Correct.
But broken fingernails.
There you go. I want to see all the antis now after today. I'm loving the medical examiner. There was information about a party. There was some information the decedent was walking to the house. There was some reference to some sort of altercation or dispute. Why are you stopping and striking your own witness, Spanky? And why is Bias Bev trying to hide this information? Thank you, Melanie Little.
With regard
Okay. Let's full screen this bad boy. Volume is up. You ready?
to the circumstances of death section of the death notification report.
Yes.
And you could please state now what your refreshed recollection is on that topic.
Yes, the initial intake death notification was made by a physician at the hospital. And it stated that we were dealing with a adult male that was found in a snowbank. There was note of having been at a party. There was some
Who's at a party?
information as to the decedent was walking to
He had been at a party. Well, that's true, but he wasn't found in a snowbank. It was enough to track a cat. Listen, or maybe 3.5 inches by morning when his body was found. This is the information that she got. Listen.
found in a snowbank. There was note of having been at a party. There was some information as to the decedent was walking to a house. There was reference to some sort of altercation or dispute with
Altercation or dispute?
Sustain. Jurors disregard that.
Oh,
Move on. Move on.
Brennan objecting and moving to strike his own witness's testimony that there had been some indication of an altercation or fight.
Wow.
Oh, that's interesting. Brennan, this is your witness. Listen. Because you know if it's an altercation or fight with his girlfriend, Brennan would not have objected, right? It's in the report. Yes, this is the death notification report.
reference to some sort of altercation or dispute with
Altercation or dispute.
Sustain. Jurors disregard that. Move on with this, Mr. Leslie.
Move on with this.
With this, but just move on.
Yeah, yes.
There's a woman facing life in prison, Your Honor. Again, her comments are really, really preventing the defendant from having a fair trial, in my opinion.
And there you go. Melanie Little. Spitting facts. I love that. Boom. All right, let's go back to this. Good morning, Bessie's. My oldest daughter graduates. Oh, good job for Jess. Graduates high school, going to UMass. Good for him. Congratulations, Jess. That's a win. It's a parenting win if there ever was one, huh? That's dynamite. Yep. Karen was definitely loved by the kids. Take it down. You do not have permission to post these pictures. Please, anyone who thinks these kids deserve better, report this post. Hey, F off. Let's see what these comments say. You support the people who murdered their adopted father. Nothing you can say or think matters. These kids deserved so much better. F you for supporting this pure, unadulterated evil. Unreal. Unbelievable. If she's old enough to sue Karen, then she wants publicity. And their images have already been out there for news outlets. Pronouns. Mind your fucking business. Oh, I like that one. Best you got. He posts these pictures to show how happy the children are with Karen. There, huh? Guy keeps trying to report the error message because you're all trying to report at the same time. You're in a cult. Wow. That's crazy town. All right. Michael Welsh. Hey guys, Karen's taillight shattered and sprayed pieces everywhere when there was a dusting of snow. And then they found some pieces on top of a foot of snow and then some underneath the foot of snow. 1 foot of snow between the pieces that fell on the lawn at the same time. How? Anybody? Doesn't happen. That's why. There is no how. Nope. Come on. Pulling Fox up now. They get a commercial. So we still got the fan on Court TV. Wow. Still on break. What else we got going on here? Joe, flip ahead. Taillight pieces on top of the snow. I mean, this is Mama Llama. Wow. Imagine what she says about me. Yeah, you're the best attorney in the freaking country, my friend. That's when the judge kind of said, can't contest the. Yep. Said he went alone. Mm-hmm. All right. Let's go back to that. Let me stop this. So, guys. We won the lawsuit, which means we have the buffer zone back. Nope. Nope. There we go. I move this. Nope. Oh, I don't want that. So, tomorrow morning, guys, just a heads up, early thing. Tomorrow morning, we're going live back on the street, going back. If you guys want to join, we'll be there a little early in the morning, earlier tomorrow morning. Boom. 2. See. Maybe. Yeah. So tomorrow, yeah, we're gonna be a good day tomorrow. I don't need anything. I'm really good. You guys are really the best. My Venmo's at the top right. I have Cash App, which is the same as my Venmo, CPUTOM. YouTube takes 30%. So if you send 100, they take 30. But Venmo and Cash App don't. They don't. They just take their percentage for touching it. What else? Email. If you would like to email me, my email is cputom@gmail.com. What else? Oh, the like, the subscribe, and the thumbs up button. Those things are really helpful because, like with YouTube, we don't really say, or we don't have any control over our stream. Like we make it, we do the stream, and then it's out in the YouTube world. We can't really do much with it then after it's out there. But if you guys do the thumbs up, it then helps sort itself through our YouTube's algorithms. So then we'll come up more often and we'll get more people and we can do more great important things. Let's check the Justice Fund real quick again. Nice. You guys are rocking this. Let me share this page real quick. Man, I hit refresh and the numbers changed. $969,410. Believe in you, Karen. Truth will prevail. Won't it really? I believe in you, Karen. Seeking Justice with Tommy and Mike sent me. As a dad, I especially feel horrible for Mr. and Mrs. Reed, forced to sit on hard benches and listen to lies about their daughter. I would be livid. This is a complete sham. Sending prayers and love. Hang in there. The world is watching. This is insanity. Free Karen Reed. The state of Massachusetts and all of their friends and their families against Karen. Take down the giant. Nice. I'm donating every week and saying a prayer, declaring victory over these people. Love this, guys. You guys are the best. Wow. Thank you so much. Really. It's really nice to see that. You guys are great.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
All right, Mr. Alessi, you can continue where you left off.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I reapproach the witness?
Yes.
Dr. Squirty Bello, you have in front of you, which has been marked for identification as MN, and you were discussing that. Do you recognize that document? So you can sort of start over and reorient. You recognize that?
I recognize what it is, yes.
And what is it?
It is a picture of a stomach, of the mucosa of a stomach with multiple hemorrhages.
And does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict a stomach with what you have referred to as multiple ulcers?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer that into evidence.
I object to everybody as a trial.
I'll, you know what, if I can use it as a public, a trial
Yes, you
publication.
can.
Yeah, that's what I'll do, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. President.
So you can have it displayed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, I'll leave this hard copy with the court reporter, and we'll use the.
Oh, so it's not in evidence.
It is not.
It's marked for identification.
Yes, marked for identification, and we are with it. Mr. Wolf? Dr. Scorti Bello, is that the depiction that you were just describing at your witness stand?
Yes.
And could you please, with the laser pointer, state what you see in this depiction?
So this is a stomach. This is the mucosa, the folds of the stomach. They're not very folded in this particular picture, but you can see these distinct areas that are that have a darker coloration, that's blood. These are hemorrhages.
And to be clear, this is not the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe. This is a medical reference depiction to sort of generic or some other depiction other than Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, correct?
Correct.
If we could, with Your Honor's permission, Mr. Wolk, put side by side this chalk with what is in evidence as the actual gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe.
The objection sustained.
Could we, with Your Honor's permission, publish simply Mr. O'Keefe's
Yes.
gastric mucosa?
Yes.
Isn't it correct, Dr. Scordi-Bello, that there are much less dark spots in this depiction of the gastric mucosa than there were in the chalk that we just displayed? In other words, that green depiction of what I'll just refer to as a generic stomach. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So you can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Isn't it correct that for hypothermia and the presence of Wisniewski's ulcers or spots, that you have to have a predominance of the stomach covered by the spots for them to be Wisniewski ulcers?
I think there's different levels and different grades.
In hypothermia, particularly death from hypothermia, wouldn't you expect to see a predominance of those ulcers, meaning they take up most of the stomach lining? Isn't that what you would expect to see?
Not always. I have seen that. I have also seen cases with much fewer spots, as you refer to them.
But isn't the majority of the cases that you have seen where someone has actually died from hypothermia that the ulcers predominate, take up greater than 50% of the stomach?
Yes.
And what percentage of the, and I'm trying to avoid putting it up again. So what percentage of the gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe would you estimate is taken up by the ulcers that you have identified?
I would say somewhere between 10 and 15%.
Just 10 and 15%. Thank you. Now, if we could look to the issue of continuing with hypothermia, let's go to frostbite. Do you note any evidence of frostbite on the deceased, Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I did not.
Do you know what the weather conditions were in Canton, New York on the early mornings? I'm sorry, I keep saying Canton, New York. My apologies. Do you know the weather conditions in Canton, Massachusetts, starting at midnight on January 29, 2022, going through 6 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
It was very cold. There was a blizzard coming.
They called it a nor'easter, right?
Correct.
And when you say very cold, in addition to very cold, do you recall whether there were gusty winds?
I believe so.
And do you understand that when there's a very cold temperature in Fahrenheit and you add gusty winds, that is called, when you apply the two together, that's called wind chill, right?
Correct.
And with wind chill, doesn't the phenomenon of wind chill mean that the wind combined with the temperature brings the actual temperature down, and in addition to bringing it down, temperature and a wind chill calculation, it also has a physical effect on the body, correct? Wind chill. Doesn't wind chill also cause greater effects than if there was no wind?
Correct.
So in medical terms, the wind synergizes with the temperature and exacerbates the effect on a human.
Correct.
And with a wind chill, isn't it correct that you would have a greater chance of frostbite than if there was no wind chill effect at all?
Yes.
So, you saw no signs of frostbite on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
At the time of my examination and at the time of autopsy, no, I did not.
Did you see frostbite at any other time with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I only examined him at the time of autopsy.
So, at the only time you examined him, which is at the time of autopsy, you had 0 signs of frostbite, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, now that you have gone through this part of your examination here today, would you like to amend in any way your opinions as to whether hypothermia was any cause of the death of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I don't. I still believe that there were hypothermic signs.
Hypothermic signs, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to move to another topic area, please. You did not include in your autopsy in any fashion any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident, did you?
No, I did not.
In fact, there were no injuries consistent with a motor vehicle impact on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you evaluate it all in your autopsy, whether Mr. O'Keefe had any injuries consistent with a motor vehicle accident?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did examine his lower extremities. That is protocol in any case of suspected impact with a motor vehicle. So I did examine his legs and I did not see any evidence of an impact site.
And can you elaborate to the jury what you mean by no evidence of an impact site?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
What do you mean in your answer, no evidence of impact injuries?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
What I look for is some sort of bruise, either on the outside of the leg or bleeding on the inside after the skin is reflected in the soft tissues, or any fracture of the bones of the legs. I did not observe those things.
That was going to be my question. You did not observe any of those things, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to turn to, please, the face of the decedent in your analysis that you discussed on direct examination of that area of the decedent. You talked about ecchymosis, you recall that?
Yes,
In medical literature, there's a synonym for ecchymosis. It's sometimes referred to as raccoon eyes. Is that correct? Ecchymosis doesn't cause a laceration to an eyelid, does it?
no,
Ecchymosis does not cause a laceration to a nose, does it?
there was an abrasion on the nose, but no, the answer is no.
Correct. So ecchymosis doesn't cause a laceration to the nose. Correct?
Correct.
Did your report at all evaluate whether there was any significance of the laceration to the eyelid that you spoke about in your direct testimony?
What do you mean?
Other than just noting that there was a laceration to the eyelid, did your report at all evaluate the potential significance, if any, of that laceration to the eyelid?
I noted it and photographed it, and it was part of the totality of the blunt impact injuries that I noted on both the face and the head.
Do you believe that the laceration to the eyelid could be caused by a blunt impact injury?
A laceration, by definition, is a blunt impact injury.
Do you believe the eyelid laceration was caused by a blunt impact injury from falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Not from falling backwards and hitting one's head, but that area at some point came in contact with a blunt object or surface.
Okay, if I could follow up on that, please. So you agree that if a person falls and hits the back of their head, that they cannot sustain an eyelid injury, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And if somebody falls backward and hits their head, they can't sustain from that impact to the back of the head a laceration to the nose, correct?
Correct.
So if we could, Mr. Wolk, and with your honor's permission, publish which is already in evidence, which are depictions. Let's start out with, please, the laceration to the right eyelid. And Dr. Scorti-Bello, is this the laceration to the right eyelid that we've been talking about of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And that injury could not be caused by a fall backwards and one hitting their head, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, we'll just need, and then I'm going to repeat the question. Can you state your answer again? Let me that injury to the right eyelid, that laceration, could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting their head, correct?
Correct.
Bear with me one moment, Your Honor. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Brennan.
Your Honor, I erroneously assumed that that picture was in evidence, and I would like to now properly lay the foundation if I could. Dr. Scorti-Bello, you see what's in front of you. Can we mark this?
So, Mr. Brennan, are you objecting to that coming into evidence? Okay, so let's just put it in evidence.
165.
Thank you.
There, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, I place before you what is in evidence now is 165. Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolf publish
Yes.
165? Thank you, Mr. Wolf. So, Dr. Scordi-Bello, that laceration to the right eyelid could not be caused by a fall backwards where someone hits the back of the head, correct?
Correct.
So that injury, you've called, what do you label that category? Traumatic, did you use that phraseology?
Blunt
Blunt
impact.
impact. So that's a blunt, in your opinion, that's a blunt impact injury, correct?
Correct.
So is it correct that that injury had to occur in some manner other than falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Yes.
And is that injury consistent or inconsistent with a punch?
I'll allow it.
Could be consistent.
If we could, Mr. Woke, have the laceration to the nose? I'm sorry, hold off on a moment. Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has agreed to stipulate that this going.
Okay, so like we can mark it.
166.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, I have put before you what is in evidence is 166, and Your Honor may, Mr. Wolf, publish.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict the laceration to the nose of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, it's an abrasion. I described it as an abrasion, as a scrape.
So you would classify that as a scrape?
Yes.
That scrape could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting the back of their head, could it?
Not by a single event, no.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. On your direct testimony, you talked about injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And is it correct that you, in your autopsy report, did not determine the cause of those wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
That's correct.
With Your Honor's permission, I would like to Mr. Brennan. Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has agreed to stipulate into evidence these two photographs. May I please have them marked as next to evidence?
Exhibits 167 and 168.
Thank you.
I'm going to do the same thing, if I may, Dr. Scordi-Bello. I'm going to leave these with you, but I'm also going to leave the court's permission, have them published.
Okay.
Whatever one best allow you to answer the question. Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolf publish those two? Thank you. With regard to what is on the screen, am I correct that you noted these injuries these wounds to Mr. O'Keefe in your autopsy report?
Yes.
And am I correct that you noted that there was a pattern to those wounds?
Correct.
And although you noted there was a pattern to the wounds, you were not able to determine the cause of those pattern wounds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are those injuries consistent with a dog bite?
Based on our answer to the last question, ask something else.
I'm sorry, couldn't hear you.
Ask another question, sustained.
Can you identify any cause of those injuries that would be consistent with what is depicted on the screen? Okay.
So can you answer that, Doctor?
I cannot.
You can take that down, Mr. Roll. Thank you. Do you recall discussing at all on your direct examination? Well, let me ask it this way. Did you evaluate at all in your autopsy a gray hoodie sweatshirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I did not.
So, were you aware that there was clothing associated with Mr. O'Keefe when he came as part of the autopsy?
He did not have any clothing that came to us. The clothing was removed at the hospital and was packaged and I believe submitted as evidence.
So the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, a t-shirt or a hoodie, didn't make its way to you?
No.
You were unable to reach a determination as to the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That is correct.
So you have doubts about the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, and you consider those doubts reasonable?
Sustained. Sustained.
You were not able to reach a determination as to the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And manner of death, as you've testified, includes the circumstances surrounding death in addition to the medical analysis that you performed. Okay.
I'm sustaining it, asked and answered.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Mr. Alessi, Mr. Brennan.
Doctor, how many autopsies have you performed in your professional career?
At this point, more than 1,200.
When the person is brought to you, are they usually clothed?
It depends on the circumstances. If a person comes directly from their residence, they may or may not be clothed. If the person comes from a hospital where they went first for treatment, many times the person is unclothed. They may be wearing a hospital gown, But in most cases, that clothing has already been removed.
If that clothing has already been processed, is it common that it would be brought to you for inspection?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to.
Is clothing that is not accompanying the person's body commonly brought to you for observation?
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's move on. Or ask it.
You were asked questions about your opinions relative to spots in the organs of Mr. O'Keefe. And you were asked about part of your statement in the grand jury. When you provide statements, is it important to have the statement in context to understand it?
Yes.
Is it important to have a complete statement rather than just part of a statement?
Yes.
And when you were asked the question that counsel asked you, do you remember that grand jury testimony you gave?
I remember it was a long time ago.
Okay.
But I do remember most of it.
Do you remember when he read part of your answer? It was in response to a grand juror's question?
Yes.
And he read part to you, right? I understand your question. And my answer is that I don't know, but given the environment, so if the injuries had been sustained in a different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The doctor can answer that.
Do you remember Attorney Alisi read you that part of your statement?
Yes.
Do you remember that you had more to that statement that was left off when he confronted you with it?
I'm sure there's more to this.
To complete your statement, you said, but in the whole context, I believe that those are signs of hypothermia and not caused. Do you remember that completion to your statement?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. You can show her the statement.
Okay. I can approach. I'd ask you to take a look at part of your grand jury testimony. Do you remember Attorney Alisi reading part of your answer back?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'll strike that. Have the witness look at it and go through it.
Were you asked about your entire answer or just part of it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you read the rest of the answer that you weren't given when it was read to you?
Objection, Your Honor.
So this is phrased as refreshing recollection, so follow it appropriately.
Do you now remember there was more to your answer?
Yes.
Could you share with us the rest of your answer?
Without reading
Objection,
it.
Your Honor.
Without reading it. Turn it over, turn the paper over, please.
I can take it, Your Honor.
Ask the appropriate questions to them.
Do you remember the part that was left out?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Does it refresh your memory to the rest of your statement to the grand jury?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
After looking at this, does it refresh your memory to the rest of your statement you made to the grand jury?
Yes.
And could you share the rest of your statement with the jury, please?
The rest of the statement was that I have to take those findings in the context, which was presented to me. So in the case of this particular case, those hemorrhages, in the context of a body found in the snow, I believe they were due to hypothermia.
Is your answer more complete in context?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were shown a photograph of two individuals that were in the room at the time of autopsy. Do you remember that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And you were asked about certain names?
Correct.
You said that there would be a log identifying names?
It would be a log, yes.
A log.
Yes.
Do you remember exactly who logged in to that autopsy?
No, I don't remember their names.
May I approach?
Show Mr. Lesson.
It's part of the end of the report. It's in there. Possibly take a look at the report. You have it.
Your Honor, If we need sidebar to explain, we just need a moment to take a look.
I can move on and we'll come back to it, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was a little under 81 degrees when he was brought to the hospital.
Yes, that's what the hospital records stated.
And again, a normal body temperature is?
98 degrees.
So there was, is it fair to say there was over an 18-degree drop in his body temperature?
Correct.
You shared with us that you generally understood it was a blizzard and cold outside. Do you have any experience on how rapidly a body temperature will drop outside?
The body temperature?
Yes.
No, it's within the scope. Let's see if she's got the basis.
The rate that the body loses heat depends on a number of factors. Depends on conditions, weather conditions. It depends on the original temperature of the body, and the higher the gradient between the body temperature and the environmental temperature, the faster the drop will occur.
You were asked if there's any signs of frostbite. There was no type of freezer burns or anything on Mr. O'Keefe's body, was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Was there any type of burns on his body that would suggest that he was put in some type of machine or environment where there was cooling, mechanical cooling?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Sustained. Move on, Mr. Brennan.
You were shown a photograph, a chalk that had spots on them. Do you know where that photograph came from?
I do not.
Do you know who that was from, what person that was from?
No, I do not know the context of that picture.
Do you have any information on the circumstances which led to that condition?
I do not.
Do you have any information about what caused the condition that you saw on that chart?
I have seen similar pictures in textbooks depicting gastric hemorrhages or Wisniewski spots.
You were asked about your role as a medical examiner, and there were a number of questions about your assessment from a legal perspective.
Yes.
You mentioned that you had information from a police report. How many police reports were you given?
There was a preliminary police report, I believe, the day of the autopsy, and communications with law enforcement in the days and weeks following.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a police report on this particular case.
Is that a police report from your file?
Yes.
And that police report, is that the police report that you considered?
Amongst other information, yes.
How many lines is that police report?
11.
What's the date and time of that police report?
This was initiated on January 29th. It says at 1941.
I have this marked for identification, all right?
Okay.
And hand the witness another document.
Let us mark it.
Oh, sorry, let me have that back.
Yeah.
Q for identification.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Second document, was that another document in your file?
Yes.
And is that another report that you considered?
Yes.
How many lines is that report?
5.
I'd move to have this marked for identification, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the RR for identification?
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'm going to go back to the questions I asked you about logging in and refreshing your memory. I'm going to hand you a document. I'm not going to actually read it aloud. I'm just going to ask you to look at it. Does it refresh your memory on the people who attended the autopsy?
Yes.
And who were they?
I believe one person was Mr. Keefe and the other one was Mr. Corner.
Are you part of the criminal investigation team?
No, I am not.
Did you go to the scene and evaluate any evidence?
No, I did not.
Did you do any of your own detective work or investigation in this case?
No, I did not.
So when you were asked questions about your role as the medical examiner in your medical evaluation of Mr. O'Keefe's body, you were also asked whether you considered any part of the legal aspect. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
You would never, well, let me ask you. You submitted the death certificate on April 14th?
Correct.
I want to talk about some of the things that you may or may not have known about or considered at the time you wrote your death certificate or filed your death certificate. Were you informed or were you aware that before you filed your death certificate, there was information in the investigation that police spoke to a first responder by the name of Timothy Nuttall, who reported that the defendant,
I'm going to allow it.
that the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Were you aware of that
I became aware of it at some point.
during your 90-day window?
I believe so.
Were you aware that there was another first responder by the name of McLaughlin who provided information that the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
Yes.
Were you aware of statements made by the defendant, to Ms. McCabe that she said, may have I hit him? Did I hit him?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach, please, briefly?
Okay. Thank you.
A little crazy or a lot crazy? Are we at the Twilight Zone part yet where this doesn't make sense? This is the same lady that got spanked in where was it? Another thing. She was hold on. New York. Got in trouble up there.
So jurors, I want to let you know that like other evidence that was let in previously, this is not coming in for the truth of what's in the statements. It's coming in so that as it goes to Dr. Scorti-Bello's knowledge and state of mind at the time of her report.
Thank you. At the time of your death certificate that you filed, were you informed that a Jennifer McCabe had reported that the defendant said, did I hit him or could I have hit him multiple times?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I don't believe I knew about Miss McCabe.
Did you learn that Ms. McCabe reported later that the defendant, while speaking to first responders, reported that she had hit him? Did you know that?
I was aware of that information later on.
Were you aware of the investigation regarding alcohol consumption?
Yes.
Wow.
Were you aware that the police or Massachusetts State Police spoke to other witnesses about their observations that night?
About their,
observations?
yes.
Were you aware of an interview by Trooper Buchanan with firefighter Daniel Whitley on February 7, 2022?
I don't remember.
Were you aware that Mr. Whitley told the police that the defendant had expressed that she had gotten into an argument with the defendant that night?
That was part of the information I was given, yes.
Were you aware of a report from first responder Anthony Flamate about statements made by the defendant to him?
I don't recall that particular first responder, no.
Were you aware of statements provided by Kerry Roberts to the police that the defendant had called her, citing Kerry, John is dead?
Yeah, I was given that information.
And the questions of did I hit him? Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Were you aware of information that troopers had an opportunity to go and speak to the defendant?
Yes.
Were you aware of the statements that she made to the troopers?
Not in detail.
Were you aware that when they spoke to her on January 29th, she informed that she had a broken taillight on her vehicle but did not know how it happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I was provided with that information.
Were you provided the information that she had never observed John enter the residence?
I believe that was part of the original information, yes.
Were you aware that she informed relative to the broken right taillight she didn't know how it happened?
Yes, I was.
Were you aware that members of the Massachusetts State Police obtained John O'Keefe's phone and did a forensic data analysis on it?
I was not aware of that until much, much later.
After you filed your report?
Correct.
Were you aware of location data that was obtained from John O'Keefe's phone before you filed the death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of healthcare data on John O'Keefe's phone before you filed the death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of battery temperature data on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of voice messages left on John O'Keefe's phone from the defendant before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe before you filed your death certificate?
No.
Were you aware of statements from the defendant to various media outlets before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Did anybody ever come to you after you filed your death certificate and ask you to change it?
No.
Did anybody ever provide you any of this additional information you weren't aware of at the time, ask you to evaluate it, and then reconsider your finding?
No.
You were asked some questions about impact injuries. In your experience, are most pedestrian collisions where there's injuries to the lower legs, either frontal or rear impacts?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that because I'll allow that.
Most pedestrian fatalities that we see are with impact with the front of the vehicle.
When you gave the perspective that you looked for impact injuries, was that with consideration of your experience that most collisions are frontal impact injuries?
Most collisions involve frontal impact, yes.
How about cases where you've had an opportunity to observe people who sustained injuries from being clipped? Not hit, but just being clipped. Is your opinion any different in your experience?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that form.
Okay. How about a side swipe injury? Is that different relative to your expectations to lower extremity injuries?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
A bruise on the knee, is that consistent with a side swipe impact?
Could be.
Did you do any type of biomechanical analysis of any alleged collision in this case?
No, I did not.
Were you asked to?
I'm not qualified to do that.
And so when you talk about injuries from a collision, are you in part speculating about what could happen to somebody?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that form.
Are you giving a direct opinion in this case about how the injuries were caused?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked questions about a nose laceration.
Yes.
And you offered that was not consistent with falling backwards on the head alone.
Correct.
You were asked if that was consistent with a punch.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's not the testimony. That's your objection. Mr.
That is, Your Honor. There's not a question.
Did you provide an opinion that it could be consistent with a punch?
I did provide that opinion.
Could it be consistent with broken glass?
It's possible.
Could it be consistent with sharp shards from broken plastic?
Possible.
Could it be consistent with first aid?
I'm sorry, what was it?
Could it be consistent with first aid treatment?
Anything is possible.
Do you have any firsthand knowledge of how the laceration on the nose happened?
I do not have firsthand knowledge.
Did you know at the time you filed your death certificate that there was plastic pieces of taillight found near Mr. O'Keefe's body around 5:45 p.m. on January 29, 2022?
I do believe some of that information was communicated to us, yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Scorti-Bello, this Attorney Brennan just asked you questions about alcohol consumption. You had the opportunity to evaluate the medical records of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you had, in terms of the medical records, information with regard to the medications that Mr. O'Keefe had taken, is that correct?
I believe I reviewed those records at some point prior to issuing my report, yes.
Do you recall the list of medications that were in the medical records that Mr. O'Keefe was on?
I do not recall.
If I were to show you a document, might that refresh your recollection as to the list of medications?
I'm going to allow it. Is in connection with alcohol too, you said, right?
Correct, Your
Go
Honor.
right ahead.
Yeah, Coach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Dr. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, may I stand by the witness stand?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, I am providing you with a document. Up at the top it says John O'Keefe, and I would like to draw your attention to medications. And to expedite it, I am going to focus on the fourth item on that list. Can you state what that medication is?
The fourth item is omeprazole.
Does that refresh your recollection as to one of the medications Mr. O'Keefe was on?
Yes,
And that medication is,
it's an antacid.
right, and so omeprazole is the trade name of omeprazole Pepcid?
I believe so.
And Pepcid is a proton pump inhibitor?
Correct.
And a proton pump inhibitor stops the proton pump in the stomach from releasing acid, correct?
Yes.
And we're going to come back to that in just a moment, but do you also recall testifying at the grand jury with regard to alcohol consumption and potential alcohol consumption of Mr. O'Keefe?
I do remember testifying, yes.
And do you recall what your testimony was with regard to alcohol consumption and small ulcers in the stomach potentially associated with alcohol consumption?
Alcohol consumption, I don't recall my exact words at grand jury, but alcohol consumption can lead to gastric ulcers.
And alcohol consumption can lead to gastric ulcers. And what medications can treat gastric ulcers?
Well, they don't treat them, they prevent them, but that would be a proton pump inhibitor such as omeprazole.
Right. So, isn't it correct, therefore, that the ulcers that are observed in the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe that we talked about, the gastric mucosa, could have come from ulceration due to alcohol consumption?
It's possible.
As opposed to hypothermia, correct?
Correct.
Attorney Brennan asked you questions moments ago, and actually several of them, of which included the words, did I hit him, could I hit him? Do you recall those questions?
I do.
And isn't it correct that you had that information before you issued your final findings in this matter in April of 2022?
Yes, I did.
So, even though you had all that information, you still were unable to conclude the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
All right, doctor, you are all set.
Thank you, Your
very
Honor.
much. I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
That's Tim. I'm covering Tim up.
All right, so jurors, that is it for today. I'm told that we are on schedule. So with that, I'm going to let you go a few minutes early. So please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and be very careful with your social media. So we'll see you tomorrow morning.
The rest of the jury. You may be seated.
All right, so Mr. Alessi, I'll hear you. I'll hear you, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor. The topic I would like to raise with Your Honor is the timing and nature and significance of the information that the defense has received from the firm Aperture. And Your Honor may recall there are two individuals on the witness list that we understand are to testify in this matter. First is Dr. Judson Welcher, and the second is Shannon Burgess.
And are they testifying in reverse order, though, than what you said?
My understanding is, Your Honor, yes. That
Okay.
My understanding, Mr. Brennan has the best information, is that it's proposed that Mr. Burgess testifies first and Dr. Welcher testifies thereafter.
Okay.
So the Commonwealth has established in reports right up until May, not established, they had stated in the reports of Aperture, particularly the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher, a trigger called 1162.2 that they had associated in the report of Dr. Welcher with a specific time. And that specific time that they have associated with that trigger is 12/31/38 to 12/31/43. And we have been assuming that information, and this is from best memory, but I believe it's slide 137 or so, where the statement is in the slide. And so we have proceeded with our defense. We have proceeded with the work that has been assigned to ARCA based upon that time period. On May 8th, not too long ago, Your Honor, we received an amended report of Shannon Burgess that pushes that time period. I'm just going to get it. So, although it was dated May 8th, we received it actually on May 11th. And in that report, Mr. Burgess states that he is making an amendment, and he is now stating that that infotainment trigger of 1162.2 is further back in time, and it is past 12/31/43.
Do you have the time?
I'm going to get the exact time, Your Honor. It is 12/32/16. And Your Honor may recall that the seconds, literally seconds, matter in the analysis of many factors. I won't go into them other than to say I went through and developed testimony with regard to the cross-examination of Mr. Whiffen. He had a timeline. He talked about much human volitional conduct. Suffice it to say that that information is literally by seconds determinative in some ways of various analysis. So we basically commissioned, if you will, ARCA to be looking at matters based upon the infotainment trigger 1162.2 of 12/31/38 to 12/31/43. As of May 11th, we received information that has changed that. Now, Your Honor, that is a Rule 14 violation, among other issues, but I wanted to start there. It's a Rule 14 violation. It's obviously, as I stated, an amendment of a report of a significant matter. And also, with regard to the defense's ability to provide a defense, we have to be able to evaluate that information in terms of our entire defense. And it's just not limited to ARCA, it's our entire defense. The other data point I want to get to, so the effect it's had, we still haven't even been able to evaluate entirely that. And I believe, Your Honor, based upon the information that I have, that this may have been a calculated matter by the Commonwealth, but even assuming it's not calculated, the effect is pronounced. So what I want to do, Your Honor, is to look at what the reason Mr. Burgess has given, which leads me to be very concerned about a calculation and a strategy calculation here. Mr. Burgess states in his own words that the reason why he is changed, that time is being changed, is to, quote, align the trigger with Mr. Whiffin's analysis.
Wow.
And Mr. Whiffin's analysis is based upon the extraction data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And I believe it's undisputed that the extraction from Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred years ago. And the data from that has been extant, it's been available years ago. So to me, Your Honor, that basis can't be a proper basis at particularly this stage where we are approaching the end of the trial, just literally days before the testimony of Aperture. And we are in a very, very almost impossible, challenging situation. So, Your Honor, there are obviously, Your Honor knows the situation here. Our first request is that the May 8th report that we received on May 11th be not allowed, that it be not considered at all. As Your Honor knows, I don't like to use hyperbolic words, but the word has been used for us, against us, ambush, ambush, ambush. If there's ever an example of an ambush, this is it.
Yes.
And so, Your Honor, our request is that Your Honor find a Rule 14 violation, that Your Honor have the remedy be that the violation remedy be that this is not allowed, and that the Commonwealth proceed with its the information of Aperture that has been extant before the May 8th date of the report. Thank you.
All right. Do you have another option if that's not something that we do, right? Because the Commonwealth moved to exclude ACCA or have them go by their old report, right?
Right. And Your Honor, I'm going to answer your question, but with just a quick point that this is really much different than ARCA because two reasons. We are the defense, and ARCA is a rebuttal to the prosecution's case. That is much different than a prosecution changing its theory of the case at this time.
I understand that. I'm just asking if you have another option.
It's not what I am saying that I am proffering. I think the only remedy here is exclusion and a Rule 14 violation.
And you're not waiving that.
Oh, I'm not waiving that.
No, I'm not asking you to.
Your Honor.
Okay, a continuance for how long?
I could have a better answer perhaps to that question tomorrow. I haven't, given what's been going on, I haven't even had a chance to talk to ARPA at
All right, so tomorrow morning, let me know that. All right,
In Your Honor, I will do that, of course. And I will also say, without getting into an elaboration of it, we have to look at all the witnesses that we called. I'll give you an example. Mr. Whiffen, I had my whole cross-examination, not whole, but a significant part of my cross-examination of Mr. Whiffen based upon going through human volitional conduct off that phone that was after that 1162 trigger. And a lot of our defense in theory is based upon that's been in existence now for several months. And again, I go to the bottom line that the proffered reason in Mr. Burgess's report is to align with the data on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, and then that's been around for a long time. So that's my answer to Your Honor's question.
all right, thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Your Honor, this disclosure is not a Rule 14 violation. The Commonwealth, just like the defense is entitled, continues to work on their case and study their case as time goes on. This issue, the relevance of this issue, has been clear throughout the case, including my opening statement. And the issue is that clocks are different. There is a clock in a Lexus that runs on a different time than that of an iPhone. If you recall, in my opening statement, I talked about the fact that there are variances between those clocks. So instead of a moment that coincides happening at the precise second, sometimes there's a variance of time between the two. So the Lexus clock could be at a variance with an iPhone, but the event still could happen at the same time, given the clocks have different times. The defense provided a report by a person by the name of Mr. DeSorga, a noted expert witness who they've listed as a witness they may potentially call. Mr. DeSorga wrote a report, and in the report, he suggested, based on his analysis, that Mr. O'Keefe's phone always ran late. That means if the texting data, the black box data from the car, has an event at 12:32:38, 12:31:38, and Mr. O'Keefe's last movements were 12:32:16, last user interaction 12:32:09, there is a variance between those times. We asked our expert to review their expert's report to see if he was accurate, that the variance means that these times would never align. And that's what he did. He studied the data, he studied the waves, he studied the Lexus black box relative to the time. Doesn't change anything, doesn't change the data whatsoever, just adds to the time. What he learned from his opinion is that Mr. DeSorga was wrong. He used information from different phones, not recognizing the items that these timelines came from, and that his time estimates are wrong. So then he looked at the time of the event of the ignition on and off, and he compared that to the Waze data. And when he did, he found that he could identify what the actual differential was. Instead of guessing that it was within the 30-second window, it was somewhere around 21 to 25 seconds. And that 7 minutes before the collision, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 21 to 29 seconds ahead, which means you subtract that time, which puts it in the same variance that we've been arguing from the beginning, that the collision occurred at the same moments when Mr. O'Keefe last had user interaction, and that reconciles with the data. It does not change the text stream data or the black box information on the car whatsoever. It does not change ARPA's analysis whatsoever. We received this report on May 8th. I was surprised to receive it. I welcomed it. We turned it over on May 8th. There was no delay. It's been a week now the defense has had this information. And so this is not an attempt to align anything. While it may reconcile or identify that variance more closely, it doesn't change any data whatsoever. And so this is not a Rule 14 violation. The effort was in response to disclosures that we believe were wrong by the defense expert, and it is clarified and it is favorable for us. And so we should be able to use it.
Did you intend to use it in your case in chief or only if this witness disorder? I don't remember reading that name, so I don't know how to pronounce it.
Case in chief, on my case in chief, because we now have this available data. As I said, this wasn't ambush, isn't something that we sat on. It was in response. Fortunately, we received their expert report, which caused us to focus more closely. And now that we've identified that variance, rather than having an open variance of 30 seconds, we should not be precluded from favorable information that has been provoked by a report by the defense.
Okay. Yes.
I'll do it quickly.
Okay.
Attorney Brennan has provided a lot of information, and he has accurately provided information, but he's got the time completely wrong and the significance respectfully completely wrong. I'm going to hit his 4 categories quickly. He said he referenced Mr. DeSorbo, who is a defense witness. Two points about Mr. DeSorbo. First, Mr. DeSorbo provided his expert report within this reciprocal discovery deadline.
Okay.
And he provided that report months ago.
Okay.
So if, as I heard Attorney Brennan, he's saying the reason why we're getting something on May 8th is because Mr. Burgess supposedly is responding to that. That was months ago.
Okay.
The more apt point is, or an even more apt point is, Mr. DeSorbo was responding to the information of Aperture. It wasn't like Mr. DeSorbo was coming up. He was rebutting as defendants do. So, and it's Mr. DiSogra, D-I-S-O-G-R-A. Again, D-I-S-O-G-R-A. So that's an important point with regard to Mr. DiSogra. Now I want to go to Attorney Brennan's comment about clocks are different. I agree with Attorney Brennan on that. The shortcoming for Attorney Brennan's argument, however, is that the clocks are different concept has been in existence in this case for over 6 months. I can give you by memory Mr. Whiffin's report of December of 2024, where his report went into the different clocks and what their significance was. So that is almost 6 months ago, at least 5 months ago, the issue of different clocks has been in existence in this case. So therefore, the issue of different clocks dates back to then. But even more fatal for the Commonwealth's argument is that Mr. Burgess himself issued his report and talked about the difference in clocks. He already knew it. He already had it.
Did he testify to that last time? Did he testify?
Aperture was not part of the first.
All right. I thought Burgess was, no?
No, neither.
Okay.
No one from Aperture was.
I knew
Your Honor.
Aperture was, and I thought he may have been something. The name just sounded.
Neither
familiar.
Burgess nor Welcher were
Okay.
part of the first trial, but they were retained. Aperture was retained, I believe, in October of 2024.
Okay.
And at best for the Commonwealth, Aperture had, and Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher had Mr. Whiffin's report that talked about the clock differences. So the clock differences cannot be, as the Commonwealth is proffering, some sort of new information that caused Aperture to provide a new report. This variance that Attorney Brennan talked about, it's called the clock drift. A more layperson's term is a variance of time. Mr. Burgess, in his original report months ago, has a whole section on clock drift. That's not a new concept for him. He's just changing the drift.
Okay. So what I'd like to do, because I want to address the other issue and I don't want to keep people here too long, can you wrap it up, Mr. Alessi, or is that?
In 60 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, the last point I wanted to make, and I think I heard Attorney Brennan correctly, is he said he was surprised that he got this report dated May 8th. That's what I heard. So if the Commonwealth is surprised that they got it, that should mean, to me, Your Honor, be an outstanding, fetching reason to not allow it because they're surprised to get it. And I can lastly say this, Your Honor, there's nobody that's more surprised to getting this than the defendant when we got it on May 11th.
Okay, thank you. The other issue about calling your expert on rebuttal, Mr. Brennan, based on the late disclosure of the ARCA materials. What's your argument on that?
I won't iterate the entire past, but Your Honor has found discovery violations. Your Honor has found that I want to phrase this properly, efforts of the defense were improper. And inevitably, we've now received an extraordinary amount of discovery on the most important issue in this case, well beyond the discovery deadlines, without any excuse. And the court, understandably, has overruled government's objection and has stated that it's going to allow the defense to proffer 2 expert witnesses in a very complicated field, in an issue that is the heart of this case. If you're going to allow them to testify, despite the fact that we have not had adequate time to review, and to prepare, and to address it. The Commonwealth has the burden of proof. The Commonwealth has an obligation to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. And this isn't simply late disclosure of some evidence. This is a massive amount of evidence of the most critical issue. And so we provided this information to Dr. Wexler. As you know, he was away. He did not get a report until maybe May 7th. He did not have a chance to look at it until May 9th. An extraordinary amount of work, effort, and expense has gone into preparing our case for the jury. He is still in the process of reviewing the materials. There are entirely new subject areas within this information, well beyond the simple 4 opinions that they gave at the beginning. There are studies, there are demonstrations, there are experiments. This requires not only review, but an analysis, testing, vetting, and then preparing testimony to address the claims made by the defense experts. Not to get into a battle of disparagement, but our expert has found extraordinary issues in his first reviews of material. And some of those concerns lead him to need, in his opinion, to actually conduct his own tests to demonstrate the failures of these ARCA witnesses. That's going to take time. You've heard from the ARCA witnesses themselves. With the amount of data they received, they estimated they needed 5 weeks. And they were given 5 weeks despite all the discovery deadline violations. They were given 5 weeks. We did not get the report until May 7th. And so we believe we are entitled to have our expert review all the materials, do his testing, provide opinions. None of that is going to happen anytime soon because he still has not finished reviewing all the materials. There's many, many gigabytes. He is in a difficult schedule. He is away tomorrow, Saturday. We were going to try to begin to prep at the end of the weekend. There is no way he's going to be able to testify anytime soon and have all of this validation and vetting and testing.
So what is it exactly you're proposing?
So what we would like to do is have him testify about what he has prepared, that he's had adequate time to prepare. If either of these ARCA witnesses testify and they introduce new opinions, new testing, new demonstrations, he should be able to continue reviewing the materials, actively engage his own testing now, so by the time the defense case is over, he will be prepared to come back and address the new issues, not the older issues or regurgitate his testimony, but to address any new issues that were provided in violation of discovery orders, and so that he can then address the jury on those specific new issues. I see no other way of this expert fairly being provided presented to the jury. The unfair prejudice cannot be cured in any other way. We ask that he be able to continue his review, offer rebuttal opinions on anything that is new, and not to encroach on anything that's been previously provided.
Can Burgess testify after Welcher?
No, because Dr. Welcher relies on Shannon Burgess' information material. It will make no sense. I thought about it. It makes no sense to the jury, his presentation, unless Shannon Burgess has an opportunity to provide background information.
Right. Mr. Lessie, I'll hear you on this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think and I understand that it's very well understand the time of the day, so I'm going to do this hopefully efficiently. When we're talking about ARPA and the information of ARPA, it's very important analytically to put them in their two proper buckets. The first bucket is the information and opinions of ARPA that have been in existence since February of 2024.
Yeah, let's focus on the beyond. Let's focus on.
Okay, good, because my pithy conclusion is there should be no prejudice on that.
And I don't think the Commonwealth's even suggesting that. So
we're focusing just on the quote new information bucket. Your Honor, it's very important to understand that what ARCA is doing is in response to the testing of Aperture. ARCA did not come up with new approaches. We, again, to state the obvious, are the defense. We get to rebut what the prosecution has put forward. And so what ARCA has done with the new information, new testing, is simply to rebut what Aperture has done. So I do not understand the length of time or the lift, if you will, that's being proffered for Aperture. Now with regard to the time period, Your Honor has already determined what the appropriate approach is for the new information from ARCA. When Dr. Rentschler was on the stand, and with Dr. What you said, when can you get me the information? And they said, I think it was May 6th or May 7th, whatever, and they met the deadline. They did it. We proceeded along with the trial with that information. We complied with that request to continually try to claim that there should be ongoing remedies of something that's already been decided. I do not understand.
So I did leave open. I did leave it open to address.
You did leave open the time, but Your Honor didn't leave open that you were going to continue to address this matter as if the defense is making perpetual violations. There was a determination made, and then the question was the remedy. So I'm just addressing the Commonwealth, positing that somehow there's continuing violations. My final 2 points. What Mr. Brennan is seeking is improper. What it's seeking is the most extraordinary situation, which is have Aperture come before the jury, testify to certain things, have ARCA have to come on, and then have Aperture come back and essentially have almost a rebuttal to a rebuttal as of right. I do not understand that process. I do not understand that proposal. It inverts the order of proof. It prejudices the defendant because it almost ipso facto gives a double rebuttal, surrebuttal to the defense. I believe, Your Honor, the final point is if Your Honor is inclined to give Aperture more time, and I haven't even heard a deadline yet for Dr. Welcher. It's still open. what I would recommend, Your Honor, is that we follow the proper order of proof. We determine when Aperture can conclude its review of the ARCA work, and that there be a reflection that keeps the order, namely that the prosecution comes in with Aperture, Dr. Welcher, and Mr. Burgess, and then the defense, as part of its case in chief, puts on ARCA, and we make the determination as to what happens there. Otherwise, what we're happening is here, it's almost a self-serving matter where the Commonwealth is getting to put on certain witnesses, here from our witnesses, and then have an automatic rebuttal. And Your Honor, I just think that's improper and prejudicial. There's another, and importantly, it's a burden shifting to the defense.
All right, so I have a question for you, Mr. Lessie. Are you still thinking that if the defense puts on a defense, that will take roughly a week and a half for that to take place?
That is our best estimate still, Your Honor.
And not holding you to this, because obviously you have no burden. If ARCA is part of that defense, when in that week and a half time frame would that be?
We haven't made a final decision, Your Honor, but we're pretty close that it would be toward the end.
Okay. All right. I needed all this information now, so I appreciate it. All right. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Goodbye.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. So we know that you're true crime fans, but are you also in a business of some kind? Well, if so, I want to tell you about Odoo. They're sponsoring this live trial stream. So Odoo is an incredible all-in-one business management software that provides you with a range of applications. One of their best applications, the sales tool. The Kanban pipeline, game changer. Whether you're working with leads or full-blown opportunities, you can visually track every stage of your sales process. You just drag and drop to move deals forward. It's fast and honestly kind of satisfying. When it's time to send a quote,
All right, guys. Hold on. Go away. Wow. Wow. Just absolutely freaking wow, huh? I mean, what do you say to that? I gotta give it to Karen's team. That's another W on the board. It's another win today. I think the jurors got a good earful. I think they heard what they wanted to hear, right? Think about this. Karen's team did very well today. They are controlling the courtroom. They have a good handle on it, and they're just showing us how out of control Bev is. This is all just a show now. This is all, yeah, they're gonna poke Bev. They're gonna continue to poke Bev so that she can say denied, denied. I told you denied. So they're gonna continue to keep bugging her like that. Yep. Gotta thank all my mods today. Thank you all. I mean, every one of you's RVA this morning. Thank you for helping out. You guys are great. I can't do this without you guys. And my mods make it capable for me to do what I do for you. So we got a lot of people watching on X. My goodness. Listen, if you're on X, can you just hit the follow button? I had like 3,999 followers, almost 4,000 followers over there. So if you're listening to Twitter, X, can you just maybe hit that like on me? I appreciate the extra thumb swipe. Everyone that's here, love you guys. Oh, did it come out 6? There's a good series you guys need to watch. Snitch City. It's local. It's about down here. You guys will get it. It'll make sense. Good little series. I'd love love to get in touch with them people, Dave. We talked about that. Wendy, thank you much. Yeah, I mean, it's so it's CPU Tommy over there. CPU Tommy over Twitter. Actually, I'll show you. Maybe just Tom DeRosa, I think. Well, let me share it. I'll show you right now. Real quick. This is Jason Grant. Boom. Jason. Where you go? My window. This is the lead plaintiff in Grant versus Massachusetts trying to be North Korea. You are more free today because he and other plaintiffs took a stand. Right on. Right on. Yes. Yes. And yes. All right, so Twitter, go to this. CPU Tommy, Tom DeRosa. That is my Twitter. You guys can see that, right? Like 4,005 followers. So for the 6 followers, thank you guys. Thank you. I so appreciate it. Really. You guys are great. Yeah, hey, everybody remember. Stop all this stuff. Go back. Stop. Yeah. Don't go nowhere, people. Don't go nowhere. Stay. Promise. Stay. Hold on. La. Hold on. Yes. Check this out. Needs to be read. Breaking. Knowing his timeline makes no sense. Hank Brennan suddenly attempts to claim that every clock was off and change his theory in the middle of trial. We always knew the fuckery was coming. Here it is. Everybody. It is here. Post. Where are we? Freaking A, man. Freaking A. Yeah, no. See, don't get me wrong. I'm all for using those 4-letter words and stuff like that, but some of them I just can't get behind. I can't say some of them. They just won't. They just won't. There was something I wanted to show you guys that I was really impressed with, and I was going to check it out tomorrow. Stop. It was a picture of the state police looking at Hank on his way into court, and Hank is a sock guy. He's got the sock thing going on. That's his thing. That's his gig, his socks. So I'm going to ask him to look at his socks tomorrow. This is wrong. Wow. This is not very nice. Okay. That's a little crazy. No, she did not. No. Bingo. Makes no sense. Yeah, well, again, no signs of motor vehicle accident impact. No signs of frostbite. Unless he's done with this guy. I didn't see evidence of an impact. Guys, she said, went in the house. Sorry, no, what did she say? She said, oh, is this it?
Of impact injuries.
I'll allow that.
What I look for is some sort of bruise, either on the outside of the leg or bleeding on the inside after the skin is reflected in the soft tissues, or any fracture of the bones of the legs. I did not observe those things.
That was going to be my question. You did not observe any of those things, correct?
Correct.
You mean in your...
Imagine that, huh? Imagine that. Guys, ladies, Hank got his sock game going on. Troopers checking it out. I got the tie thing going. The other dude got the bow tie thing going. Hank's got the sock thing going. Got to give it to him. Got that going on. He can pull that off. However, where did I see that before? Wizard of Oz. Now that I'm looking at him, I don't know about that. Huh. Wizard of Oz. Yep. So. Alrighty, everybody. Listen, Dave's channel, thank you for banging me up on X. I appreciate it. I appreciate every single person that's here right now. I really do. You guys are just fabulous, you know. So tomorrow, okay, we're gonna do some early stuff. All right, guys. I'm leaving earlier, and we're gonna be live earlier. I set it for 7:30. I may go live earlier depending on where I'm at. And we go from there. So tomorrow, no buffer zone. Tomorrow, you guys get front row of everything that happens. Uninhibited, 100% straight up raw. You guys are getting all of it. My mods are here. They help me with the stuff in the background, with the court stuff. They're great. They're awesome. And yeah, tomorrow's going to be a great day, guys. Just a heads up. There was something else. What was it? I thanked you guys for subbing on Twitter. What else? I think that was it, but there was one. We'll figure it out later on. Can't be that important either way. All right. So 7:30 tomorrow morning, and we're gonna go from there. See how it goes, and no buffer zone, right? And front row for you guys. Yeah. Oh. Oh, thank you. I got some new ones too. Yep. All my batteries are charging. So listen, tomorrow morning, if you guys happen to get the notification, you have to be on the thing for being notified, or it doesn't work. So set the notifications up so that tomorrow morning when I go live, you'll get it. With that said, I'll be on Justice Served TV tonight, 6:00. Please tune in. There are a bunch of great folks over there. They got some great content. I love them guys. They're like us, you know. They get it. They've been on the ground. They get the feeling, and beyond all that, they're brilliant and they see what's going on. So again, I think we should have everybody in our side. Everybody. And Justice Serve TV, come on in. You're more than welcome. Miss Noma, thank you for the $1.99. By the way, the people that sent things today, let's go over that real quick. New Hampshire Dude 603, thank you so much. Just because you guys rock. I appreciate that. RBA, it's bad when you got to pay to get their attention to make sure they're ready for court. That was this morning with the thing. Joey Klein with the memberships again. Here he goes. Membership man. He's got another one right behind it. Boom. I'm what do you say? I never thought I'd be in a position where this was even I didn't even have to talk about it. But yet we are here. Miss Norma 199. And you know, there's a lot going on. And I have a lot more going on that we can't really talk about. So that said, yeah, who's buying breakfast tomorrow, right? Grateful Diner? Is that where we're going to meet? We're meeting at the Grateful Diner? What time? Who wants to meet at the Grateful Diner tomorrow morning? And who's coming tomorrow morning for the stupid standout? Let's go, people. Come on. Who's coming? We got to have people, right? We need to bring people. Come on down, bring a lawn chair, bring an umbrella, bring a freaking plastic top, whatever you want to do. Come on down. It's a good time. It's okay. You can be on the steps, or near, I'm sorry, you can be near the steps at the bottom and on the sidewalk, and we can line the sidewalk again like we did before. Megan, you're more than welcome to come. Gail, you're welcome. Everybody's welcome to come. It's open. It's free. No one's gonna get in trouble tomorrow. We're good. We got that right from the Supreme Court, so we're good to go there. But we just need people. Please, 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 please come down. Spend some time with us, and it's a good time. You'll meet some really, really awesome people. You really will. So, I think that was about that. Yeah. The people that sent me cash apps. Again, I mean, I'm gonna cry. Gina and Nicole, thank you both so very much. I can't stress how much that helps go from here to there. Like it so much helps. Thank you both very much for that, for the donations with the Cash App. That is CPU Tom. Yeah, I think. You get it. Oh, email. If you would like to email. That Gail. Listen, Gail, if you need something, you let us know. Okay. You don't need to leave. You can stay right there. Chill out. Stay in your pajamas. Relax. If you need something, you gotta let us know though, okay? It's easy just to drop something off for you, dear. Really. Oh, you guys want to read this one? This is good. This one's real good. Share this one. Oof. Bedrow Law. The DA has been entirely sandbagged for the defense with this mid-trial amended report. This is an absolute joke and as dirty as it gets. Brennan's claim that he can continue to work on this case is absurd. They are on trial, and the defense has relied on the prior expert reports. They admit amending the reports to sync to what Whiffen said. Can't do that. The defense relied on the original information, strategized on it, and conducted examinations in reliance on it. This changes everything and cannot be cured. The prejudice is off the charts. Karen Read must move for immediate mistrial unless the court immediately rejects an amended report. Unbelievable that the court doesn't see grave concern here. This case is a disgrace and a national embarrassment. We will discuss this at length tonight at 6:30 Eastern at Defense Diaries. I absolutely suggest you all watch that. At what time? 6:30. 6 o'clock, Justice Served TV. First. Because they're good guys. I just like them. I get a good feeling about them. Oh, my, huh? Can you believe that? So today may have been the end of the trial, guys. We may have witnessed the end of the trial. You know what that means, guys. Uh-oh. Flip ahead.
The Ruby Slipper. What have you done with them? Give them back to me or I'll...
Guys, flip ahead just gets me every time, that guy. Oh, I love him. Flip ahead. Guys, we're witnessing it. And tomorrow you're gonna have a front row. Think of how exciting tomorrow's gonna be. Absolutely crazy town. Wow. Love flip ahead, love that stuff. In Bedrow Law, like attorney Mark Bedrow, again, right on the money. Wow. All right, everybody. Listen, you all go and grab some supper. Enjoy your night. Kick back. Watch some Justice Served TV. And then there's a bunch of other stuff after. And there's so much more to go. Yeah. Tomorrow's going to be a fun day, guys. Real fun day tomorrow. Can't wait. You all have a great day. You have a great night. Be safe. I love you all. And please hit that thumbs up on the way out. And maybe if you enjoyed yourself, maybe subscribe because we're going early tomorrow. So that said, thank you all for being here. I do appreciate each and every one of you guys. And we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Cold mornings, cracked pavement, courthouse steps. He's there before sunrise while the world still rests. No cameras needed, no spotlight glare. Just a man with a purpose, always standing there. Facing the crowd, but the fight in his veins. Truth in his hands, pushing through the rain. Karen sees him, she knows what it means when you've got boots on the ground and you fight for your dreams. Boots on the ground, day after day, standing for truth in the hardest way. No fame, no glory, just a promise kept. Tom CPU, you never left. He don't ask for credit, don't ask for praise. Just fight in the good fight in 1,000 ways. When the cameras fade and the voices die, he's still right there, never asking why. He's got a handshake that you can trust, eyes that don't blink when it comes to us. Karen smiles because she knows it's true. She's got a soldier and his name's CPU. Boots on the ground, day after day, standing for truth in the hardest way. No fame, no hoarding, just a promise kept. Tom CPU, you never left. When the courthouse is empty and the crowd's gone home, Tom's still walking, he's never alone. 1,000 steps, 1,000,000 prayers, because justice don't sleep and neither does he care.